Chapter 844. Female Literature. Oh. The heavenly wolf monarch's furious roar reverberated throughout the night sky. It was as if the entire night sky could hear his voice. At this moment, the heavenly eagle monarch and the heavenly dog monarch immediately rushed in the heavenly wolf monarch's direction. Su Yan's attack with the demonic dragon wings hadn't been able to kill the two essences venerate. Even so, he had already achieved a glorious result. The venerate's arm had been directly severed by the previous sword strike. This was definitely an extremely cruel thing to do. Losing an arm meant that one's strength was greatly reduced. The intense pain continued to devour his nerves. Su Yan didn't give the heavenly wolf monarch any extra time. After slightly adjusting his aura, he immediately launched a second attack. His goal was very simple, to kill the heavenly wolf monarch. The heavenly wolf monarch's pained and furious howl must have been heard by the other two venerates. This was definitely not good news for Su Yan. Therefore, he had to speed up. Only then could he kill the heavenly wolf monarch directly. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Su Yan didn't use the Scorching Sun sword because it was too obvious. After all, it had almost become Su Yan's symbol in the Taihang sword faction. The sword he used was an accessory of Wang Jingqing. Although it wasn't a sacred sword, it had already reached the pinnacle of famed swords. Although it couldn't be compared to the Scorching Sun sword, it could still bear the weight of his power. The heavenly wolf monarch actually felt powerless when the deity vanquishing sword appeared. At this moment, he almost wanted to flee immediately. However, he eventually put that thought aside. This was because he knew very well that he was in a disadvantageous position. At this moment, he was already at a disadvantage. If he only thought about escaping now, he would definitely leave his descendant to the terrifying ghost face in front of him. At that time, it would truly be a matter of life and death. But now, he still had a chance of survival, and that was to stall for time. The heavenly eagle monarch and the heavenly dog monarch should have already heard his miserable howl. This was especially true for King Tianying. His speed was extremely fast. Such a distance would not take him much time at all. Therefore, the key was the attack before him. If he could endure it, he would be able to preserve his old life when King Tianying arrived. However, if he couldn't endure it, then he would die without a doubt. It was also at this point that he needed to remain calm. This was something that every experienced expert knew. Therefore, at this moment, he had already retracted all of his consciousness. He was waiting for the ghost face's attack to arrive. Ghastly Face did not disappoint him. His figure disappeared at this moment, as if he had turned into a beam of sword light. With a flash of creation light, a terrifying devil shadow appeared. The Welkin Wolf King opened his eyes, and his entire body began to tremble. He finally recognized this sword technique. It was the Limitless Demon Sect's lost technique, the Deity Vanquishing Sword. Ever since the disappearance of the Great Demon Heaven Lord, this sword technique had been lost in the Limitless Demon Sect. But now, Ghastly Face had actually used this sword technique. What exactly was this guy's background? How could he master such a sword technique? However, at this moment, all of this was no longer important. The most important thing was to endure it. He would only have a future if he thought of a way to endure it. Greedy Wolf goes against fate. He used all of his strength. His blood gathered at this moment, and a large amount of blood gushed out, causing his face to turn pale instantly. However, he did not care at all. Preserving his life was the key. The Greedy Wolf goes against fate was his most powerful life-saving technique. It was a technique that burned all of his cultivation and turned into the last greedy wolf to protect himself. He would definitely not use it unless he had no other choice. This meant that he would have to abandon all of his cultivation. Even if he could continue cultivating in the future, he would still have to pay a huge price. However, the Welkin Wolf King could not think of any other way to preserve his life. The ferocious greedy wolf appeared. As soon as the greedy wolf appeared, the moonlight in the sky immediately reacted. The cold light shone down and immediately turned into an extremely dense moon shadow. The waning radiance moved slowly. The blazing radiance seemed sorrowful and resolute. Under the radiance of the greedy wolf, Su Yan's attack was blocked in the end. The deity vanquishing sword did not succeed this time. Ha ha ha. The greedy wolf's defense is almost absolute. No matter what, you won't be able to break it. Therefore, I will definitely survive. The Welkin Wolf King had almost lost all of his cultivation. However, as long as the greedy wolf still existed, he was invincible. He did not have to worry about his own death. At this moment, the sound of Sky Eagle King breaking through the air could be heard. He only needed a few breaths to reach this place. Therefore, he was certain that his life was saved. At this moment, the sword in the devil-masked man's hand had already shattered. After all, it was not a sacred sword. Therefore, after receiving such a powerful blow, it finally shattered. His gaze landed on the Welkin Wolf King's demonic face. The tricolored mask was particularly dazzling. At this moment, a strong sense of danger appeared once again. The Welkin Wolf King's left hand suddenly grew out. The fingertips of his left hand seemed to be suffused with a black glow. When he saw this black brilliance, his thoughts immediately stopped at this point. Die, demonic finger. Su Yan's voice was indifferent. Along with the jet black light, it directly pierced through the greedy wolf's life-reversing sword and his body. After doing all this, Su Yan did not linger. He immediately got up and left. He had never imagined that the Welkin Wolf King's final greedy wolf king's defense would be so strong. Even the deity vanquishing sword in the Welkin Wolf King's demonic form could not break through his defense. Therefore, he could only use the demonic finger by force. His left hand contained the finger bone of the great celestial demon lord. Therefore, the power of this attack was much more terrifying than the sacred sword. After all, the greedy Wolf King's demonic form was not an absolute defense. In the face of Su Yan's attack, it was still shattered. The shattering of the greedy Wolf King's fate also meant the end of his life. Su Yan did not need to wait for the final outcome. After all, he knew that the Welkin Wolf King would definitely die. However, although he had indeed killed the Welkin Wolf King this time, he was not in a very good state. This time, he had been greedy. Previously, he had already used the power of the demonic face when he had killed Wang Jingqing. Now, it was even more so when he faced the Welkin Wolf King. He had used the power of the demonic face twice in a row. Furthermore, each time was more thorough than the last. Although the three hearts had already been calmed down by the regal sword soul, they were still like wild horses that had escaped their reins. He clearly knew that it was not a good time for him to engage in battle. Otherwise, he would be in endless trouble even if his enemy was not dead. Furthermore, although he had been greedy, he had actually achieved a pretty good result. Not only had he killed Wang Jingqing, but he had also obtained his secret. Furthermore, he had also killed the Welkin Wolf King. The Welkin Wolf King had lost his City Lord's seal and the existence of the Heavenly Dog King and the Sky Eagle King. Today, he had already forcefully broken through, so it was really not appropriate for him to continue using force. If he went back and stabilized for a few days to heal his injuries, he would definitely become even stronger. At that time, even if Su Yan could still defeat him, it would not be so easy to kill him. However, there were no ifs in this world. Now that he was dead, he was dead. His body had been penetrated by the heavenly demon finger. There was no way he could wake up no matter what. A few breaths after Su Yan left, the Sky Eagle King had already arrived. His gaze was extremely gloomy. How long had it been since they had separated? The dignified Welkin Wolf King had actually been killed. He looked into the distance and could vaguely see Su Yan's shadow. However, he did not choose to continue chasing. This was because Su Yan's speed was very fast. Although it had only been a few breaths, this amount of time was enough for a top powerhouse to escape a very long distance. Furthermore, the most important thing now was that the Welkin Wolf King did not seem to be dead. At least, he was not completely dead. After all, the Welkin Wolf King was a city lord. If he died, it would definitely incur the wrath of the limitless demon sect. The Sky Eagle King was right in front of him. If he chose to leave him in the lurch and the sect found out, he would definitely suffer. Therefore, the Sky Eagle King went directly to the Welkin Wolf King's side. He frowned when he saw the Welkin Wolf King. At the moment, the Welkin Wolf King was almost out of breath. Clearly, his life was already in danger. The Sky Eagle King took out an elixir pill. It was a top-grade elixir pill of the limitless demon sect. Although it could not be said to be able to bring the dead back to life, it was still very beneficial for injuries. The Welkin Wolf King's condition seemed to improve a little after he swallowed the elixir. The Sky Eagle King heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the Welkin Wolf King was still alive, he would be able to contact the Ghost Doctor of the Limitless Demon Sect. The Ghost Doctor's methods were unfathomable. He was someone who could really bring the dead back to life. The Welkin Wolf King was already a 2 Essences Venerate. He was already qualified to make the Ghost Doctor take action. At the same time, the Heavenly Dog King also arrived. He was furious when he saw the Welkin Wolf King's condition. He and the Welkin Wolf King were indeed at odds. In fact, he could not wait for the Welkin Wolf King to die as soon as possible. However, they were both city lords. In terms of strength, the Welkin Wolf King, who had become a 2 Essences Venerate, might even be stronger than him. He could not help but worry about the Welkin Wolf King's fate. Chapter 845. Female Literature, Wolf King, who injured you? Heavenly Eagle King immediately asked when he saw that Heavenly Wolf King's condition had improved. Ghost, mask, he. Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Wolf King stuttered. At that moment, Heavenly Dog King could not help but complain, "What a piece of trash. You can't even speak clearly. Heavenly Eagle King has already made you consume the true spirit pill. You shouldn't be like this now." Heavenly Dog King and Heavenly Wolf King had always been enemies. Although he could not kick Heavenly Wolf King while he was down, it was good to make some sarcastic remarks. At the very least, it would allow him to vent his anger. However, just as he finished speaking, Heavenly Wolf King suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good, quick. Heavenly Eagle King did not have time to think. He directly injected his aura into Heavenly Wolf King's body. He did not expect that Heavenly Wolf King's injuries would not improve even with the help of the true spirit pill. It turned out that Heavenly Wolf King's complexion had only improved before death. At that moment, Heavenly Dog King could not care less and was ready to save Heavenly Wolf King. However, just as he sat down, Heavenly Wolf King's body directly collapsed. His meridians had already stopped beating, and his aura had long disappeared. Heavenly Eagle King's expression was extremely gloomy. He never expected that Heavenly Wolf King would still die in front of him. He's dead. That aura was too powerful. Even the true spirit pill could not suppress it. It only delayed it for a moment before it completely destroyed his vitality. Heavenly Wolf King was already a 2 Essences Venerable. His current strength was not inferior to Heavenly Eagle King's. How exuberant was a 2 Essences Venerable's vitality! His powerful strength was even more unimaginable. However, he was still dead. In other words, this powerhouse who came out of nowhere was a huge threat to them. If he could kill Heavenly Wolf King, he could also kill Heavenly Eagle King. Heavenly Eagle King suddenly felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of that. Originally, losing the City Lord's seal was already a headache for him. However, he still thought that it was just a capable thief. As long as they hardened their hearts, they should be able to capture that guy no matter what. However, his thoughts had completely changed today. Perhaps this time, the situation they were facing was incomparably terrible. The person they were facing was definitely not an ordinary thief. Perhaps there was someone behind all of this. Right now, King Heavenly Eagle suddenly rejoiced that he had not chased after them previously. Otherwise, would he have followed in their footsteps? Old Eagle, what should we do now? Tengu Monarch's expression was extremely gloomy. The Heavenly Wolf King was dead, but he wasn't happy at all. In fact, his heart was already palpitating with fear. King Heavenly Eagle pondered for a while before finally saying, "First, let's report this matter to the sect. I'm afraid we'll need to alarm the vice sect master or the elders of the 3 great halls. Second, connect the other people whose City Lord seals were stolen. I feel that there must be some secret that we don't know about. Although our City Lord seals each contain a cultivation technique, everyone knows that this cultivation technique isn't profound. It's definitely not something that can be cultivated to a powerful level in a short period of time. Whether it's Wang Jingqing or that mysterious guy, they shouldn't be interested in it." Although Wang Jingqing was only in the dragon realm, even they had to admit that his combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was originally a disciple of the Taihang sword faction. The inheritance of the Taihang sword had already benefited him greatly. Moreover, he had also grasped the Spectre transformation technique. As long as he was given time, he would definitely become a venerable powerhouse. Therefore, logically speaking, there was no need for him to take the extra step to learn the cultivation technique on the City Lord seal. It was even more so for the person who killed Wang Jingqing and the Heavenly Wolf King. However, they just had to make a move. This made people wonder if there was some secret that they did not know about. Right now, the only way to find out the secret was to gather everyone. "What about the Heavenly Wolf City?" asked the Heavenly Dog King. His eyes flickered. It was obvious that he had his own thoughts about the Heavenly Wolf City. Without a powerhouse, his territory was too big. Therefore, his thoughts were very simple at the moment, and that was to annex the Heavenly Wolf City. The Heavenly Eagle King said, "Heavenly Dog King, I know that you are ambitious, but at this time, I advise you not to court death." After saying that, the Heavenly Eagle King no longer paid attention to the Heavenly Dog King and left. In fact, the reason behind this was very simple. The Heavenly Wolf King and the Heavenly Dog King had a feud. This was something that everyone knew. At this time, the Heavenly Wolf King had just died. If the Heavenly Dog King jumped out and wanted to take the city for himself, what would others think? Did the Heavenly Dog King kill the Heavenly Wolf King? In other words, the Heavenly Dog King was the one who called that powerhouse over. Although there were many flaws in this, just this alone was enough to bring him countless troubles. At this time, if the Heavenly Dog King was smart enough, he would not touch anything and wait for the sect's powerhouse to arrive. The Heavenly Dog King fell silent. He was not a fool, he was just a little impulsive. Moreover, the Heavenly Eagle King had already reminded him. He snorted coldly, but in the end, he still carried the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse and headed toward the Heavenly Wolf City. In the Heavenly Wolf City, Demon Wolf was pacing around uneasily. His uneasiness was not because of Wang Jingqing's success, but because the Heavenly Wolf King had come out of seclusion. These days, he had been jumping up and down and was not calm. In order to get a share of the Heavenly Wolf City's governor, besides his cultivation base that was almost at the Venerable Realm, the Heavenly Wolf King's lifespan was about to come to an end. In his opinion, it was almost impossible for the Heavenly Wolf King to break through while in seclusion. However, he never expected that the Heavenly Wolf King would actually come out of seclusion and become a Two Essences Venerable Realm. In that case, it was very bad. Even if he immediately became a Venerable Realm expert, he would not be a match for the Heavenly Wolf King. Even if he could summon that venerable realm expert's clone, it would not be easy to kill the Heavenly Wolf King. It was impossible that the Heavenly Wolf King did not know what he was doing these days. In the past, the Heavenly Wolf King did not have the time to care about other things because of his cultivation base. To put it bluntly, he was too lazy to bother with him. After all, he was about to lose his life, so what was the point of caring about other things? However, it was different now. After becoming a Two Essences Venerable Realm Expert, his lifespan would definitely increase again. In other words, his life would not be in danger for a very long time. How could the Heavenly Wolf King tolerate Demon Wolf's nonsense? Perhaps the Heavenly Wolf King would immediately settle the score with him after he returned. At that moment, Demon Wolf was already considering whether to contact the Venerable Realm Expert behind him. If he did not contact the Venerable Realm Expert, his life might be in danger. However, if he contacted the Venerable Realm Expert, he would be able to survive, but in the Venerable Realm Expert's eyes, he would be a useless person. Why would a person like the Venerable Realm Expert care about a useless person? That was why he was so hesitant at that moment. He even thought about just leaving. However, this thought was rejected by him. Right at that moment, a long howl suddenly sounded. "Heavenly Wolf City's Demon Wolf, quickly come and see me." This voice gave Demon Wolf a fright. Demon Wolf could tell that it was King Tianying's voice. The Heavenly Wolf King and the Heavenly Dog King had an extremely bad relationship, but their relationship was not bad. Could it be that King Tianying was going to directly attack Demon Wolf when he summoned Demon Wolf and his voice contained such anger? At that moment, Demon Wolf almost immediately wanted to flee. However, he knew that he was not Wang Jingqing. No matter what, it was impossible for him to escape from King Tianying. In the end, he made up his mind and tried his best to calm himself down. He carefully walked in front of King Tianying and bowed respectfully. Demon Wolf greets Lord Tianying. After he finished speaking, he did not move and waited quietly. If King Tianying attacked at that moment, he would directly summon the Venerable Realm Expert's clone. However, King Tianying did not attack. He only sighed and said, "Your city lord has fallen. I will report this matter to the Sage Sect. During this period of time, everything in Heavenly Wolf City will be handled by you. You must not make any mistakes." Demon Wolf was extremely shocked by King Tianying's words. He even suspected that he had misheard. The Heavenly Wolf King had fallen. However, how was this possible? Although Wang Jingqing's figure was strange like a specter, how could he kill the Serious King? Not to mention that the Serious King had already become a Two Essence Venerable. Even if the Serious King was still a One Essence Venerable, Wang Jingqing definitely wouldn't be able to deal with him. Heavenly Dog King will send the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse over later. Take good care of it. Take care of the other matters as well. If Heavenly Dog has any instructions, just do as he says. The fall of the city lord of the 36 cities is a huge matter. I will not stay here any longer. King Tianying's speed was extremely fast. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Demon Wolf was still unable to believe that the Heavenly Wolf King was actually dead. For a moment, he did not know whether he should be happy or not. Just as he was in a daze, a figure arrived directly. It was Heavenly Dog King. Demon Wolf was less afraid of him. Firstly, he knew that Heavenly Dog King's cultivation was only a One Essence Venerable, similar to the Heavenly Wolf King in the past. Moreover, he had never been on good terms with the Heavenly Wolf King. No matter what, the Demon Wolf was the Heavenly Wolf King's general in the past. Naturally, he would not be afraid of the Heavenly Dog King. Moreover, he had something to rely on. If the Heavenly Dog King really went crazy in front of him, he would not mind using the power of the Venerable Realm Expert's clone to directly kill the Heavenly Dog King. After all, the Venerable Realm Expert was not only interested in Heavenly Wolf City. Chapter 846. Female Literature. The Heavenly Dog King arrived in front of him. However, the dilemma Mo Lang had imagined didn't happen. He tossed the Celestial Wolf King's corpse to Mo Lang and said, "Take good care of his corpse. You will be in charge of Celestial Wolf City for the next few days. Little wolf cub, I advise you not to let anything happen here." After saying those words, he hurriedly left. Demon Wolf knew that he was living in a dream. Only when he saw the corpse in front of him did he believe that he was not dreaming. The Heavenly Wolf King was actually dead. He was currently in an unstable state of mind. He did not know whether this was good news or bad news for him. After all, he had no idea how the Heavenly Wolf King had died. Could it be that Wang Jingqing had really killed him? If this Wang Jingqing was really so powerful, then he could have killed her the last time they met. However, he did not do so. Demon Wolf did not know why he did so. He carried the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse and walked toward the City Lord's mansion. The Heavenly Wolf King was dead, and the Heavenly Dog King had no intention of interfering in Heavenly Wolf City. Therefore, Demon Wolf was now the master of this city. At least, that was the case for now. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in his mind. It was Su Yan. At this moment, he was bewildered, and a possibility appeared in his mind. Could it be that Ghostface did this? If he knew what the Heavenly Wolf King had said before his death, he would not have the slightest doubt. Unfortunately, neither the Heavenly Eagle King nor the Heavenly Dog King would take him seriously. Although he was the #1 general under the Heavenly Wolf King and his cultivation was about to enter the Venerable One realm, that was all. As long as he had not entered the Venerable One realm, he and the Venerable One would be in two different worlds. The arrogant Venerable One would not take him seriously no matter what. Demon Wolf kept thinking about this possibility on his way to the City Lord's mansion. In the end, he decided to test Su Yan. After arranging the Heavenly Wolf King's corpse, he immediately sent someone to Shui Sanyang's tea house. At this moment, Su Yan had already fallen into a deep sleep. Although using Grimace's power this time had allowed him to achieve great results, the damage to his spirit was also quite great. At this time, he needed to sleep to replenish his spirit. Su Yan went to bed and fell asleep. It was also at this moment that the aura of the Regal Sword mantra began to circulate. That calm and peaceful aura washed over his body again and again. Under the influence of the mysterious and peaceful aura, Su Yan finally calmed down. Su Yan's sleep was different from other people's sleep. This was because when he slept, his chi of the Grand Supreme did not fall asleep. Instead, it was like a gentle stream that gradually flowed through his entire body, quietly repairing everything that had been damaged. On the roof of the tea house, Shui Sanyang and Fang Yuishan were leaning against each other. Perhaps it was because they had been separated for too long, so the two of them especially cherished this little bit of time. However, Shui Sanyang could see that at this time, Fang Yuishan seemed to have a lot of things on his mind. But there were many things that Fang Yuishan did not want to talk about, so she would not ask. Because she was very clear that Fang Yuishan had his reasons for doing things. In the past, he looked lazy, but he was very shrewd. Pursuing good fortune and avoiding calamity, living a good life, in fact, was an extremely lucky thing in this world. In today's world, if one did not have enough ability, then one should let go of the thoughts in one's heart. Otherwise, the more one thought, the more they would only make themselves more distressed. In just a few days after their reunion, Fang Yuishan was indeed very happy, but Shui Sanyang could still inadvertently see his worries. Regarding this, she saw very clearly, and Fang Yuishan could not hide it from her. Fang Yuishan actually did not sleep well these days, because his fate made him feel uneasy. In his dreams, that person's shadow would appear again. Fang Wuhui, that great Emperor Wuhui who had come back from the dead, would most likely come looking for him. He was very sure of this. But even though he knew this, there was nothing he could do. Although his current strength was not bad and he was about to become a two-essence venerate, once Emperor Wuhui was resurrected, how could he face him? Therefore, at this time, he only wanted to take Shui Sanyang and escape to a truly safe place. Of course, there was also Su Yan. Su Yan treated him as a friend, so he naturally treated him with sincerity. He knew how big of a problem Su Yan was facing. However, at this time, he was helpless and couldn't help at all. In fact, he knew that he could do a lot of things. For example, he could kill the Celestial Wolf City Lord. He had already learned from Shui Sanyang that the City Lord was only a one-essence venerate and was in the process of breaking through to the two-essence venerate. Such a cultivation realm was nothing to him. If he wanted to make a move, he was more than 70% sure that he could kill the City Lord. After all, he had received a gift from Fang Yulua, which allowed his cultivation to increase. His battle strength was also at a freakish level and he could fight those above his level. Moreover, his opponent's cultivation realm was the same as his. But he didn't make a move. In fact, he knew that Su Yan telling him not to make a move was just an excuse. The real reason was that he was afraid. It wasn't that he was afraid of not being able to kill the City Lord, but that if he did, the peace he had obtained with great difficulty would be gone. He didn't know when Emperor Wuhui would appear, and even if Emperor Wuhui recovered and returned, he might not necessarily be unable to escape. Therefore, under such circumstances, he still had a very good chance of finding a quiet place with Shui Sanyang. But if he made a move, he would be tainted by karma. The Limitless Demon sect was so powerful that the sect master and vice sect master's methods were ever-changing and inexhaustible. Once he was tainted with karma, these experts might be able to find his location through this karma and then start hunting him down. If he was alone and didn't have anything to worry about, it wouldn't matter. But now, he had Shui Sanyang. This woman had waited for him for a long time, and he didn't want her to take any more risks. Under the moonlight, the two people each had their own thoughts, but at the same time, they felt each other's warmth. Downstairs, the waiter was tidying up in boredom. Compared to the two people on the roof, his thoughts were much simpler. At this time, someone suddenly knocked on the door of the tea house. He furrowed his brows. It was already so late, so why was there still someone here? He walked out of the door and saw a person he didn't want to see. He was a servant of the Demon Wolf Mansion, and he had dealt with him before. The Demon Wolf Mansion was deliberately making things difficult for them, so he naturally didn't like it. Lai San, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you want to come here to eat and drink. The two sides had made it clear that they were enemies, so he naturally wouldn't be polite. But he didn't expect that the other side would be so polite today, and didn't have any temper in the face of his ridicule. Lai San said with a smile, "Young Master Zhantang, don't joke. Although I, Lai San, am a fool, I don't dare to come here to eat and drink. I'm here to deliver a letter on the orders of my master." Lai San left the letter and directly left. This made the Hall of Executioners somewhat baffled. To be honest, he still hoped to come and make trouble, so that he could exercise his muscles and bones. Sometimes, when life was too boring, it would also make people crazy. After all, the pitiful him now had to watch the lady boss show off her love every day. Just as he was thinking about this, Fang Wuxian appeared behind him, which gave him a fright. At this time, he directly said, "Okay, the news from the Demon Wolf Mansion. Give it to me." Of course, he knew that the news was for Su Yan. Zhantang didn't waste any time and directly gave the letter to his lady boss's man. He thought very clearly, no matter what, he was just a small character. It wasn't his turn to worry about these things. The only thing he had to do was to identify the direction and follow the footsteps. That was all he had to do. At this time, Shui Sanyang also came over. She was still very afraid of the demon wolf. What kind of trouble did the Demon Wolf Mansion next to her do at this time? What's wrong? At this time, Feng Yueshan sighed and then said, Sanyang, tomorrow morning, let's prepare to move. I've already thought about it. We'll go to the 5 counties continent. Shui Sanyang was very surprised. She didn't expect Feng Yueshan to make such a decision. Even though she was very happy, she had gotten used to this place. Moreover, the Heavenly Wolf Demon King had taken good care of her. Dire Wolf Mansion is dead. Feng Yueshan said directly. Hearing this news, Shui Sanyang was immediately shocked. What kind of person was Dire Wolf Mansion? He was at least a venerable. For a woman like Shui Sanyang, even a peak dragon realm demon wolf was very troublesome, let alone a venerable. However, such a venerable had fallen at this time. But, how could it be? Could it be that the demon wolf did it? If that's the case, then we really have to leave. She had a foothold in Dire Wolf City, and Dire Wolf Mansion was her backer. Therefore, when Dire Wolf Mansion was not in seclusion, she was very popular. However, if Dire Wolf Mansion did not come out of seclusion, the demon wolf would not put her in his eyes. On one hand, he coveted her beauty, and on the other hand, he wanted to eliminate Dire Wolf Mansion's informants. Therefore, the demon wolf directly targeted her. However, in any case, the demon wolf did not dare to go too far. However, since Dire Wolf Mansion was dead, the demon wolf would act unscrupulously. If the demon wolf dared to attack Dire Wolf Mansion, it meant that he had the means to deal with a venerable. Although she knew that Feng Yueshan had become a venerable, she always felt that Feng Yueshan would be very dangerous against the demon wolf. Chapter 847. Female Literature. At this time, Feng Yueshan shook his head and said, No, although that demon wolf has some ability, it can't kill Heavenly Wolf King. It was Su Yan who did it. In short, we must leave now. Once Heavenly Wolf King dies, this place will immediately become chaotic. After all, you were his informant. Feng Yueshan didn't need to continue his words. The fall of a city lord was definitely not a small matter, not to mention that it was the city lord of the 36 inner cities, a venerable. The limitless demon sect would certainly send people to investigate this matter. And once the investigators arrived, Shui Sanyang, as an informant, wouldn't be able to escape from questioning him. The limitless demon sect was too big. Naturally, there were also many people who wanted to add insult to injury. Without the Heavenly Wolf King, this little Shui Sanyang was nothing. Alright, Chop Tang, go pack up your things. Once you're done, we'll leave immediately. She was a very decisive person and clearly understood the seriousness of this matter. The waiter Chop Tang didn't understand. Compared to the lady boss, he was actually more willing to stay here. After all, he was very used to this place. Lady boss, why are you leaving now? Even if you want to elope with the big boss, you should give me some mental preparation. He wasn't an ordinary waiter. Shui Sanyang had always taken care of him like a younger brother, so she spoke very casually. Shut up, now is not the time to talk nonsense. If you don't want your head to move, then hurry up. Shui Sanyang was not in a good mood at this time. Although she didn't hate Su Yan, it was inevitable that she was unhappy. It wasn't until dawn that Su Yan finally woke up. Last night's battle made his strength increase a bit. Although it was minimal, it was better than nothing. He was too tired last night. Although the sequela of using Ghost Face was not like before, it was still very big. Once he woke up, he immediately knew that he had a lot of things to do. At this time, he directly went to find Feng Yueshan. At this time, Feng Yueshan was already waiting for him at the entrance. I know that you've already killed the Heavenly Wolf King, so I'm going to take Sanyang and leave this place. Now was not the time to drag things out, so he went straight to the point. Su Yan smiled and said, I'm sorry, I've dragged you all into this. If it wasn't for him, then as long as Tian Lang's city was stable, Shui Sanyang wouldn't have to do this. Therefore, this sentence was not wrong. He then asked, "Where are you going?" This was a problem. Although Fang Yueshan's strength wasn't bad, in the near future, the 9 regions would be filled with flames of war everywhere. The most important thing was that Fang Yueshan himself wasn't stable. Fang Wuhui's threat could not be underestimated. The 5 counties continent. His answer surprised Su Yan, but after calming down and thinking about it, it was indeed a good choice. With his strength, as long as he reached the 5 counties, he would be able to dominate the world. That place was too remote compared to the 9 regions continent, and it wasn't too dangerous. Even if Fang Wuhui recovered, he might not be able to sense Fang Yueshan's presence. After all, although the 5 counties continent was remote and lacking in spiritual energy, it seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious power. Moreover, if he went there, he could help Su Yan take care of his friends and teachers. "We've already packed up, so we're going to set off immediately. However, for safety's sake, we'll need your help." This was the 36th city in Pan province. If they wanted to leave by normal means, it would take a lot of time. Unfortunately, what they lacked the most now was time. If they insisted on leaving by normal means, it was very likely that the people of the Limitless Demon sect would catch up. In the face of the Limitless Demon sect's pursuit, a venerable was actually not enough. Therefore, the best way was to attract the attention of the Oriole and leave directly. Su Yan nodded and said, "That's how it should be. Leave it to me." When the sun was high in the sky, the Oriole finally appeared. It stopped in a secret mountain between the 36th city and the 36th city. It would take some time to fly to this place. "Su Yan, I'll leave with Sanyang now. I should have helped you, but..." Fang Yueshan still felt that he had let Su Yan down. However, Su Yan didn't let him continue. He just smiled and said, "You talk a lot of nonsense and pretentious. Take your woman and enjoy life." Fang Yueshan thought for a while and said, "Su Yan, I'm not pretentious. There are many things that are beyond my control. Moreover, I know your ability." He clearly understands that if I continue to follow you, I'll only be a burden to you. He continued, "But before we leave, I still have something to say to you." "Okay, say it. I'm listening." Su Yan smiled. "Su Yan, you like to do things unconventionally. You like to take risks and gamble. Although you've always been the winner so far, you have to know that no one in this world can always win. So sometimes, you have to calm down. That's all I have to say. I'll leave first." After saying that, he didn't hesitate and left directly. Seeing him leave, Su Yan helplessly smiled bitterly. In fact, how could he not know this? It was just that sometimes, things in this world were beyond his control. He would only keep these words of dissuasion in his heart. However, when it came to gambling, he would still do so. The Oriole soared into the sky, turning into an afterimage and disappearing into the horizon. Su Yan let out a sigh of relief. According to his guess, the Heavenly Eagle King and the Heavenly Dog King would definitely report this matter. At that time, the people from the Limitless Demon sect would probably arrive. He had killed the 2 essences Venerable Heavenly Wolf King, so the people sent by the Limitless Demon sect would definitely not be simple. They would at least be 4 essences venerables, and perhaps even 5 essences. He didn't dare to underestimate the Limitless Demon sect in the slightest. Against a 5 essences venerable, Su Yan didn't have any chance of victory. Therefore, it wasn't wise to continue staying here. His next destination was the Sky Lion City. He had already obtained 8 of the 9 seals. Now, he was only missing the Sky Lion seal. As long as he obtained the Sky Lion seal, he would be able to gather all 9 seals and obtain the cultivation method of the limitless 9 Devil seal. From there, he would have a chance of directly controlling the Limitless Demon sect's divine weapon. The Limitless Demon sect had two divine weapons, the Limitless Holy Demon Sword and the Limitless Nine Devil Seal. If he could get rid of one, it would be a heavy blow to the Limitless Demon sect. However, it wouldn't be easy for him to obtain the Sky Lion Seal. The Sky Lion City's City Lord was extremely powerful. He was a three essences venerable. In the venerable realm, every increase in cultivation was no small matter. The difference of a single origin was like the difference between heaven and earth. Even so, he still had to go. The people of the Limitless Demon sect weren't fools. They must have guessed the reason why Wang Jingqing had stolen the 8 seals. It was only a matter of time. Therefore, Su Yan could only take a gamble. If he didn't hurry, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to obtain the seals. Of course, Duan Mulonghu's shadow was behind this matter. He didn't know what that guy was planning. For Su Yan, it was a huge problem. Last time, before the shadow world, that guy had caused him a lot of trouble. After that, he disappeared once more. Such a person naturally wouldn't go fishing, gardening, and enjoying life. However, before leaving, Su Yan decided to meet someone. Another day passed, but Demon Wolf seemed to be somewhat restless. At that moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed to be a mirror. This was the round light mirror technique. Through this technique, they could communicate with each other. At that moment, a shadow appeared in the round light mirror. At that moment, Demon Wolf immediately knelt down. His attitude was extremely respectful. At that moment, he was almost prostrating himself on the ground. This lowly Demon Wolf greets the Lord Envoy. His voice was trembling. Every time he met the Lord Emissary, he would be so nervous. Demon Wolf's cultivation was about to break through the barrier and reach the venerable realm. However, at this moment, he was still unbelievably weak in front of the Lord Envoy. He naturally understood that it wasn't that he was too weak, but that the Lord Envoy was too strong. Demon Wolf, tell us about your situation. The emissary calmly said. Demon Wolf knelt on the ground and told the Lord Envoy about the death of the Heavenly Wolf King. I already know that the Heavenly Wolf seal was stolen. This bunch of trash, even the City Lord's seal was stolen. To think that they are venerable realm experts. However, how did the Heavenly Wolf King die? Do you know? The Lord Envoy asked coldly. At that moment, Demon Wolf was about to spit out his heart from his throat. He wanted to say Su Yan directly, but when the words reached his mouth, he stopped abruptly. He only said, Lord Heavenly Eagle and Lord Heavenly Hound didn't mention this to this lowly one. However, according to this lowly one's speculation, I'm afraid that Wang Jingqing set up an ambush and had the help of an expert. That's why he killed the Heavenly Wolf King. After saying that, he immediately prostrated himself on the ground to prevent the Lord Envoy from noticing anything wrong with his face. At this moment, he really wanted to mention Su Yan's name. However, Su Yan's puppet technique made him deeply afraid. There was no need to mention the Lord Envoy's strength, but he actually didn't realize that his body had been implanted with the puppet technique. At that moment, if he told the Lord Envoy about Su Yan and was sensed by Su Yan, then he didn't know if the Lord Envoy could save him before Ghostface activated the puppet technique. Since he didn't know, then he wasn't willing to take the risk. After all, his life was his own. Chapter 848. Female Literature. At this moment, his heart was tangled to the extreme. He hated Su Yan very much. If not for the restriction of this oath, he would have already told him about Su Yan. However, he still did not dare to say it now. Because he had already seen the power of Su Yan's puppet technique. He knew very well that if he directly told him about Su Yan at this time, or even if he only had this thought, Su Yan would be able to sense it. Last time, Su Yan had already used his actions to tell him how powerful his control over him was. At this moment, the person in the mirror suddenly said, No, you're not telling the truth. do you know something else? Hee, it seems that you've become bolder recently. How dare you lie to me? At this moment, this person had actually seen through his inner hesitation and directly shouted angrily. At this moment, Demon Wolf's face immediately turned ashen. Now, he was really in a difficult situation. Whether it was Su Yen or this Lord Messenger in front of him, they were all extremely difficult to deal with. Originally, he thought that as long as he was given time, he would be able to continuously improve, and in the end, he would be able to become a person above others. However, in front of Ghostface and this person, he was simply like a clown. What he was most afraid of was the current situation. He could not say anything about Ghostface, but this Lord Messenger just had to find something unusual. At this time, he really directly told him about Su Yen. However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of the puppet. The unlucky ghost treasure of the Seven Dragons realm was directly refined into a puppet by Su Yen, and had been walking like a corpse ever since. In a flash, he changed his mind and immediately said, "Lord, there is indeed something that I haven't said." In the past few days, this lowly one had met a mysterious person. He wore several terrifying masks, and his strength was very strong. This lowly one is definitely not his opponent. It's just that this person only appeared briefly, so this lowly one was wondering if this person would make a move. He was a smart person. At this moment, he was already speculating in his heart. If it was really Lord Grimace who did it, then Lord Tianying and Lord Tiango would have known about it. They might have even seen Grimace before. Therefore, he might as well take the initiative to reveal this information. Of course, he did not know if he would anger Ghostface by doing so. However, this was the only way out of desperation. That was the only thing he could do now. That Lord Emissary didn't speak. Although Demon Wolf didn't raise his head, he seemed to be able to see that Lord Emissary was looking at him. Finally, the person in front of him sighed and said, "Very well, you didn't lie to me. In fact, I have also received some news. You have to remember, this matter is very important. Don't leak it to others. Otherwise, you should know what the consequences will be." Demon Wolf immediately said with even more respect, "Yes, this lowly one understands. I will definitely not leak any information." He knew very well that the Boundless Demon sect would definitely send someone to investigate after the death of the Celestial Wolf Demon King. However, this lord didn't allow him to leak the news. Obviously, this lord was already interested in Ghostface. It was even possible that he would come here personally. How could he have known that as the matter of Wang Jingqing stealing the City Lord's seal fermented, the matter of the Boundless Nine Devils seal was also gradually uncovered? The Boundless Demon sect was so big. After all, not everyone was incompetent. There were always some people with outstanding abilities. If it was in the past, although this matter would have infuriated the Boundless Demon sect, they definitely wouldn't have mobilized so many people. However, it was different now. This was related to who could truly control the Boundless Nine Devils seal. Right now, the Boundless Nine Devils seal was in the hands of the third vice sect leader, Xing Tianrua. However, even this powerful third vice grandmaster had yet to fully refine the Limitless Nine Demon seal. This was the reason why the Limitless Nine Devils seal was unable to suppress the Taixing Celestial Sword when they were attacking the Taixing Sword sect. In fact, Zhangzhe had even launched a ferocious counterattack, almost killing Xing Tianrua. At this time, after this news spread out, the third vice sect master, Xing Tianrua, was determined to obtain these 9 seals, not to mention the others. After all, if he could obtain the seals, his strength would increase by another level. The previous battle with the Taihang sword faction not only did not bring him any glory, but it also became a stain in his life. Of course, he was not the only one who wanted this thing. After all, even if he was the third vice sect leader, he still had his own enemies and enemies. The Boundless Demon sect was very big. The 3 great palaces were on par with each other. This situation had been going on for a long time. It was actually very difficult to completely change it in a short period of time. Therefore, after hearing the news, Vice Sect leader Xing Tianruo immediately sent his men over. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that his enemies were also personally involved and would bring endless variables to this matter, he would have personally taken action at this time. However, in the end, he did not dare to do so. Because if it really came to that step, the boundless demon sect would be in internal strife. It was fine if the people under the 3 great palaces of the boundless demon sect made a move on a small scale, but if these big shots really made a move, then it would be disrupting the foundation of the boundless demon sect. At that time, it would be time for the sect leader to personally take action. At that time, no one would be able to bear the consequences. There was no need to guess the strength of the boundless demon sect leader. Some people even felt that he had already reached the level of a saint master. The first elder of the ghost-killing hall was also the first vice sect leader of the boundless demon sect. This old man was so terrifying and perverted, but for so many years, he had only been quietly and honestly lying dormant. It was not that he did not have ambition, but because he clearly knew how powerful the sect leader was. Before he had the confidence to defeat the sect leader, he did not dare to make any moves. It was also because of this that the ghost-killing hall had gradually declined over the years. Of course, the demon wolf did not know about these things. After all, he was just a pitiful worm who was not even a venerable, and these things were things that only the real big shots had the qualifications to participate in. However, the demon wolf knew that the Lord Emissary in front of him did not belong to the 3rd Vice Sect leader's faction, so he definitely did not want the 3rd Vice Sect leader to gather all 9 seals. During this period of time, pay close attention to the news of that guy. Remember, once there is news, do not act on your own. I know you are a smart person, but you should know that there are some things that are not meant to be yours. Even the Heavenly Wolf King died at his hands. Do you think you are stronger than the Heavenly Wolf King? At this moment, the demon wolf finally let out a sigh of relief. Of course, he understood the Lord Emissary's meaning. The Lord Emissary was afraid that he would be greedy and want to take this thing for himself. However, he did not know that Su Yan had already used the puppet technique on him. He did not even have the courage to see Su Yan, let alone have any other thoughts. Alright, don't worry. Since the Heavenly Wolf King is dead, your day of glory has arrived. This is a true spirit pill. I'm sure you know how precious it is. With the help of this pill, you should be able to become a venerable. You must remember not to disappoint the Lord. At this moment, the space was directly broken. In front of him, it was as if the glass had shattered. However, at this moment, he was not willing to let the shattered glass touch him. Those were spatial fragments, which were much sharper than divine weapons. If he was not careful, only death would await him. Such a price was too heavy. However, he was drooling over the pill that suddenly appeared in front of him. This was a true spirit pill. He knew that the Heavenly Wolf King had a true spirit pill. The Heavenly Wolf King treasured this pill. It was a top-grade pill bestowed by the Limitless Demon Sect. Its medicinal strength was simply unimaginable. This time, the Heavenly Wolf King was able to break through to the 2 Essence Venerable realm because of his hard work in many aspects. However, it was definitely inseparable from this pill. In the past, he did not even have the chance to look at this pill. The Heavenly Wolf King valued this pill more than his wife and children. But now, this pill was actually placed in front of him. At this moment, he was almost unable to suppress his emotions. The Lord Emissary was expressionless. He only said indifferently, "I'll give you the pill now. However, you must be clear that this pill is not given for free. Raise your strength properly and do more for the Lord. The benefits will definitely not be good for you." After he finished speaking, the mirror of round light dissipated. At this moment, the spatial fragments went against the flow, as if nothing had ever happened. At this moment, the Heavenly Wolf King felt like he was dreaming. A true spirit pill. This incomparably precious true spirit pill had actually appeared in front of him. With this pill, he could definitely become a venerable. And as long as he became a venerable, he would be a city lord. At this moment, he even thought of taking revenge on Ghostface. Unfortunately, he suddenly recalled the Lord Emissary's words and recalled the dead Heavenly Wolf King. His expression immediately turned cold, and he suddenly felt somewhat dispirited. So what if he became a venerable? Could he be stronger than the Heavenly Wolf King? The Heavenly Wolf King was already a 2-essence venerable. Even so, he died at the hands of Ghostface. Was Ghostface really that strong? Chapter 849. Female literature. Sighing is not something a cultivator should do. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out in the spacious hall. This sudden voice gave Demon Wolf a huge fright. He almost jumped up from his seat. Without any hesitation, he took the true spirit pill into his arms. However, he immediately scolded himself for being stupid. How could someone like Grimace not notice his little trick? His subconscious action would only infuriate Grimace directly. Just as he was worrying about his gains and losses, the terrifying tricolored mask suddenly appeared in front of him. He was caught off guard and fell backwards. Finally, he calmed his mind. Then, he immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, Lord Ghostface." At this moment, he felt extremely bitter. The Lord Messenger's mirror of perfection had just disappeared, and Ghostface had appeared in front of him. It seemed that Ghostface's control of himself had reached an extremely terrifying level. Now, he was somewhat glad. He was glad that he had only reasonably revealed some information and did not directly betray him. Otherwise, this time, he was afraid that he would have immediately died this time. "Hee, you're a smart person," Su Yan said softly. Su Yan's words gave him a fright. The devil wolf had never lived such a cowardly life before. Su Yan's appearance had caused his situation to become extremely bad. However, Su Yan's strength was definitely above his. Furthermore, Su Yan had killed the Heavenly Wolf King. He could not help but be afraid. At this moment, he thought of something and immediately handed over the true pill respectfully. Then, he said, "Lord Ghostface, this is the most precious pill of the Limitless Demon sect that I just obtained, the true pill. I'll give it to you." Of course, he was unwilling to give up the pill. However, he had no choice. He was afraid that Su Yan would be jealous and attack him. When comparing his life and the pill, he naturally knew which was more important. At this moment, Su Yan directly took the pill from his hand. He sized it up and found that the pill did indeed contain a powerful spirit chi. Although it couldn't be compared to the great recovery pill that the Shui family's ancestor had given him, it was still very precious. He said calmly, "You're good at acting, but have you ever thought that I'd just take this pill away and not return it to you?" Demon Wolf's heart sank. He immediately knew that his thoughts had been seen through by Su Yan. However, it turned out that the reason why he had directly offered this pill was to predict Su Yan's thoughts. Su Yan was probably already here from the start. It was just that he was able to avoid the detection of the Lord Messenger. Therefore, he must have seen this pill. Therefore, if he really wanted this pill, he could directly take it away. After all, in front of him, he was just a puppet that had no power to resist. However, he did not do so. This meant that he did not want this pill, or rather, he wanted her to accept this pill. Since he had confirmed this thought, he directly pretended to offer this pill to win Su Yan's favor. After all, he knew very well that if Su Yan was in a bad mood, he would be in a terrible state. The torture from the previous puppet art had left a deep impression on him. More importantly, that was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was to directly become a puppet. That was a punishment more terrifying than death. It was just that he didn't expect Su Yan to see through his heart so quickly. This made him feel depressed in his heart, and he didn't know what to say. Take the true spirit pill. You're right. I still need you, so the stronger you are, the better. This true spirit pill should be able to help you directly become a venerable one. Of course, after becoming a venerable one, if you feel that you have the ability to force my puppet art out or kill me directly, I welcome you to do so. Su Yan's words were so calm, but every word directly hit Demon Wolf's heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. However, at this time, he had no other choice. At this time, Su Yan directly chuckled and said, "Next, you will listen to the instructions of the emissary. Do what you have to do. I think you should understand. By the way, help me pay attention to the whereabouts of two people." At this time, Su Yan directly pointed at Demon Wolf's head. Demon Wolf was so frightened that he broke out in cold sweat. However, he did not dare to resist in the slightest. A little light directly entered his knowledge sea, and finally, the shadows of two people appeared in his knowledge sea. One of them was very handsome, but also gave people a very terrifying feeling. On the other hand, the other person was very gloomy, like a poisonous snake. Hydralisk. At this time, he couldn't help but cry out. Su Yan was surprised for a moment, then said, "Huh? You actually know Hydralisk? That's great. In that case, you have to do one more thing, and that is to reveal the news that Hydralisk is still alive to your superiors. Also, you have to link Hydralisk to this matter." Su Yan's finger left his body. At this time, Demon Wolf still hadn't completely woken up. Today's impact on him was too great, and the news that Hydralisk was still alive was absolutely shocking. He and Hydralisk were indeed old acquaintances. The Limitless Demon sect had its own training grounds, and he and Hydralisk came from the same place. Hydralisk became an assassin, and he came to Sky Wolf City. As time passed, he had long forgotten about Hydralisk's existence. After all, they both came from the same training camp, and they were both disciples of the Limitless Demon sect. However, the Limitless Demon sect was really too big. After the two of them separated, there was no longer any relationship between them. Later, when he heard that Hydralisk had died, he felt that it was a pity, but that was it. However, he never thought that he would actually see Hydralisk again today, and that the emissary would even ask him to investigate Hydralisk. Thinking about it, this matter was definitely not simple. He and Hydralisk came from the same training camp, so he knew everything about Hydralisk. Hydralisk's assassination techniques were indeed powerful, and his innate talent was also extremely terrifying. However, he would never believe that the mastermind behind this matter was Hydralisk. In other words, the person that Ghostface wanted to investigate was the person next to him. He recalled the appearance of Duan Wulonghu in his knowledge sea. He always felt that this person seemed to have walked out of a fog, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see him clearly. "You're a smart person, so you shouldn't need me to teach you what to do. Alright, I hope you become a venerable soon. Then, we'll meet again." After Su Yan finished speaking, he directly left. Watching Su Yan's figure disappear in front of his eyes, Demon Wolf was no longer as shocked as before. He had already seen how powerful Su Yan's methods were. At this time, he was only rejoicing that he didn't do anything stupid. In the end, he sighed, "These people, every one of them is so terrifying." Yes, this was what he was feeling at this time. Whether it was Su Yan or the emissary, their methods were unimaginable. At the beginning, he thought that he was very amazing, that he was about to reach the venerable realm and could dominate the world. But compared to these two people, what was the difference? Now, he could no longer resist his fate. The only thing he could do was to tread on thin ice and do his job well. If it was in the past, he would definitely be very happy to become the city lord. But at this time, he was afraid. It was really difficult to be the city lord. It was no wonder that Welkin Wolf King was so low-key after becoming the city lord, to the point of ignoring the world. He thought that Welkin Wolf King was a coward, but he didn't know that Welkin Wolf King was smart. Only smart people know how to protect themselves. However, no matter what, he had no way out. Since that was the case, he could only continue to walk down this path. Therefore, he took out the True Spirit pill without hesitation. Pass down the order. I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. For the next few days, the city will be under martial law. No one is to act rashly. Since the emissary had given him the true pill, he naturally hoped that he would become a venerable as soon as possible. Since that was the case, he might as well go into seclusion from now on. At this moment, Su Yan was standing in the tea house. He drank the last mouthful of tea and said softly, "It's really good tea, but it's time to go." After he finished speaking, he left quietly and disappeared into the horizon. The place he wanted to go was the Heavenly Lion City, because there was the last mark there. Now, the only advantage he had was the opportunity. The people from the Limitless Demon sect might not know about it yet. Of course, this was not very likely, but there was still a chance. The people from the Limitless Demon sect might not know that Wang Jingqing's next target was the Heavenly Lion City. After all, there were a total of 36 inner cities. If Wang Jingqing didn't have Duan Wulonghu's guidance behind the scenes, he wouldn't have known. This was Su Yan's advantage. However, Su Yan also knew that no matter what, he had to be prepared for the worst. Of course, he wasn't going to go to the Heavenly Lion City directly. His destination was the Heavenly Dog City. The City Lord's seal of the Heavenly Dog City had been stolen. Logically speaking, there was no need for him to go to the Heavenly Dog City. However, he already knew another piece of news. The 7 city lords whose City Lord seals had been stolen were going to meet in the Heavenly Dog City to discuss the matter of capturing him. Of course, Su Yan wasn't going there to deliver goods. In fact, he was going there to kill someone. What Su Yan needed now was chaos. The more chaotic it was, the more he could take advantage of the situation. Now, although he had achieved his goal, he knew very well that it wasn't enough. Chapter 850. Female Literature. Now, the Limitless Demon sect had begun to pay attention to him. Although this put him in a lot of danger, it was indeed his goal. The more chaotic the Limitless Demon sect was, the more effective it would be when Zhang Zhe and the others took action. At that time, he would be able to seize the opportunity to rescue Lu Lan. Since that was the case, he might as well make this place completely chaotic. Tianguo City and Tianlang City weren't far away. With Su Yan's speed, he could arrive in almost half a day. He didn't even go through the city gate, but directly climbed over the wall. Although the Heavenly Ghost City was heavily guarded, it was not difficult for him to get in. At this moment, King Tianning and King Tianguo were gathered together. Their expressions weren't good. As the secret of their City Lord's seal was dug out, the Limitless Demon sect had placed more importance on this matter. At this moment, in the eyes of the Limitless Demon sect's big shots, they had been labeled as incompetent. For them, this was definitely not a small matter. It meant that the higher-ups no longer had any expectations for them. In other words, they couldn't continue to improve. Damn it, I really didn't expect that the thing I've been with day and night would be so important. Originally, he thought that the City Lord's seal only contained a set of mental cultivation techniques and was also a symbol of authority. There was no other important meaning to it. But at this moment, he didn't expect that there was such a thing hidden inside. Forget it, things have already come to this point. There's no point in talking anymore. The only thing we can do now is to capture the devil-masked man and atone for our sins. King Tianning said. Of course, King Tianguo knew this, but was it really that easy to capture the devil-masked man? After all, King Tianlang died in the hands of this guy. Humph, let's wait for those guys to arrive first. We are not the only ones who are under pressure now. Now that there is only one mark left, that guy will definitely take action. It would be best if we could find out which city the last mark belongs to. That way, we can secretly set up a trap. Humph, let's wait for those guys to arrive first. King Tingo said directly. In fact, he didn't have any patience now. I recently received news that an assassin from the Limitless Demon Sect, Hydralisk, is still alive. Interestingly enough, he seems to be related to this matter. Although I don't know where this news came from, there's no smoke without fire, so let's strengthen the search. Tingo Monarch said with disdain, search. How to search? Relying on those good-for-nothings. They're all a bunch of trash. His temper had always been bad, and it was even worse at times like this. Lord Tianning didn't say anything. He was already familiar with Lord Tingo's temper. He knew that nothing he said would be of any use. All right, I won't talk nonsense with you anymore. I have to leave first to deal with the matters in Sky Eagle City. Those fellows will probably arrive in another day. Don't worry, I will rush over in time. Since that's the case, I will leave first. After he finished speaking, he left. At this moment, he was the only one left in the Tengu Palace. Damn it! Tiango King's expression was gloomy. Suddenly, he let out an angry roar and threw a punch forward. Crash! An expensive table was directly destroyed just like that. Men! At this moment, Tiango shouted. However, there was no movement at all. His frown deepened. This bunch of fellows were getting more and more ridiculous. There was no movement at all at such a time. Did they want to die? Where are they? Where the hell did they go? Come out now! He roared again. This bunch of trash should have understood that he was extremely angry at this time. However, no one had appeared even at this time. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. Tiango Monarch frowned. The footsteps were different from usual. It was too calm and steady. More importantly, it was the smell. He wasn't familiar with this smell at all. After cultivating the Tengu's secret technique, his sense of smell was far more sensitive than ordinary people. Even many powerful demonic beasts couldn't be compared to him. However, he couldn't identify this smell now. At this moment, his entire body tensed up. At the same time, he looked straight ahead. This long corridor that he had walked countless times had become exceptionally long at this moment. The shadow made him feel an indescribable pressure in his heart. Ghost face. Although Tiango Monarch had a bad temper, he wasn't stupid. At this moment, he suddenly thought of someone. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so bold as to come alone at this time. Moreover, King Tianning had just left not long ago. He believed that as long as he called out, King Tianning would immediately rush over. By then, Su Yan wouldn't be far from death. However, Su Yan didn't care and walked over. That's right, it's me. While he was talking, Su Yan had already walked in front of him. In the darkness, his ghostly face was particularly dazzling. How dare you? You killed King Tianlang, and now you want to kill me. At this moment, he was so angry that he laughed. Although he was extremely afraid of Ghost Face, he couldn't let himself lose his composure. Otherwise, he would be courting death. Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to come here. Su Yan didn't stop walking. Tiango Monarch's aura began to accumulate. Then, he said, aren't you afraid that King Tianning will come back and join forces with me to kill you? If King Tianning rushed back at this time, Su Yan would be attacked from both sides. No matter how powerful he was, it was still too difficult for him to fight two people at once. It was simply courting death. Su Yan said, Heavenly Eagle King's speed is too fast. After hearing this, Tiango Monarch's face became even gloomier. He understood what Su Yan meant. Heavenly Eagle King's speed was too fast, so in just a short while, he was already very far away. It was already very difficult for Heavenly Dog King to contact Heavenly Eagle King again. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan could appear in such a grand manner. Ghost Face, you're cunning. You actually calculated everything. However, do you really have the confidence to kill me? If I'm not wrong, you're not a venerable one yet. Tiango Monarch naturally didn't do nothing after such a long time. He was sizing up Su Yan. Judging from his aura, Su Yan wasn't a venerable one. This was his opportunity. As long as he wasn't a venerable one, he could directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan didn't care about this. He only said, King Tianlang is a 2-origin venerable, but he still died in my hands. You're only a 1-origin venerable. This was a fact. Since the 2-origin venerable King Tianlang was already dead, it didn't seem difficult to kill a 1-origin venerable. This sentence directly infuriated Tiango Monarch. At the same time, it made him even more fearful. The two of them naturally weren't chatting. It was a psychological attack. Obviously, Su Yan had the upper hand. Some things were actually very simple. Being fearful meant having some misgivings. Being fearful meant that when making a move, it was inevitable that one would be fearful. There was no need to do anything. Even if there was a slight obstruction in one's movements, that would be enough. Under Su Yan's gaze, he was extremely uncomfortable. Damn it, you're too arrogant. At this moment, King Tianlang finally couldn't hold back and directly attacked. His speed was extremely fast. It was as powerful and ferocious as a hunting dog chasing after its prey. Unfortunately, he had made a mistake today. He wasn't the hunter, but the prey. The scorching sun sword appeared, and a scarlet sword light floated. The sword shadow flashed, and a sword chi suddenly leaped out. Fish Dragon Dance Sword. A sword burst forth with a boundless aura. A powerful aura suddenly surged out at this moment. That ichthyosaur was a real monster. Its terrifying aura was so powerful. With such power surging, King Tiango's power was actually torn apart in an instant. At this moment, Su Yan was still smiling calmly. Of course, King Tiango couldn't see Su Yan smile. All he could see was the strangeness of the tricolored mask. In the first clash, his aura was completely destroyed by Su Yan. At this moment, he snorted coldly. No wonder you can defeat King Tianlang. You do have some skills. From the beginning, he didn't see Su Yan as a Dragon Realm powerhouse. He knew very well that King Tianlang's combat strength was probably above his at that time. Even if he had hurriedly come out of seclusion with some injuries, his combat strength was still on par with his. Even so, he still lost. The result was obvious. He died at the hands of Ghostface before him. Meanwhile, Ghostface was still safe and sound. And in this exchange of blows, he had actually fallen behind by half a level. However, he really couldn't understand how Su Yan could be so powerful. He was just a Dragon Realm powerhouse. However, his power was so terrifying. I really didn't expect to meet someone like you. This is both my luck and my misfortune. However, Tiango won't give up so easily. Therefore, if you want to kill me, you won't be able to do it with this little bit of power. Just as he finished speaking, a blazing stream of air began to surround his body. Then, an extremely terrifying power erupted at this moment. Tiango engulfs the moon. He suddenly shouted. Tiango engulfs the moon. Naturally, it wasn't actually swallowing the moon. At the very least, King Tiango would never be able to do such a thing in his lifetime. This was a secret technique. When he fully unleashed it, he could swallow the moonlight's energy for his own use, raising his power to the peak in a short period of time. Chapter 851. Female Literature. Su Yan raised his eyebrows. He already knew that this guy was using a secret technique. Su Yan naturally didn't want him to continue using this secret technique. After all, he wasn't here to train his combat strength this time, but to kill. Although Lord Tianying had indeed gone far away, he might be able to sense such a huge commotion here. Deity Vanquishing Sword. A black stream of light began to appear on the Scarlet Scorching Sun sword. The moment this stream of light appeared, an extremely dangerous aura appeared directly at this moment. In the next moment, Su Yan had already turned into a shadow and charged directly at him. Su Yan's speed was simply too fast. This speed was simply unparalleled. In addition, the distance between the two of them wasn't far to begin with. Therefore, he was already in front of Lord Tiango almost instantly. However, it only took a short while. Lord Tiango's body actually began to expand. He was originally a burly middle-aged man, but at this moment, his body seemed to have expanded by more than one size. The moment Su Yan's sword slashed down, a cruel expression appeared on his face. You want to stop me from using the secret technique? Unfortunately, the heavenly dog engulfs the moon's secret technique can be completed in almost an instant. Once the secret technique is used, my strength will increase exponentially. Clang! Just as he spoke, he had already blocked Su Yan's power. Su Yan looked at the person in front of him with surprise, but he quickly calmed down. This world was incomparably mysterious, and there were many secret techniques. Lord Tiango was quite powerful to be able to use such a technique. However, he had already made up his mind. He should take a look at the techniques recorded on the 8 Castellan seals. Of course, he didn't think of cultivating all of these secret techniques to perfection. However, if he could master some of these techniques, he might be able to have an unexpected effect in battle. The deity vanquishing sword was blocked, and Su Yan's actions were stopped. That guy was also a powerful figure. At this moment, he slapped down with his palm. That pair of large hands contained a mysterious and powerful power. This was definitely not just his own power. There was also that mysterious power that had suddenly increased. Perhaps this was the power of the moon. At this moment, Su Yan had no time to dodge. Without thinking, he raised his hand and placed it in front of his head. When Heavenly Dog King's hand landed, he felt as if his body had received a heavy blow as heavy as a small mountain. After using the secret technique, Heavenly Dog King's strength had actually become so strong. This was truly terrifying. That Celestial Dog King was a one-origin venerable. However, after using this secret technique, in terms of battle prowess, he was no longer inferior to the Celestial Wolf King. What if he became even more powerful? In that case, the battle prowess he could unleash would most likely be even more powerful. You can actually withstand my attack. How is this possible? You're not a venerable one yet, but you've already been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. It was common knowledge in the cultivation world that one would not receive the heavenly tribulation before becoming a venerable one. Why were there so few people who could become venerable ones? They were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was because most of them died from the heavenly tribulation. However, if one survived the heavenly tribulation, they would gain great benefits. Their bodies would be tempered. However, he never expected Su Yan's body to have been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. At this moment, his fear of Su Yan rose to an unprecedented level. There's nothing to be surprised about. You're just too ignorant. Su Yan's power immediately burst out. A whirlwind twisted at this moment, and that violent power turned into a terrifying light that bombarded Heavenly Dog King's body. Heavenly Dog King's expression became incomparably terrified. At this moment, he felt the threat of death. He could not understand how Su Yan could become so powerful and terrifying at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Do you know how Celestial Wolf King died?" Su Yan's left hand shook quietly. That powerful force gently shook at this moment. At this moment, Heavenly Dog King immediately began to retreat. This was because he felt an extremely terrifying power at this moment. It was like a natural oppressive power. In the face of this power, he could only tremble. He did not even have the slightest intention to tremble. What kind of power is this? This was naturally the power of the heavenly demon Fingerbone. The great heavenly demon lord was the ancestor of the limitless demon sect. Countless techniques of the limitless demon sect were passed down from the great heavenly demon lord. The sacred elephant that the limitless demon sect worshipped was also the sacred elephant of the great heavenly demon lord. At this moment, his prestige was unleashed and immediately suppressed Heavenly Dog King. Su Yan's body once again turned into an illusion. The black power suddenly blasted out and directly pierced Heavenly Dog King's body. Heavenly Dog King's powerful body that was reinforced by his secret technique could not resist the power of the heavenly demon Fingerbone at all. At this moment, Heavenly Dog King suddenly recalled what Celestial Wolf King said before his death. Heavenly Demon, that was the power of the great heavenly demon lord. This ghost face in front of him actually possessed the power of the great heavenly demon lord. However, it was already too late. Su Yan would definitely not give him the chance. The heavenly demon finger directly pierced through his body, just like how Celestial Wolf King died last time. After killing Heavenly Dog King, Su Yan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He originally thought that Heavenly Dog King was a one-origin venerable and was slightly weaker than Celestial Wolf King. He should not have needed to use the heavenly demon finger to kill him. Who would have thought that Heavenly Dog King actually had such a method? At this moment, Su Yan already understood that his life had been too smooth in the past and he did not put others in his eyes. If this was still the case in the future, he would probably not even know how he died. After learning this lesson, he would also keep it in his heart. In almost an instant, he had already disappeared from his original spot. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he directly concealed his aura. At this moment, he could already sense that Heavenly Eagle King was hurrying over. Heavenly Dog King actually used a secret technique to directly summon Heavenly Eagle King earlier. If he did not have the Heavenly Demon Finger and could kill Heavenly Dog King in one hit, Su Yan would immediately be faced with a pincer attack from two venerables when Heavenly Eagle King arrived. At this moment, his best choice was to directly leave this place. Once Heavenly Dog King died, this place would definitely become chaotic. In that case, the limitless demon sect's attention would be focused on this place. Then his Heavenly Lion City's operation would have an additional assurance. However, at this time, Su Yan suddenly changed his mind. Killing Heavenly Dog King was not enough. He still wanted to kill Heavenly Eagle King too. Heavenly Eagle King's speed was extremely fast and he was very good at tracking. Such a person was an extremely huge threat. If he could finish him off together, that would be best. And now was an opportunity. The walls of this great hall were directly shattered. Heavenly Eagle King's figure appeared. At this time, his expression was already ugly to the extreme. Dead, he actually died again. He had just left not long ago and he actually died again. This guy was really like a lingering spirit. Furthermore, he grasped the timing so accurately, making people stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. This was a terrifying enemy, and his heart was very big. Right at this time, a dark shadow directly appeared. Following that, it turned into a terrifying ray of black light. How sharp was Heavenly Eagle King's perception? Virtually at this moment, he immediately discovered the movement. He directly turned his head and immediately noticed this terrifying mask. Ghostface, what guts! You actually haven't left yet and actually still want to assassinate me. At this time, even Heavenly Eagle King had no choice but to admire this Su Yan's guts. After killing one, not only did he not escape, but he directly hid and made a move against him. At this time, his eyes suddenly released a ray of golden light. Under such a gaze, everything appeared clear in front of him. Su Yan's heart stirred. He immediately sensed that this guy's gaze had the same wonders as the eye of truth. Sure enough, guys who cultivated these 9 seals all had some special methods. Except, this time, Su Yan had the intention of killing in one blow. So he would not give Heavenly Eagle King a chance no matter what. This time, he directly used the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger. He was sneak attacking in the first place. Furthermore, he used the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger. Even if Heavenly Eagle King was at this time, he absolutely could not avoid it too. The power of the Heavenly Fiend, you. At this time, Heavenly Eagle King had already seen Su Yan's power. But it was precisely because of this that he felt that it was very meticulous. At this time, he already understood why Su Yan could kill these 2 people so easily. He was already very powerful, and he had the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger that naturally restrained them. It would be strange if these 2 people did not die. In the face of such a life-and-death situation, Heavenly Eagle King's innate skill was directly unleashed to the extreme. Heavenly Eagle Soar. His body slid to the side in an extremely strange manner. This was a method that violated the law. Although it was not a spatial magic, it was not much different. This innate skill had saved him countless times, and he believed that this time, he could also survive. However, he still underestimated the power of the Heavenly Fiend Finger. How domineering was the power of the great Heavenly Demon Lord. Once it was unleashed, it would suppress everything. Even the power of space would be directly sealed. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan directly circulated his sword qi. One sword severs heaven and earth. He used the Heavenly Fiend Finger as his sword and then unleashed one of the regal sword mantra, sword severs heaven and earth. 2 streaks of sword qi were unleashed at the same time at this time. In an instant, his aura actually increased by more than 5 times. Even Su Yan himself did not expect that when he unleashed it like this, his combat strength would actually become so powerful. Chapter 852. Female Literature. King Tianying's body had just moved horizontally. But at this moment, he was forcefully fixed in place. Until now, his complexion had already become incomparably terrible. After sensing the unique aura of the great Heavenly Demon Lord, he already knew that he had encountered a difficult opponent today. King Tianying was extremely smart, much smarter than King Tiango, so he had never used his realm to measure Su Yan. Therefore, when Su Yan made his move, he did not hesitate to use his innate ability. But he did not expect that his innate ability would be directly fixed by Su Yan. This kind of power was truly incomparably terrifying. Seeing Su Yan's terrifying finger directly charging towards him, he knew that this was a matter of life and death. At this moment, he absolutely could not hold back. King Tiango had a secret technique, so did King Tianying. Eagle wings. At this critical juncture, a pair of wings actually directly appeared on his body. These were not illusory wings. Instead, they were real wings of flesh that were connected to his body. When Su Yan used his power, he could form dragon wings. That was the innate ability of the dragon realm. It was the same as Wang Baichuan's cold state. Those dragon wings could greatly increase his power. But that was all. They were definitely not real existences. But these flesh wings grew from King Tianying's back. Fly. At this moment, he suddenly shouted. At this moment, the pair of wings suddenly shook, and a powerful force immediately shattered the power of the space. He was actually able to break free from Su Yan's power imprisonment. Su Yan's eye of truth directly erupted, and everything immediately appeared in his eyes. At this moment, King Tianying's wings had completely changed. They seemed to have become something that was beneficial between reality and illusion. This state was something that even shadow creatures could not achieve. Su Yan had never seen such a form of existence, and this form of existence had extremely powerful innate ability. At this moment, the violent spatial energy seemed to have calmed down. After Heavenly Eagle King broke free of Su Yan's attack, he did not think of counterattacking at all. He had always sought stability when doing things. At this moment, he had no confidence in defeating Su Yan, so all he could think of was to escape. Only by escaping from here would he have a chance. Now that he had fought with Su Yan, he had some understanding of Su Yan's situation. Since that was the case, it would not be so troublesome to capture Su Yan in the future. There were many experts in the Limitless Demon sect, and the more powerful they were, the more difficult it would be for others to understand their methods. He believed that with the strength of those experts, they would definitely be able to teach Su Yan a lesson. Seeing that he was about to leave, Su Yan would not let him do as he wished. He knew the consequences of his actions. Today, he had already shown himself in front of King Heavenly Eagle, so he was bound to leave traces behind. At that time, he would definitely not be able to move as freely as he did today. He might even be directly captured by the other party. He was not Zhangzhe and could not control the divine sword to roam the world unhindered. Therefore, his actions had to be absolutely foolproof. And since he had already made his move at this time, then King Heavenly Eagle had to die. One had the heart to flee, while the other had the will to kill. After using the mighty eagle wings, King Tianying's speed was extremely fast. But in the domain of speed, Su Yan had never been afraid of anyone. His devil dragon wings directly spread open. The two pairs of dragon wings were so terrifying. That radiant power could simply tear apart everything. Furthermore, at this time, he directly activated Regal Sword Flight. Compared to Devil Dragon Wings, Regal Sword Flight speed was even faster. It was just that activating Regal Sword Shield required enormous consumption. Therefore, unless it was a last resort, Su Yan would not activate it. It was just that this was already a matter of great importance, so he would not have so many misgivings anymore. After displaying Regal Sword Flight, his speed suddenly soared. His entire person instantly turned into a stream of flowing light. King Heavenly Eagle was currently rushing into the sky. This secret technique was similar to King Heavenly Dog's Heavenly Dog Eclipse. It could allow him to become extremely powerful and terrifying in an instant. Of course, there was also a time limit. When his body could not withstand the consumption of this secret technique, then he would become weak. And if they didn't manage to escape within this period of time, then only death awaited them. I really didn't expect that I would actually use this move today. King Heavenly Eagle laughed helplessly at himself. However, when he thought of Su Yan's Heavenly Demon Finger, he immediately threw away this helplessness. He had no choice in this matter. Facing the Heavenly Demon Finger, he could not defeat it. Since he could not defeat it, then he could only escape. Thinking of the previous scene where the space was imprisoned, that kind of chill appeared in his heart again. Fortunately, he still managed to escape. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of air being torn apart was heard. At this moment, his eyes suddenly opened. A chill spread directly in his heart. Ghost face. Even in the darkness, that mask was so clear. He had actually caught up. He never expected that with his speed, he would still be caught up. Where did this guy come from? Could he be the son of the demon of the Limitless Demon sect? But if he was the son of the demon, why had he not heard of such a person before? At this moment, Su Yan's voice was heard. This time, you can't escape. This was a calm judgment. King Heavenly Eagle suddenly felt that his world seemed to have lost its color. Everything became quiet at this moment. Oh no, a mental attack. After all, he was an experienced person. At this moment, he immediately realized that this was the magical effect of a mental attack. At this moment, he immediately focused his mind to resist. However, at this moment, a bright moon suddenly appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was clearly a bright moon, but it was indeed like a scorching sun. The moonlight shone down, and the cold radiance made his entire body tremble. Such power caused him to be filled with fear. At this moment, he already had a premonition that he was going to die without a doubt. Damn it! Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. At this moment, he directly roared. Then, a terrifying power spread out and directly enveloped Su Yan. King Heavenly Eagle was also a decisive person. He already knew that at this moment, there was absolutely no possibility of him surviving by chance. Since that was the case, then he would go all out and perish together with Su Yan. Unfortunately, Su Yan would not give him such a chance. At the very beginning, Su Yan had already considered this point. Therefore, at this moment, he directly attacked. The heavenly demon finger directly penetrated King Heavenly Eagle's body. King Heavenly Eagle's eyes stared straight at Su Yan as if he wanted to use the last of his will to curse him. It was just a pity that Su Yan had already seen this kind of expression too many times. Therefore, he no longer cared about all of this. He just smiled faintly and said, "Being born in this world, one has to be prepared for death. I'll kill you, but your hands will also be stained with the lives of countless people. Reaching your level, you can't even see this point. Living so many years in vain, what a joke." This time, he was really tired, even more tired than the last time. Killing 2 venerables consecutively, this kind of consumption was incomparably huge after all. After killing King Heavenly Eagle, he fell from the sky together with King Heavenly Eagle's corpse. At this time, a ferocious look flashed across Su Yan's eyes. But this was still not enough. At this moment, a powerful flame suddenly appeared on his fingertip. When this flame emerged, it immediately arrived on King Heavenly Eagle's body. That was the Crimson Spirit Fire. After cooperating with the Flame Devil's Sovereign King's departed soul the last time, his Crimson Spirit Fire became even more powerful. Burning a corpse now was simply too easy. In just an instant, this body was completely incinerated, leaving nothing behind. Su Yan finally landed safely on the ground. This was the deep mountain area, he did not dare to sleep here. Even if his body was strong and exuded a dragon's might, if he encountered a powerful demonic beast, he would still die under this demonic beast. He was not willing to become the demonic beast's feces. Su Yan dispersed the ghost face and began to circulate the qi of the Supreme. The calm qi of the Supreme slowly flowed like a stream and began to comfort his heart. After a full 6 hours, he finally recovered. The Oriole escorted Fang Yuashan and the others away, so he could not summon it. Fortunately, he could still summon the double-winged heavenly tiger. When he began to meditate, he had already directly summoned the double-winged heavenly tiger through the connection between them. 6 hours had passed, and according to the double-winged heavenly tiger's speed, it should be about time for it to arrive. Just as he was thinking, a huge shadow had already descended. It was the double-winged heavenly tiger. Su Yan did not waste any words and directly climbed onto the back of the double-winged heavenly tiger. Then, he told the double-winged heavenly tiger the destination of this trip and began to sink into contemplation. The Supreme Sword Qi could heal his body, but the mental exhaustion still required sleep to recover. Even at Su Yan's level, sleep was still an extremely important activity. At this time, Heavenly Dog City was already in chaos. Heavenly Dog King had actually died in his own palace. There was a fight in the main hall, and the traces were obvious. The way the Heavenly Dog King died was exactly the same as the Heavenly Wolf King's. From this, it could be determined that it was the same person. It was also the doing of that ghost face. The people from the Limitless Demon sect who came to investigate had just arrived at Heavenly Wolf City, but the city lord of Heavenly Dog City had already been killed. This made him extremely angry. This was a provocation to him. Unfortunately, he didn't know anything about Su Yan's whereabouts at all. What troubled him even more was that the Heavenly Eagle King had disappeared. Chapter 853. Female Literature. Just 2 days later, Su Yan appeared outside the Heavenly Lion City. Compared to the other cities, the Heavenly Lion City was closer to the core of the Limitless Demon sect. The Heavenly Lion King was very powerful and had reached the level of a 3 Essences Dao sovereign. In fact, he was close to becoming a 4 Essences Dao sovereign. Looking at this city, Su Yan suddenly felt an invisible pressure. This pressure did not come from the city itself, but from the aura within the city. Su Yan performed the eyes of truth. His gaze pierced through everything and finally landed on a tall pagoda in the center of the city. That was the core of the Heavenly Lion City. It was also where the Heavenly Lion King resided. The Heavenly Lion City had clearly been affected by the commotion and had started to investigate. This time around, Su Yan did not force his way into the city. Instead, he disguised himself as a tourist and entered quietly. After entering the city, he headed straight for the Heavenly Lion Pagoda. The Heavenly Lion Pagoda's defense was much more lax than Su Yan had imagined. There was no defense at all. However, Su Yan did not dare to underestimate it. It was because Su Yan knew that there was no need for defense here. With the Heavenly Lion King around, who would dare to enter this place? A peak 3 Essences Dao sovereign was already an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Seems like I can only steal it. If the Heavenly Lion King's cultivation was on par with the Heavenly Wolf King and the others, Su Yan would not have any reservations at all. He would just enter and kill the Heavenly Lion King and snatch the treasures. However, he did not have any confidence when facing the Heavenly Lion King. It would be very difficult for him to even escape from the Heavenly Lion King, let alone kill him. However, Su Yan also had something he could rely on, the dual-winged Heavenly Tiger. If it really did not work out, he would rely on the dual-winged Heavenly Tiger to escape. Su Yan knew that he was pressed for time. Therefore, he immediately decided to take action tonight. Within the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe stood quietly. His figure was ramrod straight, like a standing divine sword. Beside him was a long sword. That was the Taihang divine sword. At this moment, the Taixing divine sword was standing quietly beside him. He and the Taixing divine sword were one, and their auras intertwined. It was definitely not a coincidence that Zhang Zhe was able to have his current cultivation. After so many years, the Taihang sword faction had actually declined. But because of his appearance, the Taihang sword faction had become strong again. He had been accompanying the Taixing godly sword day and night. He had long since connected his aura with the Taixing godly sword. On the other side stood another person. It was the other genius of the Sublime Flow sword faction, Shuexingchuan. Zhang Zhe's rise made the Taihang sword faction flourish. If Zhang Zhe was the only client, then many things would not be enough. Just like the invasion of the Limitless Demon sect. After Zhang Zhe of the Taihang sword faction was suppressed, he had no means of retaliating. At that time, as long as Yan Xiao made a move, the Taihang sword faction would definitely suffer a huge loss. But this time, the Taihang sword faction came out unscathed. This had a lot to do with Shuexingchuan's sudden appearance. If not for Shuexingchuan, Yan Xiao would have been able to do whatever he wanted. But in reality, Yan Xiao did not kill anyone in this battle. Instead, he was almost killed by Shuexingchuan. Yan Xiao was the vice sect master of the Limitless Demon sect, so the people of the Limitless Demon sect couldn't just stand by and watch him get killed. In this way, Shuexingchuan was able to tie down the strength of 2 experts. At this moment, Zhang Zhe was telling Xue Xingchuan about his cultivation experience. At Xue Xingchuan's level of cultivation, it was already very difficult for him to improve. But with Zhang Zhe's guidance, he would be able to avoid many detours. This momentum was very important. At this moment, the ancestor of the Wang family suddenly sent a message. Zhang Zhe opened his eyes. He didn't interrupt Xue Xingchuan, because Xue Xingchuan was communicating with the Taihang God's sword. The Taihang God's sword was the foundation of the Taihang sword faction. At this moment, the Taihang sword faction needed an expert who could hold up the sky. As the sect master, Zhang Zhe clearly knew that if he was the only one in the Taihang sword faction, it wouldn't be enough. Xue Xingchuan had to become stronger. This time, they were about to enter the Limitless Demon sect and teach them a lesson. But he didn't have much confidence in this operation. He didn't even know if he would be able to come back alive. As a sect master, he had to be prepared for the worst before doing anything. He couldn't act on impulse. The Limitless Demon sect had gone too far this time. Therefore, he had to teach them a harsh lesson. Otherwise, the Taixing Sword sect and the other sects would be suppressed by the Limitless Demon sect to the point of suffocation. Zhang Zhe was indeed very strong, but he wouldn't be arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. He knew how terrifying the Limitless Demon sect was. There were many experts in the Limitless Demon sect. The third vice sect master and the second vice sect master weren't mediocre. Their battle strength was terrifying. Moreover, there were two mysterious and powerful existences in the Limitless Demon sect. They were the sect master and the first vice sect master. These two were the truly terrifying ones. The reason why Zhang Zhe was suppressed in the beginning was because the sect master had sent a projection of his energy. Just a projection of his energy was enough to suppress him temporarily. It was easy to imagine how powerful that person was. Even Zhang Zhe didn't have absolute confidence that he could come out unscathed when facing that person. So, he was making his final preparations. Xue Xingchuan wasn't stupid. He obviously understood what Zhang Zhe meant. But at this point, he wouldn't expose this matter. After all, even though he didn't want to, he had no other choice. Because it wasn't impossible for this to happen. At this moment, Zhang Zhe received the news and laughed. This Su Yan is quite strong. Ghostface had caused a huge commotion in the 36 inner cities of the Limitless Demon sect. This matter had already been known by the Taihang sword faction. Others might not know Ghostface's identity, but as the sect master of the Taihang sword faction, how could he not know? After all, the last time Su Yan fought with Wuya, he had already used such a method. Others might not be able to see it amidst the chaos, but the true experts were able to see everything clearly. It's about time. The Limitless Demon sect has been tyrannical for too long. Zhang Zhe's words were a signal to begin the attack. Xue Xingchuan, you should communicate with the Taihang Godly Sword first. You need to use the Taihang Godly Sword's aura to train yourself. I know that you still have the sword qi of the evil cold jade sword in your body. Although the sword qi can allow you to train and improve your sword Dao, the evil cold jade sword is still an evil cold jade sword. The sword qi will constantly damage your foundation and cause a huge impact on your future. So, you need to use the Taihang Godly Sword's aura to neutralize the sword qi. Otherwise, it'll be like drinking poison to quench your thirst. It won't do you any good in the future. In terms of cultivation, Zhang Zhe had experienced it before. So, he was very clear about these matters. Xue Xingchuan naturally took to use advice to heart. At this moment, he said, "Don't worry, sect master. I'll remember these words." Is sect master going to Pan province? Zhang Zhe said, "Indeed. It's about time. Moreover, that little friend of yours has caused quite a commotion in the Limitless Demon sect. But if no one goes to help him, he'll suffer a great loss sooner or later. Su Yan had already killed several venerable realm powerhouses consecutively. The people of the Limitless Demon sect weren't idiots. They naturally wouldn't allow Su Yan to continue like this. So, they would definitely take action. Su Yan wasn't weak. After using that strange mask, his battle strength was even more terrifying. But there was still a limit. In the face of a true powerhouse, what was this? If he thought that he could move unhindered in Pan Province, then he was courting death. No matter what, Su Yan was a disciple of the Taihang Sword faction. Moreover, he was fighting for the Taihang Sword faction. So, he wouldn't allow Su Yan to die outside. Xue Xingchuan was silent for a moment. Then, he said, "Sect Master, if possible, don't let that guy die. He's a genius." The weight of the word genius depended on the person who said it. If it was just an ordinary person saying that Su Yan was a genius, it wouldn't be anything to be proud of. But now, the person who was praising Su Yan was Xue Xingchuan. He was already recognized as a powerful genius in the Taihang Sword faction, or even the entire Jiuzhou continent. And someone like him actually praised Su Yan from the bottom of his heart. Naturally, Su Yan's weight was very high. The sect master smiled and nodded. Then, he said, "Don't worry, I know. If possible, I definitely won't let this kid die outside." He left immediately without looking back. Xue Xingchuan looked at Zhang Zei's departing figure and felt confused. At this moment, he said to the ancestor of the Wang family, "Senior, I'll leave the sect to you and Senior Feng." At this moment, the Taihang Sword faction was facing a huge crisis. If they still schemed against each other, they would be digging their own graves. Humans were always like this. When they were at ease, they would always do all sorts of things. But when the real danger came, they would know how to unite. If it weren't for the Limitless Demon sect's attack, the three great clans of the Taihang Sword faction might not be able to get along so well. The ancestor of the Wang family turned and left. The two old men had no room for improvement in their cultivation. So, taking charge of the sect and managing everything was the best choice. Chapter 854. Female Literature. Night fell. It was a dark night that was as cold as water. At this moment, Su Yan silently appeared in the darkness. The defenses of this heavenly lion pagoda were not very tight to begin with. To Su Yan, it was extremely easy for him to avoid the guards. What was truly difficult was to avoid the heavenly lion king's senses, who was very likely to be of four essences supremacy. Su Yan circulated his grand supreme aura, allowing his breathing to fuse with the air currents in the surroundings. Right now, it was as if he did not exist. He had fused perfectly with the environment. This time around, even Fang Xingjian did not have the confidence to get his hands on the heavenly lion seal. However, there were too many things in this world that could only be done under uncertain conditions. Su Yan reached the top very soon. It was very quiet here, and there was not a single person around. He lifted his head and realized that the heavenly lion seal was right before him. He had not expected that it would be so easy to find the heavenly lion seal. Just then, a majestic voice rang out. "Very good. You've finally come." Hearing this voice, Su Yan immediately knew that this was definitely the heavenly lion king. However, he had not expected that the heavenly lion king would be so powerful. He had already tried his best to conceal his aura completely. However, this heavenly lion king had still managed to discover his arrival. Compared to the few people before him, this heavenly lion king was a lot stronger. However, since he had already been discovered, Su Yan decided not to conceal his aura anymore. "Heavenly Lion King, you're really powerful. Could it be that you've been waiting for my arrival?" This could be heard from his tone. The Heavenly Lion King replied directly, "Haha, of course, I've been waiting for your arrival. Otherwise, what do you think?" Hearing the Heavenly Lion King speak, Su Yan was a little surprised. I knew very early on that you'd definitely come. Of course, based on my judgment, the person who should be walking before me should be Wang Jingqing. I didn't expect that this person would be different. However, it's still the same. Su Yan's countenance changed once again. Heavenly Lion King, could it be that you've already found out about the secret behind the 9 seals? At this moment, the Heavenly Lion King had already walked up to him. The Heavenly Lion King was really like a male lion. He stood before Su Yan and said, "Of course. Do you think that I'm one of those fools?" Such a treasure was right beside them, yet they knew nothing about it. People like them were simply trash. No wonder you were able to kill so many of them. Su Yan listened to the Heavenly Lion King's words. To think that the Heavenly Lion King had comprehended this on his own. He already knew the secret of the 9 seals, so when he heard that someone had stolen the 9 seals, he naturally knew that someone would come looking for him. Speaking of which, you're still too slow. You made me wait for a few days. Then, hand over the other 8 seals. To be honest, I can't wait any longer. He knew that his Heavenly Lion seal was one of the 9 seals, but he did not know what the other 8 seals were. However, this was not a problem. It was because he knew that the person who had started stealing the seals would definitely know about it. He knew his own strength very well. Therefore, that guy would not have set his sights on him right from the start. Therefore, it was very simple for him to obtain the 9 seals. He would just have to wait for them to show up. As long as that person arrived, the Heavenly Lion King would bring the seals with him. Even if this guy was a little trash and did not manage to collect all the seals, it would not matter. The Heavenly Lion King would dig out the information he wanted to know from that guy. At most, he would just have to do it himself. Unlike the other city lords, the Heavenly Lion King was a cultivation genius. When the Heavenly Wolf King finally became a 2 essences supremacy, he was already a powerful 4 essences supremacy. Therefore, as long as he could obtain the 9 seals, he was confident that he would be able to let his cultivation improve by leaps and bounds within an extremely short period of time. He could even control the Wuji 9 demon seal directly. The Heavenly Lion King's thoughts and ideas were very daring. However, this was not surprising. How could a submissive person possibly reach his current level? As the Heavenly Lion King was speaking, his aura had already drifted towards Su Yan. His powerful aura had completely enveloped Su Yan. If I were you, I wouldn't choose to resist at this moment. You should know your fate. However, since you were able to send these 8 seals over, it's considered a great contribution. Therefore, I won't kill you. You just have to swear loyalty to me. The Heavenly Lion King's words were straightforward and domineering. It was because he had always been like this. Su Yan looked at the Heavenly Lion King. Right now, the Heavenly Lion King's tricolored mask was flashing with brilliance. He knew that the enemy before him could very well be one of the strongest enemies he had ever encountered. When faced with such a person, there was no way he could defeat him or escape. However, even at this moment, he still did not plan on giving up. At this moment, his gaze still landed on the Heavenly Lion seal. Seeing Su Yan's actions, the Heavenly Lion King immediately smiled. You're really a persistent person. It seems that you're still unwilling to give up and feel that you still have hope. Since that's the case, you can give it a try. If you're able to withstand a few moves from me, then what's the harm in giving you the Heavenly Lion seal? The Heavenly Lion King had always been so domineering and conceited. However, Su Yan also knew that the Heavenly Lion King's domineering attitude was definitely not without reason. The Heavenly Lion King was far too powerful. It was because he was powerful that he was confident. Heavenly Lion King, if you want me to swear loyalty to you, then we'll have to see if you have the capability to do so. When Su Yan arrived, he was already prepared for the worst-case scenario. Since there were some things that he would have to face sooner or later, why not start now? His state of mind settled down at this moment. Then, a powerful power started to seethe. You're not a martial saint, yet you have such a terrifying aura. Furthermore, your body has even gone through the baptism of the heavenly calamity. You're really amazing. The heavenly Lion King was very powerful, and his judgment was also very shrewd. He saw through Su Yan almost instantly. However, Su Yan did not say anything. There was no point in saying such nonsense. At this moment, the heavenly Lion King suddenly let out a series of furious roars. A terrifying lion's roar rang out, and the entire city was instantly awakened. That sound wave was so terrifying that it almost blew away all the clouds in the sky. Right now, Su Yan, who was facing this power head-on, was in an even more miserable state. Under the impact of this wave of power, his entire body started to tremble. However, at this moment, he did not cower in the slightest. His powers gathered at this moment, eventually forming an extremely powerful shield. That shield blocked all of the heavenly Lion King's sound wave attacks. The heavenly Lion King smiled. Not bad. It's a pity, as his voice rang out, his body appeared not far away from Su Yan. When his body got close, a shadow descended. This shadow encompassed him, as if wanting to engulf Su Yan's entire body. It was also at this moment that the heavenly Lion King made his move, smashing a punch into the barrier that Su Yan had set up with his powers. The power of Su Yan's barrier was already very strong. If it were the heavenly Dog King, the heavenly Wolf King, or the heavenly Eagle King, he would be able to easily fend off any of their attacks. However, before the heavenly Lion King, this power was as weak as paper. At the first instant, the shield shattered, and at the second instant, that huge fist smashed into Su Yan's body. At this moment, Su Yan trembled fiercely. That feeling of pain started to spread out gradually. In the end, it spread throughout his entire body, as if wanting to bite off all of Su Yan's nerves. It must be very painful, right? Don't worry, this is just the beginning. As he spoke, another punch smashed out. It was still aimed at his abdomen. Right now, Su Yan was suspended in midair. His body was not something that he could control. I really don't know where a weak person like you gets the courage to reject my request. Do you know that with your abilities, you don't have the right to reject me? Under great fury, the heavenly Lion King smashed out another punch. However, this time around, he frowned. It was because this punch did not hit the place he wanted to hit. It was because this punch was blocked by Su Yan's hands. Damn it. It's so painful. Su Yan's voice came out from the deepest part of his throat. Painful. It was really painful. Due to the pain, he was enraged. Right now, his three hearts were beating even more intensely. Even though he was being comforted by the Grand Supreme's aura, he still felt that he was unable to control his fury and irritation. Scram further away from me. Feng Xingjian let out an enraged bellow and bent his body in midair, immediately escaping from the heavenly Lion King's control. He then threw an uppercut at the heavenly Lion King's chin. The heavenly Lion King had clearly not expected that Su Yan would be able to block his attack and even launch a counterattack in such a short instant. He was caught off guard and allowed Su Yan to succeed. Su Yan also took this opportunity to widen the distance between himself and the heavenly Lion King. You're really something. You're amazing. At this moment, Su Yan's actions piqued the heavenly Lion King's interest. He had not expected that Su Yan's battle prowess would be so strong. However, Su Yan had struck him with a punch. This was not something that the heavenly Lion King would let off so easily. Initially, I didn't want to take your life. But since that's the case, I can only let you die. With a flash, the Heavenly Lion King appeared before Su Yan once again. Just like before, the Heavenly Lion King punched out without any fancy moves. However, this time around, Su Yan was not hit by the Heavenly Lion King like before. Feng Xingjian activated the Grand Supreme Sword Evasion, and his body disappeared from where he was as if he had torn through space. The next time he appeared, he was already behind the Heavenly Lion King. Chapter 855. Female Literature. This was an opportunity that Su Yan had fought for with great difficulty. Su Yan retaliated with the Scorching Sun Sword. Powerful and sharp sword chi shot out at this moment. That terrifying power struck the Heavenly Lion King's back. However, Su Yan did not feel any joy at this moment. It was because he did not feel that his long sword had pierced through the Heavenly Lion King's body. The Heavenly Lion King's body was like a thick and heavy metal. Even the sacred sword was unable to pierce through it. To think that it's the sacred sword. This is good stuff. It's a pity that you haven't become a martial saint yet. Otherwise, you might be able to use the power of this sacred sword to cause me harm. What a pity, what a pity. As he laughed, he had already activated all of his power. At this moment, Su Yan felt a powerful rebound force. He had no choice but to take a few steps back. He once again widened the distance between him and the Heavenly Lion King. This guy was really a terrifying person. Feng Xingjian was no match for him and could only do this. The moment he widened the distance between him and the Heavenly Lion King, he headed straight for the Heavenly Lion Seal. Disappointment laughed out loud and said, "Humph, I knew that you'd do this." With a flash, he also headed for the Heavenly Lion Seal. This time around, it immediately became a competition of speed between Su Yan and the Heavenly Lion King. However, Disappointment's speed was too fast. His strength was so great, his body was so tall and sturdy, but his speed was also so fast. Even though Su Yan had done his best, he had only managed to reach a speed that was about the same as Disappointment's. You're really amazing. At such a young age and at such a realm, you already possess such terrifying battle prowess and speed. If I were to let you grow a little more, I'm afraid that I won't be a match for you anymore. Disappointment grinned and then charged towards Su Yan. I don't know if it's the same problem as others, but in any case, I like to kill geniuses. Disappointment threw a punch towards Su Yan's face. Su Yan did not have time to think too much. He also threw out a punch. Gotcha! Just a face-to-face, a crisp sound of bones breaking directly rang out. Su Yan's face darkened. At this moment, his bones had been directly smashed into pieces. This caused his face to turn extremely gloomy. His body was extremely powerful, but he was still unable to withstand a single blow from the Lion King. The past few days had been too smooth, so much so that he had underestimated the heroes of the world. At this moment, he was starting to regret his decision. Unfortunately, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Facing the Leonis in front of him, he had no choice but to reconsider his train of thought. Hearing the sound of bones shattering, the Lion King seemed to have heard the most beautiful sound in the world. He started laughing maniacally. Ha ha ha, not bad, satisfying. Let's go again. His gaze was incomparably sharp, even surpassing that of King Heavenly Eagle. This terrifying fellow, he was like a war machine that never knew fatigue. However, at this moment, Su Yan noticed that the Lion King's fist was also trembling slightly. This meant that Su Yan's punch was not without any effect. It also brought a little pain to the powerful Lion King. Of course, he also knew that the damage caused by his power was actually nothing. For a powerful existence like Su Yan, he could completely restrain him. With the help of the recoil, Su Yan once again pulled away from the Lion King. He pinched his right hand with his left hand, then gently swung it. Another gotcha sound rang out, and Su Yan directly connected his right hand. Su Yan's action made the Lion King look at him in a new light. This decisiveness was not something that everyone could have. It seemed like a very light action, but the pain was simply unimaginable. As if he admired Su Yan's decisiveness, he did not attack again at this moment. Instead, he quietly looked at Su Yan. "Are you done? If you're done, then let's do it again. Don't worry, we have a lot of time. We can have a good time." This terrifying strong man did not seem to be bothered at all. Just then, Su Yan took in a deep breath. His powerful spiritual qi started to circulate once again. Along with the circulation of the spirit qi, halos had already appeared around his body. Seeing this, the heavenly Lion King smiled and said, "That's right. Come on, fight like a man. If you perform well, then I'll give you some face." His eyes had already narrowed into slits, as if wanting to see through all of Su Yan's thoughts. Su Yan held the scorching sun sword in his hand, and sword qi started to flash. "It seems like you're really from the Taihang sword faction," the Lion King said directly. His conclusion was very accurate. It was because during this period of time, the Taihang sword faction was definitely one of the 10 great sects that would make a move on the limitless demon sect. However, Su Yan did not say a word. His power started to gather, and his sword qi started to accumulate bit by bit. Right then, a ball of light appeared between Su Yan and the Lion King. Just then, the darkness dissipated. Scorching light started to bloom. Scorching sun. This was the scorching sun of the sword. Powerful sword qis condensed and compressed to the extreme before turning into this extremely brilliant light. The light flashed, and the power soared. At this moment, a terrifying and powerful aura condensed above the blazing sun. Strangle. Su Yan did not hesitate and slashed out. This ball of scorching sun pushed out toward the Lion King. The Lion King still had a smile on his face. However, there was a hint of wariness in the depths of his eyes. This ghost face had surprised him time and time again. Such terrifying power was too interesting. The Lion King had almost forgotten how many battles he had been through. Right now, Ghostface's arrival reminded him of the period of time where he had been fighting against experts incessantly. He suddenly sighed emotionally. "It's really good to be young." After saying this, his power immediately surged, and a terrifying pressure directly pressed down at this time. A punch. Another punch blasted out. However, this punch was completely different from the previous one. In this punch, there seemed to be a lion running continuously. This lion was not an ordinary lion. After all, although ordinary lions were fierce, they were nothing more than food in front of cultivators. The lion that he had conjured was an extremely powerful existence among the monster beasts, the blazing draconic lion. This kind of legendary demonic beast possessed extremely powerful and terrifying strength. Rumor had it that he had an extremely pure dragon bloodline, which came from the ancestors of the dragon clan. Moreover, when he roared, a blazing fire followed him, which was extremely terrifying. A blazing draconic lion that had once appeared almost killed a venerable sovereign directly. From this, one could see how ferocious this creature was. The Lion King had condensed the aura of this blazing draconic lion and turned it into his punch. Such a punch was enough to destroy everything. The scorching sun that Su Yan had condensed began to dissipate the moment it met the Lion King's punch. Although Su Yan had many tricks up his sleeve, in front of a real expert, the gap was too big. When one's combat strength was not enough to make up for the gap in cultivation level, then no matter how hard one tried, there was only one way out: defeat. Sun shattering. However, Su Yan would not give up at this time. He shouted coldly, and the ball of scorching sun suddenly exploded at this time. The supreme sun-shattering slash. At this time, Su Yan used his ghostly body and the scorching sun's sacred sword to release all of his power, and then burst out with the supreme sun-shattering slash. Such a terrifying power was simply earth-shattering. Even the fist that the blazing draconic lion had conjured was directly swallowed at this moment. Su Yan's aura did not diminish, and an extremely scorching light flashed in his eyes. Such light was eternal and brilliant. The intense light almost pierced through everything. Good. At this time, the Lion King directly said this word. However, when he said this word, his voice actually trembled a little. Obviously, when facing this sword, he was injured. Su Yan's sword had actually injured him. This was already an extremely impressive battle result. At this moment, the Lion King's figure seemed to have paused for a moment. At this time, Su Yan's gaze once again fell on the Heavenly Lion seal. This was the best opportunity to steal the Heavenly Lion seal. This thought flashed through Su Yan's mind. He could barely suppress this desire and was about to directly rush forward. However, he still forcefully suppressed this thought. Then, he actually turned his head and leaped. Bang! The high walls of the Heavenly Lion Pagoda were directly shattered. At this time, Su Yan's choice was to escape. What a sharp kid! At this time, the Lion King cursed in his heart. It turned out that he had deliberately revealed a flaw to give Su Yan a chance. At that time, if Su Yan had not suppressed his greed and directly attacked the Heavenly Lion seal, then his ending would definitely not have been good. Perhaps he would have been directly killed by the Lion King's punch. This disappointed person's scheming was quite deep. It was far from what he had shown himself to be. It seemed that he only had brute force. However, his tyranny was real. Since Su Yan had already appeared here, then he would not allow Su Yan to escape. Almost at the same moment that Su Yan left, he also moved. At this moment, his body turned into a light shadow and directly chased after him. Since you're already here, why run away? He was determined to obtain the 9 seals. After waiting for so long, his patience had already been exhausted. If Su Yan did not return this time, then he would have wasted such a heaven-sent opportunity. Therefore, he would definitely not let Su Yan leave so easily. Therefore, he would definitely chase after him. At this moment, Su Yan directly activated the Devil Dragon wings and at the same time, used the Regal Sword Escape technique. Chapter 856. Female Literature. His speed rose to an extreme as he circulated his spiritual chi without any regard for his own life. Just then, the entire Heavenly Lion City was awoken by a series of furious bellows. The ordinary people in the Heavenly Lion City felt uneasy. The Heavenly Lion King's prestige was deeply rooted in their hearts. When he was enraged, he would disregard everything. Simultaneously, they were also secretly guessing who on earth was so bold to dare to infuriate the Heavenly Lion King. At this moment, 2 figures started to shuttle through the sky. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. Under the effects of the revered sword flight and the demonic dragon's wings, he was like a bolt of lightning. However, the Heavenly Lion King's speed was even faster. He was a martial saint. His powers were sufficient for him to circulate the path of space. His flight was like a dream. In the blink of an eye, his position kept on changing. It was as if a terrifying and majestic lion was running wildly in the sky. You little rat. If I let you escape today, then I'll write my name backwards from today onward. The Heavenly Lion King's speed kept on increasing. The Heavenly Lion King's strength was truly terrifying. The strength of a 4 essences martial saint was enough to make one feel despair. However, Su Yan was not at the end of his rope yet. Regardless of what the Heavenly Lion King said, Feng Xingjian did not say a word. He continued to circulate his powers without any regard for his life and continued to advance. What a pitiful little puppy. But don't worry, I'll send you to the afterlife. Within this short period of time, the distance between the Heavenly Lion King and Su Yan got closer. At this moment, Su Yan could already sense the Heavenly Lion King's scorching aura pressing down on him from behind. The arrival of the aura made the pressure on Su Yan even heavier. Right now, his body was on the verge of collapsing. High up in the sky, a brilliant light shone. At this moment, Su Yan's countenance changed once again. It was because he suddenly realized that there was an additional powerful aura in front of him. Martial Saint. It was another martial saint. The Heavenly Lion King had already made him feel suffocated, but now, another martial saint had appeared. Lord Lion King, your subordinate has come to lend you a hand. When this voice appeared, a powerful spiritual chi attack that was like a rainbow piercing through the sun charged out towards Su Yan. Swish! This attack came quickly and anxiously. It was obvious that he wanted to kill Su Yan directly. Lin Wen, how dare you? Get out of my way. Seeing that the attack was about to arrive in front of him, Lion King roared in anger and suddenly punched out. His fist force arrived first, and it directly dispersed the attack. This scene was so sudden that even Su Yan, the person involved, was stunned for a moment. However, he soon regained his senses. That guy was the Heavenly Lion King's enemy. He stopped in his tracks. This was because the person called Lin Wen had already blocked his path. A short moment later, the Heavenly Lion King appeared behind him as well. Heavenly Lion King, your subordinate is here to help you. This person called Lin Wen had a slender figure and was also an extremely handsome person. More importantly, his chi was abundant, indicating that he had an extraordinary cultivation level. To be able to become a venerable one at such a young age, he was also a genius. Since he addressed himself as such, he was naturally the Heavenly Lion King's subordinate. However, the Heavenly Lion King's countenance was extremely grim as he said, Lin Wen, I really didn't expect that you would dare to betray me. The Heavenly Lion King was extremely domineering and liked to control everything. However, he had not expected that there would be someone else's chess piece among his subordinates. Lord Lion King, your subordinate only wants to help you capture this audacious thief. How can you say that I betrayed you? Faced with the Heavenly Lion King's questioning, Lin Wen did not panic at all. Instead, he smiled calmly. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion King was so infuriated that he laughed and said, Lin Wen, are you still going to play the fool at a time like this? Forget it, let's not talk nonsense. I think the one who is most interested in this guy is that old bastard Xing Tianruo. It seems that you are one of his people. However, you have been with me for so long. You should understand my character. All right. Since you've chosen to betray me, then don't blame me for being heartless. The Heavenly Lion King's aura seethed. At this moment, he clearly had the intention to kill. Right now, Lin Wen was also frowning slightly. This time around, he had only wanted to create trouble for the Heavenly Lion King. It was because he had already sent out the news. This time around, the Lord Envoy who had come to investigate this matter would probably arrive soon. He understood the Heavenly Lion King very well and knew that this person had an extremely strong desire for control. The Heavenly Lion King wished to control everything in his own hands. He would definitely not tolerate the spies of others. Lin Wen had hidden himself for many years, but today, he had no choice but to expose himself. However, he had not expected that this guy would dare to harbor murderous intentions toward him despite knowing that he was the third deputy sect master's subordinate. The Heavenly Lion King wanted to kill him. A person like this was truly extremely terrifying. However, Lin Wen was not someone who could be killed just because he wanted to. Even if it was the Heavenly Lion King, it would still depend on his capabilities if he wanted to make a move. Heavenly Lion King, are you trying to kill your fellow sect members? The deputy sect masters won't let you off. Also, I'm not afraid to tell you that the patrol envoy is already on his way. If you dare to make a move. In the end, he did not manage to finish his threat. It was because the Heavenly Lion King had already made his move. How dare you defy my will? Then you can die. The Heavenly Lion King's domineering nature was on full display at this moment. Regardless of who it was, if they dared to defy his will, they would only die. Even Su Yan had not expected that the Heavenly Lion King would make a move just like that. However, Lin Wen was already prepared for this. Even though he was unwilling to believe that the Heavenly Lion King would be so rash and impulsive, this matter concerned his life after all. Therefore, he would definitely not be careless. Seeing that the Heavenly Lion King's punch was charging toward him, he took out an imprint. Su Yan found this imprint somewhat familiar. However, he soon recalled what it was. The appearance of this imprint was exactly the same as the Wuji Nine Demon's imprint that had appeared in the Taihang sword faction back then. However, the prowess of the imprint was far too different. It was as if the difference was heaven and earth. To think that it's a replica of the Wuji Nine Demon's imprint. You foolish thing. Do you think that something like this will be able to stop me? The Heavenly Lion King was extremely domineering. At this moment, his aura had risen to an extreme. He would never show any mercy to traitors. So what if he, Lin Wen, was the third deputy sect master's subordinate? He, the Heavenly Lion King, had killed someone. Could it be that the old man would personally come and reprimand him? The Heavenly Lion King was completely unrestrained. Faced with this replica of the Wuji Nine Demon's imprint, he did not even pay it any heed and sent a punch smashing out. The two powers clashed directly. Immediately, an extremely terrifying glow erupted. Su Yan put his arm before him to block, using it to negate this terrifying impact. It was not that he had not thought of turning around and leaving, distancing himself from these two guys. However, he could not do so right now. He could clearly sense that although these two guys were engaged in a great battle, their wills were still locked onto him. The moment he made any abnormal movements, the two of them would take action against him simultaneously. Su Yan let out a cold laugh. To think that these two guys were treating him as their spoils of war. Whoever won would be able to fight over him. They were really courting death. However, he was in no hurry. This feeling of watching the fire burn across the river was not bad. He started to circulate the regal sword mantra and then recuperate his body. After the first attack, the Heavenly Lion King's body merely trembled a little. However, Lin Wen's countenance kept on changing. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage in this exchange. You damned guy. You should have been mentally prepared when you betrayed me. The Heavenly Lion King once again charged forward. At this moment, his heart was burning with anxiety. The intensity of the Heavenly Lion King's actions had exceeded his imagination. However, at this moment, the Heavenly Lion King could not bring himself to say anything. Just then, the Heavenly Lion King's figure appeared before him once again. I'd like to see how many times this lousy thing can withstand my attacks. As he spoke, his powers seethed once again, and he sent out another punch without any reservations. Lin Wen's countenance turned even paler. He could sense that this attack from the Heavenly Lion King was even more intense than before. Heavenly Lion King, are you really going to destroy everything indiscriminately? The Heavenly Lion King did not waver in the face of Lin Wen's threat. He merely said, destroy everything indiscriminately. I'll need to be qualified first. Within a short instant, Lin Wen had already taken 3 punches from the Heavenly Lion King. That imitation of the Wuji Nine Demon's seal was already filled with cracks, as if it was going to shatter at any moment. After taking 3 punches, Lin Wen suddenly said to Su Yan, you demon-faced kid, what are you still doing here? Run quickly. I'll cover you. Su Yan looked at him with a smile. Of course, he knew what Lin Wen was thinking. He wanted to rely on himself to divert the Heavenly Lion King's attention. If he could rely on that imitation of the 9-demon seal to fight the Heavenly Lion King to a draw, then the Heavenly Lion King would definitely not allow him to leave. Therefore, from the very beginning, the Heavenly Lion King had locked a stream of his consciousness onto Lin Wen. However, at this moment, if things were to continue like this, he might even be killed by the Heavenly Lion King, let alone catching Su Yan. Therefore, the Heavenly Lion King immediately told Lin Wen to escape. Once Su Yan made a move to escape, the Heavenly Lion King would definitely be distracted. When that happened, Lin Wen would have a lot more chances. Moreover, what Lin Wen wanted was for Su Yan to not be captured by the Heavenly Lion King before the patrolling envoy arrived. This was a smart plan. However, Su Yan smiled softly and did not move at all. Chapter 857. Female Literature. Right now, Lin Wen was extremely infuriated. Was this ghost face crazy? To think that he was still unmoved at such a time. Was he really courting death? He clearly knew that if he were to land in the Heavenly Lion King's hands, he would definitely die. However, this guy refused to leave. The Heavenly Lion King revealed a cold smile. You've got a pretty good plan. It's a pity, he did not finish his sentence as he was also very surprised. No matter how he looked at it, Su Yan's decision to leave now was the wisest choice. However, Feng Xingjian did not do so. The Heavenly Lion King had no idea what Su Yan was up to. However, since Feng Xingjian refused to leave, then he would not leave later. At this moment, killing intent surged in the Heavenly Lion King's heart. Of course, at this moment, his first target to kill was Lin Wen. The difference between Lin Wen being dead and not being dead was too great. If Lin Wen was still alive, then when that patrolling envoy arrived, he would definitely be restricted in all aspects. Since that patrolling envoy dared to come to his territory, then he was clearly not weaker than the Heavenly Lion King. He might even be stronger than the Heavenly Lion King. With the Heavenly Lion King around, Lin Wen would probably be jumping up and down. If the Heavenly Lion King were to kill Lin Wen now, then he could push Lin Wen's death onto Ghostface. Ghostface had already killed 3 martial supremacies, so why couldn't he kill Lin Wen? By then, Lin Wen would already be dead, and there would be no evidence. What could Ghostface do to the Heavenly Lion King? Therefore, Lin Wen had to die. If Su Yan were to choose to escape at this moment, it would really be troublesome for the Heavenly Lion King. However, Su Yan's actions made the Heavenly Lion King calm down. Of course, the Heavenly Lion King also knew that he needed to end the battle quickly. The distance between the Heavenly Wolf City and the Heavenly Lion City was not very far. If a true expert wanted to come, it wouldn't take long for him to do so. That terrifying blazing dragon lion appeared once again, pressing down on Lin Wen. Right now, Lin Wen was feeling extremely unwell from this aura. There was no way he could escape. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to rely on the Wuji 9-demon seal's power to defend. Although it was just an imitation, it still possessed great power. However, the Heavenly Lion King's power was a lot stronger than he had imagined. The fabric of the limitless 9 Devils seal could not last much longer. Under the bombardment of the Heavenly Lion King's fist, the light screen released by the Wuji 9-demon seal replica started to shatter. Ghastly, you idiot, are you really not going to run away? Once I die, you will definitely die too. He still did not intend to give up. Right now, his only hope was Su Yan. Only if Su Yan escaped would he have a chance to escape this calamity. But at this time, Su Yan was still as calm as ever. Even at this time, he was still smiling as he watched the two of them fight. This feeling was like watching a monkey show. Damn it, you stupid thing, you'll regret this, he roared angrily. However, Su Yan simply did not take his words to heart. The Heavenly Lion King also saw Su Yan's expression. Naturally, he was furious as well. However, he did not let his emotions affect him. In any case, in his eyes, Su Yan was just a dead man. Since that was the case, what was there for him to be angry over a dead man? There was no need for him to do so. Raging Inferno Heavenly Lion Fist. You stupid thing. Go to hell. The Heavenly Lion King bellowed furiously. This punch was even more terrifying than the previous few punches. That invincible glow had reached a stage where it could destroy everything. Kacha kacha. Bang! Finally, that light screen could no longer hold on and shattered. Right now, his heart felt extremely heavy. It had shattered. In the end, it had still shattered. Lin Wen felt a little regretful. He had been too rash. He had thought that with his cultivation as a three essences supremacy and this imitation of the Wuji 9 demon seal, he would be able to hold back the Heavenly Lion King for a period of time. However, the Heavenly Lion King's domineering attitude did not give him the chance to do so. Right now, he was extremely regretful. However, it was clearly too late. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion King's teasing voice rang out. Why? Are you regretting it now? Do you feel that you shouldn't have jumped out and stood before me? Humph, to think that a stupid thing like you would dare to act so impudently before me. You're courting death. After shattering the defense of the Wuji 9 demon seal, the Heavenly Lion King no longer had any reservations. Without the Wuji 9 demon seal, I'd like to see what you can do. Right now, he unleashed his power, and that terrifying power suppressed Lin Wen. At this moment, Lin Wen had no way out. He could only rely on his own power to resist. He immediately activated his own aura and blocked this power. The strength of a three essences supremacy was naturally not ordinary. However, when faced with the power of a four essences supremacy, he was unable to do anything. His aura continued to rise at this moment. However, when faced with this Heavenly Lion Fist, he could only keep on trembling. He knew very well that once this stream of aura shattered his defensive power, his life would come to an end. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "The two of you can slowly fight it out. The weather is so hot, so I won't be keeping you company. Farewell." It was nighttime, and the night was cool. How could the weather be considered hot? Of course, there was no need to pay a price for saying such nonsense. A hint of anger flashed across the Heavenly Lion King's face. To think that Su Yan would choose to leave at this moment. His timing was too good. Right now, the Heavenly Lion King was about to kill Lin Wen. Therefore, there was no way he would give up on Lin Wen to kill Feng Xingjian. If Feng Xingjian had left earlier, then he would be helping Lin Wen. If Feng Xingjian were to leave now, Lin Wen would still die, and he would be able to escape. Feng Xingjian was not only thinking of leaving, but he was also scheming against Lin Wen. This ghost face is really a powerful character. Thankfully, he isn't that strong yet. If he were to be given more time, then given his intelligence and aptitude, the Heavenly Lion King probably wouldn't be able to restrain him. Even if he were to face Feng Xingjian, the Heavenly Lion King would only die. Damn it. Right now, Lin Wen was even more infuriated. Initially, he had come with the intention of capturing Su Yan. However, at this moment, he had become the bait that Su Yan had tossed to the Heavenly Lion King. How could he not be infuriated? However, at this moment, he was in a lot of trouble. Right now, he did not have the time to care about this. The only thing he could do was to hold on bitterly. Lin Wen, this is what you get for betraying me. Heavenly Lion Imprint. Right now, the Heavenly Lion King no longer wished to continue wasting time with Lin Wen. Otherwise, if he were to drag this out, Su Yan would be able to escape. After all, after exchanging blows with Su Yan, he was still rather wary of Su Yan. Su Yan's speed and battle prowess were extremely terrifying. Therefore, at this moment, the Heavenly Lion King took out the Heavenly Lion imprint in one go. The moment the Heavenly Lion imprint appeared, endless pressure immediately appeared. The powerful pressure kept on spinning, and at this moment, Lin Wen felt as if the world before his eyes had started to distort. Under the tremendous pressure, he started to break down bit by bit. No, I can't accept this. I can't accept this. He started to cry out in his heart. He had been hiding in the Heavenly Lion City for so many years, and this time around, the opportunity had arrived. As long as he performed a great service for the third deputy sect master, he would immediately be recognized and taken in as a disciple. In this lifetime, he might even have hopes of becoming a Tao Lord. However, at this moment, he was going to be killed by the Heavenly Lion King. You can't accept this. TSK, so what if you can't accept this? Today, even if you can't accept this, you can only die. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion imprint turned into a terrifying lion. The lion opened its mouth, wanting to swallow Lin Wen whole. That bunch of fools. They don't know that they have such a treasure and only treat it as a keepsake. Lin Wen, oh Lin Wen, you're lucky today. I'll let you know the true prowess of the Heavenly Lion imprint. The other 8 city lords all thought that this great imprint was just a keepsake with a special cultivation technique. They did not know that it was an extremely rare treasure. Just then, a wild howl suddenly rang out in the sky. It was a terrifying howl. This roar actually managed to suppress the roar of the Heavenly Lion seal. The Heavenly Lion King's and Lin Wen's countenance changed at the same time. Even the Heavenly Lion King found this sudden change unbelievable. However, at this moment, Lin Wen was wild with joy. To the current him, if nothing were to happen, it would be the worst thing that could happen. Now that there was a change, it would be the best thing that could happen. Only then would he have a chance to break free from the suppression of the Heavenly Lion imprint. The two of them raised their heads at the same time and saw a huge shadow above them. It was a huge ferocious tiger with a pair of wings. It looked extremely mighty. Its aura was extremely powerful. Although that terrifying might was not comparable to that of a Tao Lord, it was still at the peak. Even when the Heavenly Lion King was at his peak, he could not compare to this terrifying demonic beast. Double-winged Heavenly Tiger. How could people who had reached their level be lacking in knowledge? The two of them recognized the double-winged Heavenly Tiger in an instant. However, they had never expected that the double-winged Heavenly Tiger would appear at this moment. This was the Limitless Demon Sect's territory. If such a double-winged Heavenly Tiger existed, it would have long been discovered by the Limitless Demon Sect and captured. Heavenly Lion King, and you, Lin Wen, the show that the two of you put up is really interesting. But now, it's my turn to perform. Chapter 858. Girls' Literature. The Heavenly Lion King and Lin Wen were both shocked. Because at this moment, they discovered that Su Yan was actually standing on the head of the two-winged Heavenly Tiger. Such a scene was truly too impactful. The double-winged Heavenly Tiger was a powerful existence that could reach the level of a saint beast. What about this devil-masked man? He was only a dragon realm fighter. No matter how heaven-defying his battle prowess was, it was impossible for him to tame such a powerful demonic beast. However, the truth was right in front of him, and he had no choice but to believe it. Su Yan looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Are you surprised?" However, being shocked is useless. Today, all of you will die here. Double-winged Sky Tiger, kill. At this moment, Su Yan would not show any mercy. He needed the Heavenly Lion seal, so this was the best opportunity. If he could not kill the Heavenly Lion King this time around, then there would not be a better opportunity in the future. He already knew that he had a demon pet like the two-winged Heavenly Tiger, so how could he give him another chance in the future? What's more, this was the best opportunity. At this moment, a lot of the Heavenly Lion King's powers had been depleted. First, it was the battle with him. Then, in order to kill Lin Wen, he had exhausted a huge amount of energy. Furthermore, he had even used the Heavenly Lion Seal. Although he was powerful, he couldn't compare to the double-winged Sky Tiger. Therefore, the probability of the double-winged Sky Tiger killing the two of them was as high as 90%. The double-winged Celestial Tiger did not give them any chance. The dual-winged Heavenly Tiger let out an enraged bellow. Then, a terrifying sound wave charged out toward the Heavenly Lion King. The Heavenly Lion King had performed the lion's roar earlier. Even Su Yan was unable to withstand that powerful sound wave attack. However, at this moment, the double-winged Heavenly Tiger bellowed. His power was even stronger than that of the Heavenly Lion King. Even the Heavenly Lion King was trembling all over. At this moment, he had no choice but to gather his powers to fend off this attack. Once his power was diverted, he would no longer be able to suppress Lin Wen. Under the roar of this sound wave, Lin Wen's body almost directly split apart. However, he knew that this was his best chance to escape. No matter how heavy his injuries were, it was better than losing his life. He left immediately. Now, he was truly afraid. In such a state, even Su Yan might be able to kill him, let alone the Heavenly Lion King. But at this time, Su Yan actually didn't even pay attention to him. Great, I can finally escape from death this time. He was overjoyed. This time, he let him escape. Next time, he would definitely let these two know how powerful he was. As long as the patrolling envoy arrived, so what if it was a double-winged Heavenly Tiger? The Heavenly Lion King fended off the winged Heavenly Tiger's bellows. However, the winged Heavenly Tiger had already pounced up to him and slapped down with its huge claws. The powerful Heavenly Lion King appeared so weak before the double-winged Heavenly Tiger. He did not put up much of a struggle and was sent flying just like that. Damn it! At this moment, his heart had already sunk to the bottom. Earlier on, he was still the strongest. But now, he had actually become the prey. In fact, he was being swatted around like a fly. His body had just settled down when the winged Heavenly Tiger arrived. This time, he was even more powerful. Countless cracks had already appeared on the body of the winged Heavenly Tiger. With just these few attacks, his body was already unable to withstand it. Faced with the power of the winged Heavenly Tiger, he took out the Heavenly Lion Seal. The Heavenly Lion Seal was not only a powerful offensive treasure but also a powerful defensive treasure. Initially, he had wanted to finish off Su Yan before the patrolling envoy arrived. But now, he was already anticipating the arrival of the patrolling envoy. However, just as he took out the Heavenly Lion Seal, Su Yan's gaze surged. Then, Su Yan leaped down and grabbed at the Heavenly Lion Seal. When the Heavenly Lion King saw Su Yan's actions, he was not surprised. Instead, he was delighted. Su Yan was the master of the winged Heavenly Tiger. If he could control Su Yan, then what did he have to fear about the winged Heavenly Tiger? If Su Yan continued to stay on the back of the winged Heavenly Tiger, then the Heavenly Lion King would be helpless. If this were to go on, he would only die. However, Su Yan's actions were akin to courting death. Ha ha ha, demon-faced brat, you're too complacent. Now is the time for you to die. He bellowed and the Heavenly Lion Seal suppressed Su Yan. He wanted to trap Su Yan in the Heavenly Lion Seal. However, at this moment, Su Yan was also sneering. Of course, he knew what the Heavenly Lion King was planning. In fact, he had already thought of this when he made his move. However, it was not as if he did not have a backup plan. If he were to unleash the Heavenly Lion Seal and then put up a defense, then even the winged Heavenly Tiger would need some time to kill him. He already knew that a powerful patrolling envoy was rushing over. He did not have much time. At this moment, the Heavenly Lion Seal had already come into contact with Su Yan. A terrifying will was transmitted, as if wanting to devour Su Yan. However, at this moment, an extremely powerful sword qi whizzed out from Su Yan's body. Godslayer sword. That was the Godslayer sword qi. Feng Yuishan had said before that Su Yan was a gambler. At this moment, Su Yan once again displayed the nature of a gambler. He wanted to let the Heavenly Lion seal impact his body directly. He wanted to face death. He was betting on the Godslayer sword's reaction. He believed that the Godslayer sword would definitely not let him, the scabbard, die like this. As expected, he had made the right bet. At this moment, the Godslayer sword burst out with a stream of sword qi. For the Godslayer sword, this sword qi was very weak. However, this was already powerful enough. Although the Heavenly Lion seal was powerful, how could it be compared to the Godslayer sword? Even if the real limitless Nine Demon seal was here, it would not be a match for the Godslayer sword. The Godslayer sword was a top-notch existence amongst the divine swords. The words God were definitely not just empty words. The evil sword Cold Jade was an existence that had killed sacred venerables before. However, it was still at a disadvantage when fighting against the Godslayer sword. This showed how powerful the Godslayer sword was. Right now, even a small stream of sword qi from the Godslayer sword was definitely not something that the Heavenly Lion seal could fend off. The moment they came into contact, the Heavenly Lion seal was defeated. This stream of sword qi disappeared with a flash, but it had already caused Su Yan great damage. By doing this, he was trading injuries for injuries. However, at this moment, he could no longer care too much. The Heavenly Lion seal shattered. Su Yan endured the intense pain and grabbed the Heavenly Lion seal in his hand. At this moment, he bellowed, "Kill him." In fact, there was no need for Su Yan to give the order. The dual-winged Heavenly Tiger had already made its move. It opened its huge mouth and immediately shot out a death ray. The Heavenly Lion King had not expected that Su Yan would be able to fend off this terrifying attack and even take away the Heavenly Lion seal. Now that his plan had failed, he was left with almost no defensive power. Under the death ray, the Heavenly Lion King's body was pierced through and even destroyed. At this moment, Lin Wen was escaping at the fastest speed she could muster. At this moment, that terrifying aura appeared in the horizon. Looking at that terrifying aura, her heart thumped incessantly. What a terrifying power this was! She did not know if the Heavenly Lion King would be able to survive under this power. However, she knew very well that she would definitely die. Now that she thought about it, it was fortunate that Ghostface had targeted the Heavenly Lion King. Otherwise, she would have died as well. Ghostface was holding a crimson sacred sword. If she wanted to investigate this identity, she would definitely be able to discover it. After the patrolling envoy arrived, she wanted to inform him of this news at the first instant. After all, she no longer had the guts to face Ghostface. However, she was fortunate to have managed to escape. Perhaps she had been too excited. At this moment, she almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Regardless, she had managed to keep her life. This was something worth celebrating. Just then, a gemstone on her chest suddenly flashed. Lin Wen, what's the situation now? Has the Heavenly Lion King captured that person? It was the patrolling envoy's voice. Lin Wen had never felt that a person's voice could be so pleasant to the ears. Lord Patrolling Envoy. She was just about to pick up the pendant and use her unique means to communicate with him when she suddenly froze. A shadow shrouded him. He raised his head, only to find a pair of eyes staring straight at him. The moment she saw this sharp gaze, she was really frightened. However, what a terrifying light. Those scarlet eyes seemed to be even bigger than his body. Aureole. The image of this demonic beast finally overlapped with a certain memory in her mind. Aureole. This was a demonic beast with a powerful bloodline talent, the Oriole. The Oriole's bloodline was not any weaker than the double-winged heavenly tigers. At this moment, Lin Wen suddenly recalled something. During a naval battle before the sect attacked the Taihang sword faction, there seemed to be an Oriole appearing. Could it be? Lin Wen, what are you waiting for? Give me a reply. At this moment, the patrolling envoy's voice rang out. However, Lin Wen was unable to move at this moment. Under the terrifying might of the Oriole, she could not even move. After all, she was already severely injured. Under such a terrifying aura, he couldn't even speak. At this moment, a scorching storm appeared and an extremely miserable voice rang out in the sky. The number 1 general of the Heavenly Lion City, Lin Wen, had fallen just like that. At this moment, Su Yan was extremely weak. In this battle, if he did not have the double-winged Heavenly Tiger as a backup, he would probably have died here. He lay on the back of the double-winged Heavenly Tiger, holding the Heavenly Lion seal in his hand. He had finally obtained the 9th seal. As far as Su Yan was concerned, the first 8 imprints were actually nothing much. The last one was the most important. The Heavenly Lion King was a 4-origin expert. Chapter 859. Female Literature. He had already experienced how powerful the Heavenly Lion King was. This time around, he could be considered lucky. The Heavenly Lion King wanted to obtain the secret, so he did not kill him directly. Moreover, in between this, Lin Wen had also arrived. If Lin Wen had not suddenly appeared and wanted to wreak havoc, it would not have been easy for him to hold on until the double-winged sky tiger arrived. Su Yan was also reminding himself that he had to be more prudent the next time he did something. Feng Yueshan was right about one thing. It was impossible for luck to be on his side forever. There was no need for too many failures like this. Just one would be enough to take his life. Right now, Su Yan's aura had become increasingly dense. This battle had stimulated the God-Slayer sword's power. The God-Slayer sword's aura had entered his body, causing his powers to become even denser and deeper. This was actually very important. Su Yan's eyes glowed. With the 9 seals in his possession, he really wanted to immediately take them out and start cultivating. However, he restrained this impulse in the end because he had to worry about something else at this moment, and that was the patrol envoy. The patrolling envoy must be very powerful. Otherwise, the Heavenly Lion King would not be in such a hurry to kill him. The double-winged sky tiger was very powerful, but he did not dare to take any risks. It was at this moment that an anxious thought suddenly appeared in his mind. This was the Oriole's thought. Su Yan was alarmed. The Oriole's battle prowess was extremely powerful. More importantly, it was extremely fast. However, he had encountered danger at this moment. Su Yan's first instinct was that the mysterious patrolling envoy had arrived. Quick, let's go over and take a look. Su Yan said to the double-winged sky tiger. The double-winged sky tiger let out a low growl and flapped its wings, heading toward the Oriole. High up in the sky, the Oriole's huge figure was trembling incessantly. Its wings kept on flapping, but it could only struggle on the spot. The Oriole was the emissary of the sky. Its speed was extremely fast and terrifying, but at this time, it was actually unable to move. Around him were 8 huge pillars of light. Each pillar of light was extremely dazzling, releasing an endless amount of golden light. These pillars of light stood in different directions, locking down everything in their surroundings. It was as if the entire world had been sealed off. And the one who used this technique was an old man. This old man was dressed in coarse hemp clothes, which were not eye-catching. However, he gave off an extremely domineering aura. The astral winds in the sky were fierce, but not even a single strand of his hair was ruffled. He was clearly in his twilight years, but there was not a single wrinkle on his face. Instead, he was glowing with health. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the Oriole, and his eyes were shining brightly. He was none other than the patrol envoy, Zwoleitao. He was an expert from the Dark Azura Hall of the Three Great Halls. The Limitless Demon Sex Dark Azura Hall, Ghost Killing Hall, and White Bone Hall were respectively controlled by the top 3 vice sect masters. This time, the news of the Limitless Nine Devils Seal technique began to spread overnight. After Xing Tianruo received this news, he placed great importance on it. In order to obtain this seal technique, he sent out this person directly. Zwoleitao's cultivation was extremely terrifying, and he had recently attained a breakthrough to become a 5 Essences supremacy. In the Dark Azura Hall, his title was the Dark Azura Executioner. Countless people had died in his hands. When Lin Wen told this person about the Heavenly Lion King's ambitions, he was immediately enraged. Therefore, he rushed over from the Heavenly Wolf City. However, when he arrived nearby, Lin Wen's life aura had already disappeared. This made him even more furious. He had thought that this was the Heavenly Lion King's doing. Based on his understanding of the Heavenly Lion King, the Heavenly Lion King was definitely capable of doing this. Therefore, he did not hesitate to exhaust his energy and break through the restrictions of space. In that instant, he appeared at the place where Lin Wen had died. He had thought that he would be able to catch the Heavenly Lion King red-handed. However, he had not expected that the person he saw was not the Heavenly Lion King, but an Oriole. After seeing the Oriole, all of his fury turned into surprise. Orioles were natural mutated beasts. As long as they could live on peacefully, they would be able to become sacred beasts. How powerful were sacred beasts? Even martial supremacies would not be able to escape from sacred beasts. In this world, powerful demonic beasts were favored by the heavens, and their powers were extremely terrifying. If it was not because they were too powerful, resulting in difficulties in reproduction, then how could the main characters of this world be humans? In the case of the Oriole, even the powerful evil demon clan could not be compared to it in any aspect, let alone humans. Lin Wen was nothing to him. If he could subdue the Oriole, then this trip would not have been made in vain. When the time came, he would only need to bring the Oriole back and slowly nurture it. As long as the Oriole's powers were raised to an extremely high level, it would immediately become a powerful Dao sovereign. Therefore, at this moment, his thoughts of seeking revenge for Lin Wen had long dissipated. His only thought was to subdue this Oriole. Those few light pillars were also famous. They were the greater Dark Azura cage that had been passed down from the Limitless Demon Sex Dark Azura Hole. It was an extremely powerful means to confine space. The Oriole was almost the messenger of the heavens. Although Zwoleitao was stronger than the Oriole, without the greater Dark Azura cage, it was almost impossible to catch the Oriole. This was an opportunity given to him by the heavens. When he appeared, the Oriole still hadn't realized what was going on. However, when he finally reacted, the omniscient cage had already been unleashed. At this moment, it was too late for the Oriole to escape. Oriole, I know that you are a spiritual creature of heaven and earth, so you must be able to understand my words. You killed my Dark Azura Hall's Lin Wen, so you should be killed by me. However, I am merciful and can't bear to see you fall like this. Therefore, I will give you a choice now, and that is to offer your heart's essence and blood and become my pet. Zwoleitao directly forced his consciousness towards the Oriole. At this moment, the Oriole was constantly fluttering and rampaging. At this moment, no matter what was said to it, the Oriole would not listen. Therefore, he directly crashed his consciousness into the Oriole's mind. Of course, he also wanted to rely on this consciousness to directly subdue the Oriole. As long as the Oriole knew how powerful he was not afraid that the Oriole would not submit under such a powerful mental suppression. But then, his brows immediately furrowed. When his consciousness entered, the Oriole did not move at all, as if it was not affected at all. Evil creature, I will give you one more chance. If you don't, then I will directly kill you." He had never been a kind person. Facing the Oriole, it was even more impossible for him to treat it gently. Therefore, in anger, he directly stretched out his hand and pointed. A bolt of lightning immediately fell from the sky. The lightning continued to baptize the Oriole, and a powerful force fell on the Oriole's body. At this time, even the powerful Oriole could only let out a cry. However, at this time, Zwoleta was still unwilling to give up. The radiance of lightning continued to be released. "Oriole, if you still don't agree, then it will be endless torture. Don't be stubborn, this old man's patience is limited." He growled again. Of course, he could not directly kill the Oriole so easily. After all, at this time, he had already thought about the Oriole. He deeply understood that if he could subdue the Oriole, it would be a great help to him and even to Dark Azura Hole. These words were only threats. However, the Oriole was also vexing. Under the impact of the lightning, the Oriole did not react at all. It was as if it was determined to die. Just as he was about to make another move, an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly appeared. A person like him would definitely not feel something for no reason. At this time, since this feeling had appeared, he did not hesitate and directly flashed to the side. At this time, a terrifying light suddenly appeared. The scarlet light, accompanied by an extremely terrifying destructive power, directly passed through the place where he was just a moment ago. Wherever the light passed, all the clouds were instantly evaporated. The power of this beam of light of destruction was evident. Zwoleta was furious. At this time, he was subduing the Oriole, but someone actually dared to disturb him. He was a murderous person, and at this time, his killing intent immediately exploded. He turned his head and saw that there was an additional giant beast in the sky. It was a huge and terrifying tiger with a pair of wings on its back. It was extraordinarily mighty. Zwoleta's eyes suddenly flashed. Double-winged sky tiger. Another powerful monster. The double-winged sky tiger was also a super monster with a terrifying bloodline. Its bloodline grade was not low, enough to be on par with the Oriole. At this time, it seemed that the double-winged sky tiger's strength was above the Oriole's. It was already very rare to encounter one monster, but at this time, two appeared at the same time. This caused him to be bewildered and uncertain. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? However, at this time, his divine telekinesis moved and suddenly found that there was an aura between the double-winged sky tiger's fur. His divine telekinesis was so sharp that he immediately found Su Yen. What, this kid is actually on the back of the double-winged sky tiger? Could he be the double-winged sky tiger's master? His thoughts turned very quickly and he quickly agreed with his own idea. Moreover, he believed that this young devil-masked man was not only the double-winged sky tiger's master, but also the Oriole's master. Thinking of the word devil-masked, a cruel smile appeared. Devil-masked? Ha 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 ha, it's really effortless. I thought it would take some time to find you, but I didn't expect you to come by yourself. Good, good, this is really good. Zwoleta laughed. Chapter 860. Female literature. One must know that the reason he came here this time was for the sake of this masked man. This masked man was really powerful. Not only did he kill Wang Jingqing and take away the 8 seals, but he also killed the Celestial Wolf King, the Celestial Dog King, and the Celestial Eagle King. From the looks of it, Lin Wen was also killed by him. Even the Celestial Lion King had fallen. Originally, he was still wondering what kind of methods this kid had used to achieve this. However, there was no need to think about it now. Demonic beasts. With 2 powerful demonic beasts around, how difficult would it be to kill these people? However, he was very curious about the identity of this masked man. What kind of identity did he have to be able to control 2 powerful demonic beasts? Even for someone like him, it was not easy to have a powerful demonic pet. However, Su Yan alone had two powerful demonic pets. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger started to move again. Its huge body charged toward the omniscient cage. Zhuo Leidao immediately understood what it meant. It wanted to save the Oriole. The omniscient cage was indeed powerful, but it was definitely not to the point of being lawless. It could trap a powerful Oriole, but if the double-winged sky tiger continued to attack from outside, the omniscient cage would become extremely weak. You want to save the Oriole? Dream on. At this moment, Zhuo Leidao had already become greedy. He clearly knew that this masked man was the master of these two demonic beasts. Then, he could also become the master of these two demonic beasts. What he needed to do was to kill this masked man and extract the demonic beast's blood essence from his body. This world had always belonged to the strong. As the saying went, a man's wealth would arouse the envy of others. This masked man's strength was weak, and he was not even a venerable. However, he was able to possess two powerful demonic beasts. This in itself was a crime. Moreover, this time, he had directly provoked the limitless demons sect and killed their disciple. Moreover, he had even taken away the important 9 seals. All of these were courting death. At this moment, his figure flashed again and blocked in front of the double-winged sky tiger. At this moment, the two-winged tiger had no qualms about charging towards him. Su Yan could already sense that this old man who had grown in reverse was extremely powerful, far surpassing even the heavenly Lion King. However, the double-winged heavenly tiger was not to be trifled with. It was not too far away from becoming a holy beast. Even if his battle prowess wasn't as good as this guy's, he was still powerful and terrifying. At this time, such an all-out attack was enough to erupt with an extremely terrifying power. The physical body of a double-winged celestial tiger was a top-notch existence. His strength was even more powerful to the extreme. At this moment, when the power exploded, the terrifying lethality was something that even this old man would not feel good about. As a matter of fact, he wasn't wrong. At that moment, the expression of the old man, who had resisted the winged sky tiger's attack, changed repeatedly. His eyes flickered. It was obvious that he had suffered a loss from this attack. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the double-winged heavenly tiger's attack would be so deep and fierce. This kind of terrifying power was truly too shocking. In the end, he was still a little careless. When he saw the double-winged sky tiger move, he wanted to stop it. Roar! At that moment, the double-winged sky tiger's terrifying light of destruction appeared again. He raised his eyebrows. After the previous attack, he knew that he absolutely could not take this attack head-on. Otherwise, he would be courting death. So at this time, he didn't even think about it. His body flashed, and he immediately disappeared from his original spot. Just from this dodge, one could see how powerful his strength was. His control over space had reached an extremely profound level. But in the next moment, his expression changed. Damn it! It turned out that after he dodged the attack, he directly bombarded the omniscient cage. The violent power fell on the omniscient cage, and the light pillars began to tremble. Then, one by one, they disappeared. When the light pillars disappeared, the Oriole immediately broke free from its shackles. It let out an angry cry, and then shook its wings. Immediately, a terrifying hurricane erupted and swept towards him. The Oriole's anger. The Oriole was trapped by Zhuo Leidao and suffered the impact of his power. Its whole body was in intense pain. For a monster beast like it, this was a great humiliation. The reason why monster beasts were monsters was because once their anger was ignited, they couldn't control it. They even dared to fight against a peerless expert. The moment it broke free, it didn't run away. Instead, it directly bombarded Zhuo Leidao with a huge whirlwind. Zhuo Leidao frowned again. Originally, he was able to trap the Oriole because he had the initiative. But now, the Oriole had broken free from the omniscient cage. At this moment, it would be extremely difficult to trap him again. Moreover, there was an even more powerful double-winged sky tiger watching from the side. Even if he was of 5 essences supremacy, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in a short period of time against these 2 powerful monsters. Of course, he wasn't afraid. His gaze directly locked onto Ghost Face on the double-winged sky tiger, which was Su Yan. As long as he killed Ghost Face, these 2 monsters would be free from their shackles. Then, he would be able to defeat them one by one. Therefore, when he dodged the whirlwind attack, he directly charged towards the double-winged sky tiger. "Let's go, this old thing has his eyes on me." Su Yan had been watching coldly from the sidelines. At this moment, he immediately discovered the old thing's goal. Of course, this old thing's eyes were indeed shrewd and ruthless. He was able to discover the root of the matter in a short period of time. This kind of enemy was really a headache. Moreover, he was so powerful. At this moment, Su Yan was hiding in the double-winged sky tiger's fur. His aura was slowly recovering. However, so what if he recovered all his strength? How could Su Yan be a match for this old thing? Moreover, he had already gotten what he wanted. There was no point in fighting this old thing to death. "Let's go." At this moment, he directly transmitted his will to the double-winged sky tiger and the Oriole. This old thing's strength was simply too strong. If he continued to fight with him, who knew what other tricks he had up his sleeves? The double-winged sky tiger immediately left, and the Oriole was right behind it. The Oriole wanted to cover the double-winged sky tiger's escape. The reason why the Oriole was captured by him was actually because the other party caught him off guard. And now, he was already prepared. Thus, he wouldn't be trapped so easily. It wouldn't be difficult for him to escape. The double-winged sky tiger's wings flapped again and again as it flew into the distance. At this moment, this old thing was chasing closely behind. Zwoledao's purpose of coming here was to find Su Yan. How could he let Su Yan leave? He immediately chased closely behind. But at this moment, the Oriole directly launched a fierce attack at him. Evil creature, he originally wanted to subdue the Oriole, but now he already knew that the Oriole was Su Yan's demon pet. He knew that if he wanted to subdue this demon pet, he would have to kill Su Yan as the director. So he didn't care about the Oriole at all. However, although he didn't want to pay attention to the Oriole, such a powerful demon beast kept attacking him. This was really troublesome. At this moment, he sneered, "Humph, kid, do you think you can escape?" At this moment, a black light appeared in his hand. This light suddenly rushed towards Su Yan. The speed of this light was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the lightning of the heavenly tribulation couldn't compare to it. At this moment, Su Yan was hibernating. But at this moment, Su Yan suddenly raised his head. That bolt of lightning directly rushed towards him. Su Yan was shocked. At this moment, it was already impossible for him to escape. He watched helplessly as the power entered his body. Damn it, what is this? Being hit by this black light, Su Yan originally thought that he would be in incomparable pain. But at this moment, he realized that he didn't even feel the slightest bit of pain. Unfortunately, the more it was like this, the more he felt strange. This old thing didn't seem like a bored person. He naturally had his calculations and considerations for doing so. But at this time, he couldn't think too much. Under the double-winged sky tiger's full speed, this old thing's figure finally became smaller and smaller. Su Yan heaved a sigh of relief. In the end, he still managed to escape. But now, he didn't feel any joy in his heart. It was because of that black light. At this moment, the more he thought about it, the more annoyed he became. Finally, he directly took a few deep breaths and directly waved away the annoyance in his heart. At this moment, Zwoledao also suddenly stopped. His gaze was gloomy as he looked in the direction Su Yan went and said directly, "Kid, after being hit by my one-thought demon fall, I want to see how you escape. Don't tell me that you eat, drink, and live together with this demonic beast." Naturally, this black light wasn't emitted because he was bored. In fact, this was a secret technique. This secret technique could also be considered a type of curse. He would leave a mark on Su Yan's body. As long as this mark existed, then he would be able to sense Su Yan's location. Of course, this wasn't the magical use of this black light. Since it was a curse, then naturally there would be the existence of the curse technique. In the first few days, perhaps it wasn't obvious. But with the passage of time, the power of the curse would gradually become apparent. At that time, Su Yan's entire body would be tormented by this curse technique, as if thousands of ants were tearing at his heart. This kind of pain was definitely not something that ordinary people could endure. Now that he already knew about Su Yan and left a mark on him, he was no longer in a hurry. He wanted to see what kind of background this kid had to actually be so bold. Chapter 861. Female Literature. At this moment, seeing that Swoleto had stopped, the Oriole also stopped its attacks and left. After all, there was no doubt that Swoleto was powerful and terrifying. Even the Oriole was extremely wary of this existence. It was also afraid that Swoleto would suddenly kill it at this moment. Putting aside this streak of black light, Su Yan's harvest this time around was naturally great. He had killed the Heavenly Lion King and obtained the Heavenly Lion Seal. With this, he had gathered all 9 seals. According to Wang Jingqing's memories, now that he had gathered all 9 seals, he could start cultivating the limitless 9 demon seal. This was a supreme mystic technique with boundless power. Most importantly, it could resonate with the supreme treasure of the limitless demon sect, the limitless 9 demon seal. It could even summon the limitless 9 demon seal directly. This was the most precious part of this set of seals. Su Yan landed on a barren mountain. This barren mountain was not very eye-catching. Moreover, it was surrounded by lush foliage. It would not be easy to discover it. After Su Yan landed on the ground, the first thing he did was to throw out a punch, digging a big hole in the ground. "You guys be careful. Don't let that old thing find you." Su Yan transmitted his thoughts to the double-winged sky tiger and the Oriole. As his strength increased, the fusion between the demonic blood in his body became deeper and deeper. At this moment, when the 2 demonic beasts were together, the backlash from the demonic blood was no longer as strong. He knew very well that as time passed and his strength increased, it would not be a problem for him to summon all the demonic beasts together. The sea-splitting demonic snake was originally the weakest demonic beast with a dead head. However, it had appeared on the Divine Demon Island with Su Yan previously. During the battle in the void beyond, it had devoured the void beast directly. This caused a mutation to appear in its body. The speed at which its strength increased was probably astonishingly fast. As for the blood-winged dragon, its bloodline talent was the highest, and it was originally the most powerful demonic beast. At that time, he was the first to submit to Su Yan, so he was baptized by the Godslayer Sword Chi. At this time, even Su Yan couldn't estimate what level he was at. But thinking about it, he must be very powerful. It was precisely because of this that Su Yan had not dared to summon him. Otherwise, Su Yan's strength was too great. Even if the blood-winged wyvern didn't have any intention of betraying him, its essence blood would definitely become active after sensing his approach. If Su Yan couldn't suppress it, then he would be heavily injured instead, which was not worth it. Su Yan jumped into the pit. This crater was at least 10 meters deep. After he jumped into the pit, he had the 2-winged heavenly tiger bury the pit before letting it leave. After Su Yan buried himself alive, he felt the aura of the surrounding soil. Only then did he calm down a little. Su Yan's physical body was incomparably strong. He had already cultivated the invincible golden body. Coupled with the existence of dragon chi, how could those tiny creatures in the soil dare to approach him? Therefore, he wasn't afraid of being bitten by insects. Su Yan didn't bury himself for fun. It was because when he was flying earlier, the square seal's artifact spirit, sent him a message. If Su Yan didn't have the square seal in his body, then Su Yan probably wouldn't know that he had been cursed unknowingly. At this moment, he buried himself deep in the ground to isolate his aura, so that he could directly remove the curse. After Su Yan calmed his mind, his consciousness flowed throughout his body. Finally, he discovered that in the depths of his sea of consciousness, there was a tiny black mark. And this was the source of the curse. After discovering the mark, Su Yan's first reaction was to use the power of the bright moon to suppress it. Unfortunately, even the bright moon green lotus anomaly was completely useless against this curse. That thin black line seemed to have taken root. No matter what Su Yan did, he couldn't dispel it. What should I do? At this moment, the thin black line quietly changed and directly turned into a small snake. Master, this is the method of the ancient devil sect, devil fall with a thought. This curse is extremely vicious. In the beginning, it won't erupt. It only allows the caster to sense the location of the person under the curse. However, after a few days, this black line can turn into a devil's snake and then devour the sea of consciousness. In the end, it can't resist and directly become a devil that only knows how to kill and drink blood. Of course, during this process of transformation, the curse will cause incomparable pain, as if millions of ants are biting at the heart. After knowing this information, Su Yan didn't dare to be careless. Therefore, he directly chose this place and buried himself deep in the ground. The thick earth chi of the earth was enough to disturb heaven's secrets. This was the record of the Stupa sect. If Su Yan hadn't known about this and left the protection of the winged divine tiger and the oriole, Woleda would have caught up to him in an instant. At that time, he would have been better off dead. At this moment, his aura was constantly flowing. The soul-suppressing seal and the square seal suppressed him at the same time. Su Yan couldn't dispel this curse for the time being. Although he had thought of a few ways to dispel this curse in his mind, they were all dangerous. Unfortunately, these methods were so dangerous that Su Yan didn't dare to use them at all. For example, one of them was to borrow the terrifying sword chi of the Godslayer sword. The sword chi of the Godslayer sword could destroy gods and spirits. What could this small curse do? However, at this moment, this curse had taken root in his sea of consciousness. The deployment of this power was a huge problem. If he didn't grasp the key to this, it would be very tragic for him. If his power was too weak, Su Yan would suffer in vain. However, he wouldn't be able to dispel this curse. If his power was too strong, he might die before the curse was dispelled. Therefore, he had to be cautious. He definitely couldn't afford to be careless. The best way to deal with this curse was definitely not to attack it fiercely. Instead, he had to plan it slowly. Only by doing so could he safely dispel this threat. At the moment, Su Yan's power was operating. Unknowingly, the power of the zenith had already started to revolve around the black thread. The black thread seemed to have sensed something and started to vibrate. It had to be said that the power of this curse was indeed very strong. Under the influence of this power, it actually started to counterattack. If Su Yan hadn't been aware of this and had been hit by this black thread, he would have suffered a lot. However, now that he was prepared, he had nothing to fear. The four-sided seal suddenly pressed down. The four-sided seal was a divine weapon of the Stupa sect. Its power was unparalleled, and it definitely wasn't inferior to the boundless nine-demon seal. At the moment, although it was already broken, it could still suppress the black thread. At the very least, it could suppress him for a short period of time. This was enough. After being suppressed by this power, the black thread started to struggle continuously. It was like a poisonous snake that had been pinned down. At the moment, Su Yan once again mobilized the Scarlet Spirit Fire. This powerful divine fire from the raging flame great realm was ignited directly, causing the black thread to be in great pain. As for Su Yan, he quietly immersed his mind into it. He had never expected that this deep slumber would last for a full 3 days. During these 3 days, Su Yan had entered a meditative state. Not only did he refine the black thread, but he also constantly circulated the power of the zenith within his body. This allowed his power to improve further. Compared to Su Yan, the inspector envoy, Zuoleitao, had an extremely bad temper. He had planted the falling demon with one thought. He had originally thought that Ghostface had nowhere to run. However, he hadn't expected that he wouldn't even be able to sense the aura of the falling demon with one thought. At the same time, the city lords of the few cities whose seals had been stolen, the Sky Tiger City Lords, the Sky Snake City Lords, the Sky Bear City Lords, the Sky Fox City Lords, and the Golden Horse City Lords, finally arrived. Out of the 9 city lords, only 5 city lords were left. When they arrived and saw Zuoleitao's extremely gloomy expression, they all groaned inwardly. No matter what, this was their own mistake. With their imprints stolen, the city lords who did not guard their imprints had already become criminals. The city lords of the Sky Bear City and the Golden Horse City were better off, as they thought that they were the subordinates of the 3rd Deputy Sect Master, Xing Tianrua. However, Zuoleitao loathed the other 3 city lords. The city lord of the Sky Tiger City had even been hit by Zuoleitao for some inexplicable reason. Even though he was powerful, under such a palm attack, he was still dizzy and almost lost half his life. On this day, Zuoleitao was swaying in the main hall. At the same time, the city lords arrived together. He asked impatiently, "How is it? Is there any news about Ghostface?" He asked directly, but the city lords looked at each other in dismay. Clearly, they hadn't discovered Su Yan, who was sleeping underground. "Humph, a bunch of good-for-nothings," Zuoleitao shouted angrily. The city lords were also very angry. Their cultivation and status couldn't be compared to the person in front of them. However, in their respective cities, they were also people who were in charge of a region and had their own pride. If it hadn't been for their own mistake this time, they wouldn't have been able to tolerate it. However, they didn't dare do that now, as the city lord of the Sky Tiger City had ended up in front of them. Although he had still come over, everyone could see that his aura was weak at this time. It was obvious that his injuries hadn't recovered. This person had been too ruthless and hadn't left any leeway at all. As time passed, this person's anger grew. If they still dared to stand up at this time, they would be courting death. "I'll give you 3 more days. If you still can't find the whereabouts of that guy in these 3 days, then I'll banish all of you to the Sky Demon territory." Chapter 862. Female Literature. Upon hearing the words Heavenly Demon Domain, everyone on the battlefield trembled in fear. The Heavenly Demon Domain was not a good place. It was the place closest to the void outside of the 9 provinces. Demons would often descend there. Most of them were great demons and demon lords. If one was unlucky, even demon gods might descend. Moreover, apart from the demon clan, this place would sometimes attract the attention of void beasts. Even if they were venerable ones, no one dared to say that they could survive in such a place. Therefore, after hearing the words Heavenly Demon Domain, every one of them was as silent as cicadas in winter. "Don't worry, Inspector. We will do our best." At this moment, they did not dare to refute him. They only wanted to quickly get away from this terrifying existence that could explode at any time. Right at this moment, a beam of green light appeared and shot towards the inspector envoy. The inspector's eyes narrowed. Then, he waved his hand and caught the green light. The green light flashed and turned into a piece of paper as thin as a cicada's wing. This was the Limitless Demon Sect's unique method of communication, green sky message. The speed of this jade light was extremely fast, almost to the point where it could directly break through space. Very few people could discover such a method of communication. Of course, it was definitely not an easy task to use the Jade Fall Messenger. If one's cultivation was insufficient, they would not be able to use green sky light at all. Instead, they would suffer a backlash. Because of this, unless there was an emergency, this method of communication would not be used at all. Now that the green sky message was in his hands, something big must have happened. Just when he was feeling vexed, the arrival of the green sky message would only worsen his mood. He carefully read the contents of the green sky message and finally sneered, "Humph, you're courting death. How dare you attack my limitless demon sect?" As he spoke, a murderous aura surged. The city lords looked at each other and immediately knew that something big had happened. At this time, Swoleto said, "That devil-masked brat has two powerful demon beasts. Even if you guys meet him, I'm afraid you'll all die. In a day or two, the sect Cerberus will be here. It's an existence that's infinitely close to a holy beast. You guys take care of it with all your might. I'm going to the outer domain of Pan Province." The Taihang Sword faction, Raging Flame sect, and Divine Wind sect actually dared to make a move against my limitless demon sect. These words shocked the city lords. The three great sects had made a move against the limitless demon sect. Many people were against the limitless demon sect's surprise attack on the Taihang Sword faction. These people naturally had their own concerns. Once the limitless demon sect launched a surprise attack, it would signify the beginning of the war. However, after so many days, the Taihang Sword faction had not made any moves. Many people thought that the Taihang Sword faction had suffered a great loss in this battle and did not dare to make any moves. Who would have thought that a war would break out just a few days later? Of course, the three great sects did not form an alliance just to vent their anger by attacking the city lords. It was obvious that they wanted to teach the limitless demon sect a lesson. After all, even if this was not counted, the limitless demon sect had become more and more domineering in recent years. They did things without any scruples. Even when facing the disciples of the 10 great sects, they still had a high and mighty attitude. The alliance of the three great sects was not a coincidence. When such a great war broke out, experts like Swoleto naturally had to go to the front lines. Otherwise, the limitless demon sect would suffer great losses if there was no one to deal with the enemy's experts. However, he had already made arrangements for this side. The Cerberus was one of the most powerful demonic beasts of the limitless demon sect. His senses were extremely sharp and could even be said to be heaven-defying. As long as he sensed Ghostface's aura, he would definitely be able to detect it. However, the Cerberus's status in the limitless demon sect was extremely high. He was like an elder. This time, if he had not told the Cerberus about the Oriole and the winged heavenly tiger, which had piqued the Cerberus's interest, he would not have bothered with them. For demonic beasts, if they wanted to become stronger, the fastest shortcut was to devour. Devour powerful existences and powerful bloodlines. Whether it was the Oriole or the winged heavenly tiger, their bloodlines were extremely high. They were definitely not inferior to him. It was extremely rare for such prey to appear. This time, they appeared at the same time, which made him interested in hunting them down. The Cerberus's arrival naturally required people to serve him. Thus, the 5 city lords became the Cerberus's servants. With their status as city lords, they absolutely did not need to do such a thing. Unfortunately for them, they were only criminals at the moment. At this time, how could they dare to say a word? In fact, no matter how high one's cultivation level was, if one could not become the strongest, it would always be a kind of sorrow when facing someone stronger than oneself. At this time, the city lords had a deeper understanding of this point. However, the truth was the truth. No matter what, they could no longer change it. The only thing they could do was to bow down and obey orders. Of course, they could also choose to resist. However, the price of resistance was death. It was impossible for them to be so brave. For the current them, as long as they were alive, they would have status and power. Moreover, they would have the unrealistic fantasy of becoming stronger. However, if they died, there would be nothing left. Therefore, at this time, they still hoped to continue living. At this moment Swoleitao left the city lord's mansion directly. He angrily flew towards the horizon. After leaving the city lord's mansion, everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Swoleitao was like a dark cloud floating in the sky. If he didn't leave, their hearts would be suppressed. Old Fox, what do you think we should do now? At this moment, the Sky Tiger Monarch asked the Sky Fox Monarch. No one knew if it was because of the saying fox assuming the majesty of the tiger. The relationship between the Sky Tiger Monarch and the Sky Fox Monarch had always been good. If one were to ask who was the most depressed among the five, it would naturally be the Sky Tiger Monarch. After all, he had endured the power of a palm strike. To him, this was an endless humiliation. But even so what? He couldn't beat Swoleitao. He was only a one-origin venerable. If Swoleitao really killed him, there might not even be a reprimand from the higher-ups. After all, he had failed this time. He was well aware of the cruelty of the world, and even more so of the boundless demon sect. The Sky Fox Monarch sighed and said, "What else can we do? We can only do our part and wait for the Cerberus to arrive. As long as the Cerberus finds that damned ghost face, we can work together to capture or kill him. Then, there will still be a chance to atone for our mistakes." The Sky Fox Monarch's words were the most helpless way out. Atone for their mistakes. You have to commit a crime before you have to do something. Since he had committed a crime, what was the use of a great contribution? In the eyes of the higher-ups, they had already become trash. Unless they had heaven-defying abilities, otherwise, the Sky Bear Monarch and the Sky Horse Monarch didn't say much. In fact, compared to the other three, their situation was slightly better. After all, they were the third Deputy Sect Master's men. If it had been any other situation, they would have mocked and ridiculed him to make themselves feel happier. But now, they didn't even feel like mocking and ridiculing. Because they didn't have any thoughts, their situation was slightly better. But that was it. It was slightly better than terrible. What kind of situation was that? It wasn't terrible. Su Yan didn't know that a new crisis was about to befall him. At this moment, he opened his eyes. This short period of seclusion wasn't smooth, but it was also very smooth. There was a reason for this. The black curse wasn't dispelled in the end. In other words, Su Yan was still in danger at all times. But it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. That thing had been completely suppressed. At least, it wouldn't erupt in a short period of time. Even his aura wouldn't leak out. As long as he wasn't within 100 meters of Swoleitao, Swoleitao wouldn't be able to sense his aura. This was a good thing. But that wasn't all. The Four Corners seal was slowly refining the black line. Although it was very slow, the Four Corners seal was indeed able to refine it and even absorb its power. Although this thing was very inconspicuous, Su Yan knew that it contained extremely powerful power. As long as it could be completely refined, it would be a great supplement for the Four Corners seal. Moreover, in just 3 days of seclusion, Su Yan found that his power of the Grand Supreme had become even stronger. Originally, there were many auras on his body. Every one of these auras was extremely powerful. No matter who it was, as long as they could obtain one of these auras, they would definitely become a powerhouse. However, when so many auras existed in one's body at the same time, it wasn't a good thing. This was because these auras would conflict with each other. Usually, this wouldn't be seen, but when faced with a true life and death crisis, it would become very obvious. To Su Yan himself, this was a ticking time bomb. If he wasn't careful, he would be doomed eternally. However, the Grand Supreme Sword Chi was the hope of fusing these auras. The essence of the Grand Supreme's power was very noble. Even if there were many auras, they would be suppressed by it. That was why Su Yan treated the Grand Supreme Sword Scripture as his foundation. After he woke up, he circulated the aura throughout his body. Unknowingly, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 7 dragons. Even he felt a little shocked at such a cultivation speed. Although he didn't know what this would mean in the future, it was a good thing for now. He even felt that his cultivation speed wasn't fast enough. Chapter 863. Female Literature. It would be best if he could directly become a Venerable One when the demon ritual was activated. Although he was biting off more than he could chew, he also knew that even if he became a Venerable One, it would only increase his chances of winning by a little. However, it was impossible for him to have absolute confidence. Of course, to directly reach the Venerable One realm in such a short period of time was tantamount to reaching the sky in a single bound. It was too difficult. Su Yan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. After being buried underground for so many days, it was indeed uncomfortable. At this moment, since the aura on his body had been suppressed, it was time to leave. Su Yan's body flashed, and in the next moment, he immediately appeared outside the ground. He did not blast the soil away, but directly passed through the ground. This small action actually contained the mysteries of space. If he did not have a slight grasp of the mysteries of space, he would definitely not be able to do this. In fact, it was already very heaven-defying for him to be able to do this. After all, mastering the power of space was a sign that only a Venerable One would have. However, at this moment, he could already do it. Of course, the mysteries of space were endless and boundless. Ordinary Venerable Ones only had a basic understanding of it. They could make some small use of it and then integrate it into a battle. Just like Zhuoleitao, directly crossing space and appearing, this was actually an extremely difficult thing. If one was a little more profound, one could directly shatter space and be so close yet so far away from 2 places. That was even more powerful. At the level of a Tao Venerable, one could directly turn the power of space into a weapon in one's hand and use it to kill the enemy. This kind of strength was close to godlike. The great path of divine power was unparalleled. The path that Su Yao had to walk was still very long. Su Yan left the ground. He was still a little proud that he could use this little trick. However, he then frowned. This was because a feeling of depression appeared in his heart. As the saying went, fortune did not come in pairs, and misfortune did not come alone. Moreover, he also knew that he had cultivated the Regal Sword Codex and had a mysterious power. He would always have a premonition of fortune and misfortune. Although he could not explain it clearly, he could roughly grasp the direction. This feeling was definitely not him scaring himself. He knew that after his cultivation reached the level of a Venerable One, he would be inexplicably cared for by the path. Although it was impossible for him to be like a Tao sovereign and use his Tao marks to do many things, this feeling would still appear. Since he was feeling so depressed at this time, then something bad must have happened in this room. At this moment, the only thing that could be considered bad was the pursuit of the experts of the Limitless Demon Sect. The Limitless Demon Sect's foundation was unfathomably deep. Just Zhuoleitao alone was enough to force him into a dead end. He could only bury himself alive. But what if an even more powerful existence appeared? When that powerful existence arrived, it was hard to say whether he would still be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Su Yan originally wanted to go to Skywolf City. That was because, in his opinion, the most dangerous place was the safest place. That demon wolf seemed to be from a different faction than Zhuoleitao. In that case, even if Zhuoleitao wanted to reach his hand in, it would be impossible. However, Su Yan gave up on the idea in the end. If it wasn't for the stifling feeling in his heart, he would definitely do so. However, he still gave up now. After all, that demon wolf was his foreshadowing. If possible, he still wanted to make the best use of this chess piece. If he went to Skywolf City at this time, Su Yan was afraid that his arrangement in Skywolf City would be discovered. The more powerful a person was, the more incredible the power they had. He didn't know what this power was. Some things couldn't be known at all without experiencing it. Su Yan finally sighed and gave up on the idea of going to Skywolf City. He chose to go to Golden Horse City. He had thought carefully about the reason for going to Golden Horse City. It was because Golden Horse City was close to the sea. This was Su Yan's way of thinking for himself. Golden Horse City's geographical location was very special. The most special thing was that there was a space passage in Golden Horse City. Moreover, it was close to the sea. The sea-splitting demonic snake was in the sea. If there was no other way, he could use the sea-splitting demonic snake to leave. Back then, they had been hunted down by the deputy sect master of the limitless demon sect, Su Yan. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake still managed to escape with Su Yan. At this time, the sea-splitting demonic snake was even more powerful than before. Moreover, the person who came to hunt him down this time was probably not the deputy sect master. Therefore, his chances of escaping were even greater. The existence of that space passage could allow Su Yan to go directly to the hinterland of the limitless demon sect. Of course, it was very difficult to pass through this space teleportation formation. However, there were always more ways than difficulties. As long as there was a way, he had to try it no matter what. After making this decision, Su Yan headed directly to Golden Horse City. When he was in Skywolf City, he had already obtained the geographical distribution map of Panzhou. Therefore, there were no problems with these locations. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, a special existence had arrived in Skyline City. This time, the lineup was extremely grand. There were 8 sedan bearers, and each bearer was a Dragon Realm expert. Such a lineup was simply luxurious to the point where it could not be any more luxurious. Although Dragon Realm experts couldn't be compared to Venerables, they were still extremely precious combat resources. However, at this moment, these extremely precious resources were only used as sedan bearers. At this moment, the 5 city lords came out to welcome them. Facing this majestic sedan, the few of them looked at each other. Even at this moment, they couldn't guess if there were other important figures besides the Hellhound. At this moment, the curtain was slowly pulled open. Almost at the same time, a powerful will whizzed towards them. "How dare you not kneel when you see me?" In an instant, a dark scene appeared in front of the 5 city lords. The boundless hellfire began to surge, and the extremely powerful and violent energy trembled continuously at this moment. In a daze, countless tragic cries rang in their ears. At this moment, they were extremely shocked. After all, they were Venerables, so they immediately knew that someone was launching a mental attack at them. At any rate, they were all Venerables. At this moment, they calmed their minds and calmed their intents. After that, the cries of ghosts and howls gradually dissipated. However, although this terrifying feeling was dispelled, they still didn't feel good at this moment. The power just now was too terrifying. It was almost as if it wanted to kill them directly. When they regained their vision, they found a pair of eyes staring straight at them. At this moment, they realized that the owner of the gaze that was staring at them was actually a dog. There was actually a small dog sitting in the 8-carrier sedan. It was a small black dog with glossy black fur all over its body. This dog looked very docile. If an ordinary person saw it, they would definitely think that it was an ordinary dog. Who would have thought that it was actually a hellhound? It was just that his eyes were too terrifying. That gaze seemed to be able to see through everything. The reason why they fell into the illusion just now was because this dog was staring at them. Although they had broken free at this time, they knew very well that it was because this dog had let them go. That was why they were still alive. If this dog had wanted to kill them earlier, they would probably all be dead by now. The Hellhound's reputation was extremely strong in the Limitless Demon sect. However, none of the people here had ever seen him before. Today, the Hellhound finally appeared in front of everyone. However, no one expected that the Hellhound would actually look like this. However, in the next moment, the contempt they had for the Hellhound immediately disappeared. Because at this moment, they suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. They immediately realized that this powerful existence in front of them might be angry. This existence's strength was too terrifying. They definitely weren't a match for it. Although they were just thinking about it previously, perhaps this powerful and mysterious existence could see through it. The stronger one was, the more they understood the mysterious and terrifying power of this powerful creature. According to legends, the Hellhound wasn't a creature of this world. They came from the mysterious hell. The word hell was passed down by countless people. However, no one could say for sure what hell was like. In fact, no one even knew if hell really existed. Perhaps those powerful saints would know the answer. Unfortunately, in today's world, the saints were hidden. When the saints were hidden, no one would know whether it was true or not. However, from a certain point of view, the Hellhound was the only evidence. Just as they were trembling in fear, a thought suddenly spread out. Then, it turned into an extremely dignified old man's voice and blasted into their minds. "What's wrong? You seem to have a lot of opinions about this lord's appearance." The moment this voice appeared, even their breathing became heavy. They immediately understood that this was the anger of this person in front of them. This person in front of them was definitely an invincible expert. Previously, they had dared to have any blasphemous thoughts. One must know that they were originally sinners. If the Hellhound tracked them down, they would probably die without a burial ground. Just as they were unable to resist this terrifying aura, this extremely powerful and terrifying power suddenly dissipated. "Forget it. I'm too lazy to bother with you. How boring. Then, tell me directly. Where did that brat go? If you can provide me with any information about him, I'll forgive you." The Hellhound grew out his hind legs and gently scratched his head. Chapter 864. Female literature. This action was no different from that of an ordinary puppy. However, at this moment, how could these city lords dare to have any thoughts of disrespect? They had all witnessed how powerful this person was and understood that even if they were to just have a single thought, it would be known by this Hellhound. This Hellhound might be able to forgive them once, but it might not be able to forgive them a second time. However, it was really difficult for them to provide information on Su Yan. After all, even Zhuo Leidao had not been able to discover Su Yan's whereabouts. How could they possibly know? The Hellhound sent out a thought once again. "You're really useless. I really don't know why the Limitless Demon sect keeps you guys around. Are you guys just waiting to die? Putting aside the fact that you've lost something, you don't even know where the thief went. Trash, a bunch of trash." The Hellhound's voice was not serious. In fact, it sounded like a bored complaint. However, it made these city lords fall silent out of fear. They were really afraid of death. After all, Zhuo Leidao was a member of the Limitless Demon sect. Although he was domineering, he would still have some reservations. However, the person before them was not a human but a dog. A Hellhound. If he wanted to kill someone, who would be able to stop him? Lord Hellhound, we're useless and unable to grasp that guy's aura. Therefore, we still need you to step in. At this moment, the master of the fairy fox walked up and spoke to the Hellhound respectfully. The Hellhound yawned and sent out a thought once again. "Alright, let's cut the crap. Zhuo Leidao has already given you guys some instructions. Bring it out." What he needed was something related to Su Yan, even if it was something that Su Yan had come into contact with before. The hellhound's sense of smell was extremely sensitive. It was no longer just identifying scents but also identifying a person's fate. At this moment, the Tianma king walked up and said, "Lord, this is the skin, flesh, and hair left behind by that guy when the Heavenly Lion King fought with him." These people from the Limitless Demon sect were really amazing. To think that they would be able to find such small things. The hellhound raised his head lazily and said, what a strange guy. Only people like him are interesting." None of the city lords knew what the hellhound meant. How could they have known that the hellhound had discerned Su Yan's aura upon coming into contact with him, and it had captured traces of the trajectory of his destiny? Su Yan's strangeness had piqued his interest. But when he wanted to understand it more deeply, the trajectory of fate was cut off. This was an extremely rare situation. Su Yan's fate had actually been concealed by someone else. Of course, it was also possible that his fate was too extraordinary and involved too many things, so the hellhound had no way of knowing. If I become a holy beast, I might be able to see through this guy's fate. But now, I'm still a little lacking. Forget it. So be it. The hellhound sighed. If his cultivation was stronger and he became a holy beast, then his innate skill would become even more abnormal. In that case, he might be able to observe the trajectory of Su Yan's fate. But now, he was still far from that. If he forcibly tried to pry into Su Yan's fate, then it was very likely that he would be directly devoured by fate and die completely. He was an old dog with a long lifespan, a beautiful appearance, and a shocking amount of wealth. How could he die for such a small matter? Of course, he was very interested in Su Yan. So at this time, he had made up his mind to go and take a look. Originally, I came here for the Oriole and the double-winged sky tiger, but I didn't expect this guy to be the one I'm really looking forward to. Ha ha ha, I hope this guy won't disappoint me no matter what. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a waste of my efforts? Woof, okay, I've already grasped the direction of that person. This guy is now heading towards Golden Horse City. Just a while ago, Su Yan suddenly shuddered. It was a very bad feeling, as if his fate was being spied on. Such a feeling was really terrible. But he didn't know where this feeling came from. But now, Su Yan was very careful. This feeling made him do things even more secretly. I always feel that this time doesn't seem to be simple. It's hard to predict whether it will be a blessing or a curse. Forget it, I'll just treat it as an extra insurance. Su Yan stopped and then transmitted a thought. At this time, he finally arrived at Golden Horse City. This city was actually different from the other cities of the Limitless Demon sect. Firstly, it was because of the city's special geographical location. Although it was not by the sea, it was at the location of the estuary. This long river in Pan Province ran through everything and then rushed into the sea. Secondly, it was because of the city's historical heritage. In the distant ancient times, an extremely powerful expert once appeared in this city, the Heavenly Horse Walker. At that time, Golden Horse City was not yet a city of the Limitless Demon sect. The Heavenly Horse Walker's combat strength was extremely powerful. Rumor had it that he had almost reached the level of a saint. With the appearance of such a figure, this city was naturally incomparably glorious. But later, the Heavenly Horse Walker disappeared, and this city was controlled by the Limitless Demon sect. Legend had it that the spatial teleportation array in Golden Horse City was left behind from the era of the Heavenly Horse Walker. Compared to other cities, the position of the city lord of Golden Horse City was actually very awkward. Although he was the city lord, he could not control everything. This was because the teleportation array in Golden Horse City was the most important thing. Therefore, the person in charge of taking care of the teleportation array here was the direct disciple of the sect. Although the city lord's identity was noble, in front of the direct disciples of the sect, he did not have much advantage. Sometimes, if a more powerful direct disciple of the sect came, he, the city lord of Golden Horse City, would have to serve him well. It made him feel like a servant. However, he did not have any good ideas. So many years had passed, but in fact, the Limitless Demon sect was actually very concerned about this city. The city lord of this city would be directly transferred away after his cultivation had reached a certain level. Although the Heavenly Horse Walker had become a legend, as long as this legend existed, they would be incomparably fearful. Compared to the Heavenly Lion City, this city was much simpler. When one looked at this city, one would be greeted by an extremely simple aura. This was an aura that was very pleasing to the eye. If this city did not belong to the Limitless Demon sect, Su Yan felt that he would very likely fall in love with this city. After the city lord's seal of Golden Horse City was lost, the search had not been eased. If it was in the past, Su Yan would have relied on his abilities to enter the city. However, this time, he did not do so. He still had the feeling that he was being watched. Moreover, this feeling was getting stronger. When facing a powerful venerable one, the more low-key he was, the better. He even directly turned himself into an ordinary person. Relying on his identity as a cover, he smoothly entered the city. After entering Golden Horse City, he did not immediately approach the teleportation array. Instead, he directly found the most densely populated place and then found a restaurant to rest. This time, he did not cultivate. Instead, he directly slept. The day passed quietly as Su Yan slept. Soon, night fell. No matter which world it was, the night always gave people a kind of quiet beauty. This was a special time. The night in Golden Horse City was even quieter. However, not everyone would be quiet on such a night. At the very least, Su Yan was not. A day of sleep had allowed him to get rid of all his emotions during this period of time. That heavy feeling was still pressing down on his heart. It was the feeling of being coveted by a thief. However, at this time, Su Yan no longer cared. For many things, what would come eventually. It was impossible for him to tremble in fear or even fear the slightest thing for something that had yet to come. He had never been such a person. Therefore, at this moment, what he had to do was to head toward his destination. Su Yan's speed was very fast. The night was his best coat. Quietly, with a few ups and downs, he had already crossed more than half of the city. At this time, he directly restrained his aura even more thoroughly. This was because he knew that there was an extremely crucial place ahead. The security there was extremely tight, which was several times more than that of Golden Horse City. Moreover, Su Yan also felt the aura of a venerable one. Such a place was actually guarded by a venerable one. From this, it could be seen how tight the security inside was. At this time, Su Yan was leaning against a corner of a wall. He seemed to have become one with the wall. At this time, a pair of patrolling soldiers walked past him, but they did not notice him at all. Su Yan did not seem to exist at all. Su Yan directly spread out his spiritual sense. After a few patrols, he finally found the location of the teleportation formation. If it were not for his powerful spiritual sense, he might not have been able to discover this teleportation formation. This was because this teleportation formation was actually hidden by a formation. If one only looked at it with the naked eye, they would not be able to discover its existence at all. Fortunately, Su Yan's spiritual sense was so powerful that it could even be described as different from that of ordinary people. At this time, his gaze was cast into the distance. It was in that place that he found a person. This person was sitting cross-legged quietly. His aura was very quiet. If a word had to be used to describe it, he was like an old monk. It had been a long time since Su Yan had seen such a quiet person. What was even rarer was that this person was a woman. Her face was very simple, which was not related to the word coquettish at all. It was at this time that the beautiful woman, who had her eyes closed, slightly moved her eyebrows. Su Yan was immediately shocked and immediately withdrew his gaze. Chapter 865. Female literature, she actually found out about me. Su Yan could not believe it. His divine sense was so fine and so small. Back then, he was not discovered when he directly spied on King Tianying. But now, this woman actually found out about him just by looking at her. It could be seen how sharp this woman's perception was. At such a time, it was not a good thing to meet such a person. At this time, Su Yan began to secretly think of a countermeasure. Of course, it could also be an illusion. In that case, the woman just happened to move her eyebrows at this time. Of course, Su Yan would not pin his hopes on an illusory maybe. He clearly knew that for many things, the truth was the truth. If he continued to hold on to a fluke attitude, if he had a lucky chance, then one day, he might not even know how he died. However, this woman was too quiet. Until now, her aura had not become chaotic. For Su Yan, now there was an extremely troublesome problem. That was the activation core of the teleportation array. He had already seen that the core of the teleportation array was the crystal in this woman's hand. This woman actually directly placed that crystal in her lap. In other words, if he wanted to obtain the deterioration of this crystal, he had to fight with this woman. Otherwise, there was no hope. Time passed quietly. Finally, Su Yan decided not to wait anymore. His body directly turned into a stream of light and then immediately leaped out. At this moment, he was like a big bird. Those ordinary guards could not discover Su Yan at all. But there was one person, and that was this beautiful woman guard. When Su Yan just started to move, she had already opened her eyes. At this time, Su Yan realized that her beautiful eyes were so strange. It was as if a devil lived in this pair of eyes. Looking at her eyes, it was as if the world had begun to change. Ocular technique. Although he did not know what it was, Su Yan knew that this was a powerful ocular technique. The power of ocular techniques was that they could erupt in an instant, making people unable to guard against it. However, Su Yan had the eye of truth, so everything was under his eyes. He had seen through the woman the moment she activated her eye technique. Su Yan's gaze was so sharp that everything began to distort under his gaze. That kind of strange twist was simply incomparably shocking. However, this did not affect Su Yan. Everything was futile in front of Su Yan. Through the eye of truth, Su Yan discovered that the air around him had begun to distort, and even space had begun to fold. This was an extremely powerful eye technique. Even Su Yan could not help but feel shocked. If he couldn't see these changes, then he might unknowingly be sealed off, and those with weaker strength might even be killed. However, it was different now. Su Yan could accurately find these points of distortion and then directly avoid these points of distortion and finally pass through them. The woman's expression changed as well. This eye technique was an innate ability of hers. It could distort the spatial distribution of the surroundings. Many people who were stronger than her had died at her hands. Although many experts were able to break through it, they had to rely on their tyrannical cultivation base to break through it. However, at this time, Su Yan actually broke it just like that. His movements were as smooth as flowing water, without any pause. Although it did have some impact on him, it was a negligible matter. Just as she was in a daze, Su Yan had already chosen not far from her. Ghost face. At this moment, a clear and beautiful voice sounded. It was her call. Following the appearance of this call, the surrounding guards immediately reacted. The guards guarding here were extremely powerful. Among them, there were as many as 10 people who were above the 7 dragons realm. If these people joined forces, they would be an extremely powerful force, and no one could underestimate them. However, Su Yan would not give them a chance to join forces. Demonic dragon wings, regal sword flight. Outside his body, the pitch-black demonic dragon wings appeared directly. At the same time, he directly activated the regal sword flight. The combination of the two caused his speed to reach an extreme in an instant. In just a few ups and downs, a person's head fell to the ground. This was a matter of life and death. Su Yan would definitely not show any mercy. His sword was simply too fast. As the sword chi shuttled back and forth, everything was destroyed. This was the reason why he was so powerful and terrifying. You're courting death. Su Yan originally wanted to force this beautiful protector to stand up and fight. That was why he slaughtered these guards. This woman's current state was the most stable state. She had almost merged herself with this formation. If this was the case, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to seize her crystal. If this woman stood up and fought with him, then he would be much more confident. At this moment, a powerful will came. A venerable one. He did not expect that this place was guarded by more than one venerable one. In just a short while, Su Yan had already killed 7 Dragon Realm powerhouses. This venerable one was patrolling the periphery and happened to be on the other side. At this moment, he hurried over and saw that there were already so many corpses. His heart was immediately filled with anger. These were all his subordinates. Now that they had died just like that, how could he tolerate this? His gaze landed on the woman, as if he was blaming her for not helping him when he was in danger. However, he also understood that this woman's duty was to protect the spatial teleportation crystal in her hand. Other than that, she would not do anything else. Moreover, this woman's identity and background were very mysterious. Even he could not make things difficult for this woman. Therefore, at this moment, he could only bear the consequences. Of course, his hatred could only be transferred to Su Yan. This was all because of this damned attacker. Ghostface, you really came. You're courting death. He roared in a deep voice. Hearing this, Su Yan immediately knew that his previous intuition was not wrong. Sure enough, there was an expert who had his eyes on him. This powerhouse could sense his location. However, at this moment, he became even more of a nuisance. He had to quickly perform the spatial teleportation. Otherwise, it would only be more troublesome. If this mysterious powerhouse arrived, he could not guarantee that he would be able to survive. At this moment, Ghostface flashed and directly launched the most fatal attack. Deity Vanquishing Sword. He did not show any mercy and directly used the Deity Vanquishing Sword. Such a sword technique was extremely shocking. In addition, at this moment, his cultivation base was extremely shocking and terrifying. Although this person was a venerable one, his strength was not much different from the Golden Horse City's governor. They were both one origin venerables. Su Yan had already killed so many venerables, so at this moment, he was naturally not afraid of this person in front of him. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Kill. Seeing that Su Yan was about to attack him, the honorable martial artist was enraged. Venerables were all extremely proud. However, at this moment, he was being looked down upon by a junior. How could he tolerate this? The two of them only met in an instant. Quickly retreat, you're not Ghostface's opponent. At this moment, the woman's voice was heard again. She naturally would not speak to Su Yan. When the young venerable one heard this woman say that, he became even more furious. No matter what, this woman's beauty moved his heart. He had admired her for a long time. At this moment, the person he admired actually said that he was not a match for someone else. This was unbearable for him. Therefore, at this time, he would not retreat at all no matter what. At this moment, his body crossed and had already arrived in front of Su Yan. At this moment, the attacks of the two people finally burst out with brilliance, and the terrifying power directly transformed into a giant beast. The young venerable one's expression changed repeatedly. He never thought that Ghostface's strength would be so terrifying. With the body of a venerable one, he could not resist it. At this moment, an extremely terrifying sword intent followed his weapon and directly strangled him. He immediately broke out in cold sweat. He knew very well that once the sword intent entered his body, he would definitely die. Even so, he could not do anything at this time. At this moment, a green light appeared. The green light slashed towards Su Yan and the young venerable one. When the green light flashed, Su Yan had no choice but to retreat. This woman was truly remarkable. Moreover, her vision was so accurate that she could grasp the core. Needless to say, as Su Yan retreated, the young man screamed at the same time. The green arc of light cut off the young venerable's hand without any hesitation. Ah, why? The young man was in constant pain. Of course, what he couldn't accept was that the woman he loved had cut off his arm. The young woman slowly stood up and said indifferently, "If you don't do this, you'll have to die." Her face was still so calm, but she did not seem to care about the blood that was splattering everywhere. The young venerable one knew this too, but he was still unwilling to accept it. "But you clearly," he wanted to say, "you clearly have the strength to save me and save my arm." Who knew? Before he could finish, the woman's cold voice was heard. "Shut up. I've already reminded you, but you wanted to be brave. I'm not your babysitter. What does it have to do with me if you're courting death?" The young man felt unusually uncomfortable because the woman was so heartless. He was also someone with a background and a background. His father's identity was not low. He was not the vice sect master, but he was also a powerful elder. Even so, the woman still ignored him. Despite that, he was still unwilling to accept it. He always felt that based on his conditions, he was definitely worthy of her, so he had been working hard. He tried his best, but he did not expect her to be so disdainful of him. Chapter 866. Female Literature, Ghostface, do you want this? The woman reached out her hand and waved the interspatial crystal in her hand. Of course, Su Yan wanted this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big fuss. Of course I want this. Unfortunately, you won't give it to me. However, the woman smiled and said, that might not be the case. How about this? Take off your mask and let me have a look. If you're still considered handsome, I'll give this to you. How about that? Su Yan didn't expect the woman to say that. At this moment, the young venerable one was infuriated. I've known her for so long, and she's always been blunt with me. However, she's extremely gentle in front of this person. At this moment, he was truly enraged to the extreme. But so what if I'm furious? I'm just a loser, and even my arm was chopped off. Moreover, this happened when someone was merciful enough to save me. At this moment, he was simply depressed to the extreme. At this moment, Su Yan shook his head and said, forget it, I don't dare to believe you. It's more reassuring to get what you want. After he finished speaking, his body flashed and he immediately tried to grab the woman. At this moment, the woman's eyes burst out with brilliance. At the same time, she said with a smile, I like men like you. Her words were clearly so provocative, but they still gave off a simple and unpretentious feeling. Although Su Yan had long understood that one shouldn't judge a book by its cover, he still felt that it was too contradictory when it came to this woman. The two of them had to fight in the end. Therefore, Su Yan made a move at this moment. The woman seemed to have been on guard against Su Yan long ago. The moment Su Yan made a move, she chuckled and said, You're really not a person who has tender feelings for the fairer sex. You actually launched a sneak attack. With regards to her nonsense, Su Yan would not take it to heart. The woman gave off a very peaceful feeling as if she wasn't dangerous at all. However, it was precisely this that was the most dangerous thing. His perception of danger was extremely sharp. But at this moment, he actually had a feeling that he was willing to believe this woman. This was a very strange thing in itself. As the saying goes, if something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Such a situation was definitely abnormal. At this time, Su Yan did not dare to be careless. Su Yan's power directly blasted out. Under the ghost mask, his power was endless. Even if he fought against a venerable one, he would not be at a disadvantage. At this moment, the two of them continued to fight fiercely. In just a short moment, they had already exchanged countless blows. Su Yan had to admit that this was an extremely difficult enemy to deal with. If it was not because her realm was on par with the Heavenly Lion King's, then the Heavenly Lion King would definitely not be able to retaliate at all. The Limitless Demon sect was truly formidable. Even a random expert from their sect was so terrifying. This woman's age was definitely not too old. Such a person was definitely a top-notch genius. At this moment, Su Yan's goal was very simple, and that was the crystal in her hand. However, it would not be easy to snatch the crystal from her hands. This woman was far too powerful. Su Yan even felt that she had not used her full power up until now. Otherwise, even he would not have been able to fend her off. At this moment, an intense radiance surged out from his eyes. Blood Dragon Pupil. The Blood Dragon Pupil appeared, and the dragon's soul in his eyes roared. A powerful and terrifying power charged out toward this woman. This woman also possessed an eye technique, and it was an extremely powerful one. If it was not for the fact that Su Yan possessed the eyes of truth, it would have been extremely difficult for him to break through it. At this moment, Su Yan was returning an eye for an eye. An intense glow kept on rising and circulating. The blood dragon had almost taken a physical form. The woman's brows kept on flashing. It was true that this blood dragon pupil had caused her a lot of trouble. Su Yan had not used the blood dragon pupil for a long time. This was because using the blood dragon pupil required the support of a large amount of draconic aura. After the great demonic dragon's heart entered his body, the power of the blood dragon pupil seemed to have fused with the great demonic dragon's aura. If he used the blood dragon pupil, it would draw the great demonic dragon's aura. It was because of this that Su Yan did not dare to use it so easily. However, the blood dragon pupil was actually very powerful. Eye techniques were basically related to mental attacks. At this moment, what Su Yan wanted was the spatial teleportation crystal in his hand. However, it was impossible for Su Yan to defeat this young miss in a short period of time. However, what if he was restricted in a short period of time? In that case, this matter was no longer impossible. As such, the blood dragon pupil was the best choice right now. As expected, after the blood dragon appeared, the woman's movement slowed down. His eyes were filled with vigilance. What a powerful technique. You're good, Ghostface. At this moment, his body seemed to have frozen. Seeing her reaction, Su Yan was delighted. This was because he knew that his blood dragon pupil seemed to have succeeded. At this moment, he did not dare to waste any more time. After all, the blood dragon pupil was not omnipotent. This woman was also proficient in eye techniques, so he could only trap her for a moment. Therefore, he immediately used the regal sword teleportation technique and appeared in front of her at a speed that was close to teleportation. In that case, thank you, Mississippi. Su Yan's palm directly grabbed the space crystal. However, at this moment, the woman suddenly revealed a cunning smile. Just as Su Yan's hand was about to touch the spatial crystal, the woman suddenly moved. She shook her hand lightly, and the spatial crystal disappeared. With a flip of her hand, she immediately grabbed Su Yan's hand in an extremely ingenious manner. Not bad. Your hand is quite tender. At this moment, Su Yan felt that this was ridiculous. He had been taken advantage of. Moreover, he had been taken advantage of by an enemy woman. This woman's smile was very beautiful. Although it was just a light smile, it was enough to fully express the meaning of the phrase, a flower-like smile. When their skin came into contact, a smooth and tender feeling was immediately transmitted to Fang Xingjian. However, at this moment, Su Yan was not in the mood to enjoy this moment of gentleness. From the very beginning until now, this woman had been giving him an extremely strange feeling. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly exerted his strength. Su Yan's strength was extremely powerful. If he were to unleash his explosive power at this moment, even a strength-type expert like the Heavenly Lion King would be overturned by Su Yan if he was caught off guard. However, although this woman's face was flushed red, she still did not move. With such strength, she was like a female tyrannosaurus. Your strength isn't bad, but if that's all, then you won't be able to escape from my grasp. She smiled and continued to get closer to Su Yan. Interesting. Su Yan had not expected that this woman would be able to withstand his power. That was not all. This woman even launched a counterattack. However, he was no longer anxious at this moment. When this power came attacking toward him, his demonic face seemed to become even more profound. His 3 hearts were beating at the same time. At this moment, a stream of fresh blood instantly flowed through his entire body. At this moment, Su Yan was like a monster. He let out a low bellow and then pulled abruptly. This woman had thought that she had gained the upper hand and would be able to capture Su Yan directly. However, she had not expected that the earlier attack was not Su Yan's full power. At this moment, Su Yan's power exploded. He was simply a monster from head to toe. She was caught off guard by Su Yan's pull. Her entire body leaned towards Su Yan and then directly into Su Yan's embrace. This time, Su Yan was also stupefied. Her warm body crashed into his embrace. Even for someone like him, his heart was shaken. He and this woman were destined to be enemies. However, for some reason, he felt exceptionally close to this woman. He could not even feel any hostility towards her. He cursed in his heart, bastard. He already had enough love debts. It was not a good thing that his heart was still rippling at this moment. However, he did not let this strange feeling go to his head. At this moment, he took the opportunity to hug this woman tightly. Then, he said, "Now that you have nowhere to go, give me the space crystal." Su Yan originally thought that it would be better for him to speak harshly at this moment. However, when he spoke, he realized that there was something wrong with his voice. Not only was there no harshness, there was even some gentleness. This woman was probably being coerced by him. However, when he spoke like this, there was no hint of coercion at all. Instead, it was more like a couple flirting. "I'm not going to give it to you. What can you do? I've already said that unless you take off your mask and let me see." This woman was also fearless. It was as if she had already determined that Su Yan would not do anything to her. "Humph, do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?" Su Yan realized that something was wrong with himself. At this moment, he directly channeled the power of the Exalted. The aura fluctuated and immediately stabilized his mind. He clearly knew that what he needed the most at this moment was to have a heart as firm as iron. The woman also noticed the change in Su Yan's aura. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly whipped towards Su Yan from an unbelievable angle. Previously, when she was hugged by Su Yan, she did not really lose herself. How could a woman like her give herself up for a woman she met for the first time? However, Su Yan was also a vigilant person. Chapter 867. Female Literature. When he channeled the power of the Exalted, he had already calmed his mind. At this moment, he had already noticed the abnormality when the woman moved. At this moment, he pushed out with his palm, and the powerful force immediately turned into a storm that collided with the afterimage. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but at this moment, the space crystal actually fell out of the woman's hand. Seeing the space crystal, both Su Yan and the woman focused their attention. They clearly knew that the core of the fight was inside the space crystal. The woman's mission was to protect the space crystal, but Su Yan's goal was the space crystal. At this moment, both of their gazes were focused on this point. At this moment, the blood dragon pupil in Su Yan's eyes activated again. At the same time, his entire body shot out. At this moment, the woman also snorted and said, "Humph, ghost face, do you think the same move will work on me?" At this moment, her body turned into a phantom, and her entire body was like a fluttering butterfly. The blood dragon of the blood dragon pupil appeared and directly passed through his body. Then, she directly charged towards Su Yan. The two of them directly clashed with each other. At this moment, the two of them were no longer testing each other, and their powers were constantly clashing and clashing. The young venerable master was extremely shocked. To be able to become a venerable master at such a young age, he was naturally a genius. However, at this moment, he realized that if he interfered in the fight between the two of them, he would immediately be injured by the powerful force. This was the case even when he was at his peak. It was no wonder that the woman had never looked at him, because her cultivation was much stronger than his. The cultivation she was currently displaying was that of a one-origin venerable, and it was not even the peak of it. However, she was already so powerful. Even a two-origin venerable would not be her match, and this ghost face was even more shocking. He did not have the faint aura of the Tao, so it was not difficult to deduce that he was definitely not a venerable master. However, a person who was not a venerable master had beaten him to the point that he could not fight back. At this time, he was truly unwilling to accept this. Unfortunately, at this moment, he could only watch the two of them fight. The power of Su Yan's ghost face grew stronger and stronger. The woman's brows furrowed even tighter. She could clearly sense the change in Su Yan. At this moment, it was becoming increasingly difficult for her to control the space crystal. "I'll take this space crystal," Su Yan said directly. This time, he directly stretched out his palm, and the power immediately turned into a heavenly devil palm. The terrifying devil chi continued to vibrate at this time. The woman's expression kept changing. There was disbelief, astonishment, and all kinds of emotions mixed together. This was precisely the most crucial moment in her battle with Su Yan. However, at this moment, such fluctuations actually appeared in her heart. Su Yan did not understand why she was like this, but no matter what, her mood was unstable. That was an opportunity for him. The power of the heavenly demon finger erupted once again, directly turning into an incomparably powerful aura. The woman was already at a disadvantage when she was distracted earlier. At this moment, it was already too late for him to snatch the space crystal away. Su Yan directly grabbed the thing in his hand. This space crystal was indeed extraordinary. When Su Yan grabbed it in his hand, a wave of power immediately fluctuated. That was the power of space. If an ordinary person could not control the power of space and hold this space crystal, they might even be directly injured by this space crystal. However, Su Yan did not have any problems holding this space crystal. He was actually very used to this space crystal. Even at this moment, he was still absorbing this power. This caused the woman to be even more surprised. Su Yan did not feel any hostility towards her, but wasn't she the same? It was precisely because of this that she was very curious about Su Yan. That was why she wanted to know what kind of person was under the ghost face. Of course, she did not find it strange that Su Yan could adapt and even absorb the space crystal at this moment. It would be strange if the ghost face did not even have this little bit of ability. After finally holding the space crystal in his hand, Su Yan began to activate the power of this space crystal without hesitation. Under the cover of such power, the space crystal's power gradually surged. Following the fluctuation of the space crystal's power, the teleportation formation that was hidden by the formation immediately began to reveal itself. The powerful spatial fluctuation immediately caused endless changes. At this moment, the young venerable one immediately shouted, "Qingyue, quickly stop him." Losing to Su Yan was already the greatest humiliation for him. If he let Su Yan leave right away, he would completely fail. Even if he was the son of an elder, he would definitely be ignored. Therefore, he could only pin his hopes on Qingyue at this moment. At this moment, an extremely strong sense of urgency suddenly emerged in Su Yan's heart. That sense of urgency was urging him to quickly open the teleportation formation and leave this place. In fact, what Su Yan was doing was already very dangerous. This was because he did not know what exactly was on the other side of the space crystal and whether it was heavily guarded. If time allowed, he should take the long view and at least find out what exactly was behind the teleportation formation, which powerful figures were overseeing it, and whether he could come into contact with Lu Lan or anyone related to her. However, it was too late now. That mysterious sense of crisis was constantly forcing him to retreat. Therefore, the only thing he could do now was to make himself faster. The spatial passage had been activated, and it was at this moment that the lady called Qingyue rushed over. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you leave." Guarding the teleportation formation was the sect's order. Even if she had an extraordinary background, she could not disobey the order. This was because she did not have the right to do so now. At this point, she had also put away her thoughts. She attacked with all her might, and powerful phantoms flickered. Although they were phantoms, each of them possessed extremely terrifying attack power. If Su Yan ignored the attack at this time, she would definitely leave a deep impression on Grimace. At this moment, she suddenly had a strange thought. She hoped that Su Yan would attack at this time. As long as Su Yan attacked, he would not be able to enter the teleportation formation. At the very least, Grimace would not die at her hands. She had just sensed Su Yan's heavenly demon power attack, and she also knew that it was probably the heavenly demon power that caused her to attack Grimace. However, she never expected that Su Yan would not even move at this time. Her power directly bombarded Su Yan's body. The surface of Su Yan's body was covered by a layer of extremely powerful and terrifying power. This power was so terrifying that even her heavenly demon power could not break through. Instead, she was directly repelled. At this moment, he suddenly activated his power. The teleportation formation had been completely opened. Seeing that the teleportation formation had been opened, he heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, he directly looked at Blue Moon and said, "That's all for today. There's no need to send me off. Goodbye." At this point, he did not want to continue staying there. However, at this moment, a sound suddenly came. Woof! It was a dog's bark. The dog's bark was very crisp and pleasing to the ear. It even had a kind of cuteness. However, when it stopped, Su Yan's heart immediately stirred up huge waves. Just by calling out like this, the power was able to suppress the power of the space around them. Just a single cry was already so terrifying. The teleportation formation had been opened, but at this time, it was directly suppressed. "Ha ha ha, Grimace. You'd better not leave. I realize that you're very fun to play with. You should stay and have some fun with me." At this moment, Su Yan's heart was beating wildly. He immediately knew that the thing that he was afraid of had appeared. He originally wanted to use the teleportation formation to leave this place, but he did not expect the teleportation formation's power to be directly suppressed. With the teleportation formation being directly suppressed, it was immediately impossible for him to use the teleportation formation to leave this place. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate and directly headed out of the city. Just as Su Yan was about to leave, a small dog slowly appeared. This small black dog slowly walked out of the darkness, and everyone's eyes immediately focused on this small dog. Whether it was the woman called Blue Moon or the young supremacy, they were all figures of the limitless demon sect's main sect. Obviously, they knew this dog. Lord Infernal Hell. They were extremely shocked. They never thought that the infernal hell dog would actually come here directly. The infernal hell dog licked his lips and then transmitted his thoughts. All right, stop circling around me. Do what you need to do. I'm going to find my toys to play with, woof. He took another step forward, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Damn it, what a powerful existence. Could it be that a Tao supremacy is here? He was shocked. Such a powerful existence was even more terrifying than Zwoladaus. Oriole, double-winged heavenly tiger. Since the teleportation formation had failed, there was no other way now. In the face of such a terrifying existence, he could only run far away. Thus, he immediately sent out a thought. But at this moment, that sound appeared again. Woof. At this moment, he immediately kept quiet out of fear. Su Yen swore that he had never hated a dog's bark so much in his life. In the darkness, a small dog slowly walked out. The puppy's eyes fell on Su Yen, and then it transmitted a thought to him. As expected of the child of destiny. Interesting, woof woof woof. Hearing this sound, Su Yen felt his hair stand on end. Chapter 868. Female literature, woof woof woof, it still sounded so adorable. But at this time, Su Yan's heart had already become sharp. He watched the puppy in front of him walk in front of him, and his whole body was trembling. This puppy was really too terrifying. It just stood there quietly, but it seemed to make the world lose its color. Su Yan even saw countless trajectories on its body. Su Yan was no longer unfamiliar with these trajectories, which belonged to the Tao. This hell dog had already condensed Tao marks. In other words, it was very likely to be an existence comparable to the human Tao's sovereign level. Among the monsters, this was called a sacred beast. A sacred beast? Su Yan asked directly. Not yet, right? Its appearance was so adorable, but the voice it transmitted through its mind was so old. It's still a little short to become a sacred beast, but I know that you have two powerful monsters, the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger. If you devour these two monsters, then it's about time. Su Yen frowned. This guy was actually targeting the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger. There was no doubt that the Oriole and the double-winged heavenly tiger were very powerful. But the puppy in front of him was even more terrifying. He would never doubt this. It had not reached the level of a sacred beast, but it was already close. This meant that the puppy in front of him was about the same as Shuexingchuan. Back then, Shuexingchuan was able to kill a Tao sovereign at this level and defeated Yen Xiao. He had a feeling that this dog was definitely not weaker than Shuexingchuan. With such strength, even if the double-winged heavenly tiger and the Oriole came at the same time, they would not be his opponent. If his initial target had been these two demonic beasts, then they would have been in grave danger. At this time, Su Yen directly transmitted a message to them, telling them to give up and come here. At this time, the dog laughed and said, "Ha, it seems that it's too late to transmit a thought now. Besides, they are your monsters. If you are in danger, then they will definitely come." His thoughts sounded again, and his words were full of mockery. This dog was able to see through Su Yan's thoughts. And there was nothing wrong with what he said. The life of the monster beast and the director were connected. At the very least, that was the relationship between Su Yan and them. This was because his body contained the essence blood of a demonic beast's heart. If Su Yan died, then these two demonic beasts would also die. Therefore, when Su Yan was in danger, as long as the monster sensed it, it would definitely appear. Putting aside other so-called feelings, even if it was only for the sake of their own survival, they would still come. Su Yan frowned, but he soon calmed down. "Evil dog, do you dare to kill me? Since you know that I am the child of destiny, then you should know that there are many experts on me. My path of destiny is not simple. If you dare to attack, then you will definitely regret it. At this time, Su Yan couldn't think of any other reason, so he could only use this to threaten this dog. Ha ha ha, you human brat is also smart. You actually know how to use such an interface to threaten the dignified hell dog. But as a hell dog, if I can't even see through this little trick, how can I walk the path of a holy beast? Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard his self-address. How could he not have heard of the hellhound before? This was an extremely powerful and terrifying creature. This creature had an extremely powerful bloodline. In terms of bloodline alone, his level was stronger than the Oriole. Legend has it that the hell dog came from hell. The legend of hell was spread in Su Yan's original world and this world. However, no one knew if this place really existed. But the hell dog had extremely powerful and terrifying strength. It came from the legendary hell. Their fighting ability was extremely terrifying. Very few monsters could be a match for them. Legend has it that even the dragon clan couldn't do anything to them. Back then, an extremely powerful existence had appeared in the hell dog, almost reaching the level of a divine beast. Legend has it that this hell dog wanted to open the gate of hell and let hell come to the human world. This was because the hell dog was the messenger of hell. Back then, there was a holy dragon who tried to stop it, but it was killed by the hell dog. But later, the hell dog still died. It died at the hands of the great demonic dragon. Su Yan didn't know the history of this. But at this time, he could feel that the great demonic dragon's blood in his body was not calm. There seemed to be a kind of killing intent exposed, but because the great demonic dragon's heart was now fused with the others, this riot was not obvious. I don't care about the many fates on you. To be honest, if it weren't for so many fates on you, I wouldn't be interested in looking for you. Well, maybe you've sent your thoughts, so in order not to waste time, it's time to send you on your way. At this point, a terrifying aura suddenly appeared on his body. This aura directly wrapped around Su Yan. In the face of this aura, Su Yan didn't even dare to move. This power was so terrifying that it was enough to kill him directly. He knew the hell dog's plan. It wouldn't kill him so easily. What it was doing now was just to lure him in. He wanted his two beasts to appear. Su Yan suddenly took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. After he sat down cross-legged, he immediately calmed his heart. The more uneasy he was, the stronger the emotions that the two beasts sensed. At this time, what Su Yan needed to do was to deceive the perception of the two beasts. The hell dog was not in a hurry. It walked around Su Yan twice and barked a few times. At this time, the light in its small eyes was spinning. There was still some distance between the Heavenly Lion City and the Golden Horse City. Even if a venerable one wanted to come here, it would take some time. The hell dog did not have the patience to wait for these guys. This group of trash could not do anything, so it directly crossed over. However, it was fortunate that it came directly. If it had to wait for those trash, it would have been too late. Su Yan might have already left. At this time, you still want to keep your state of mind calm. Speaking of which, you're quite amazing. Destiny's Child is indeed different. Unfortunately, your strength is still too weak. Its thoughts were transmitted, and this thought turned into a violent whirlwind that began to attack Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Under the impact of this terrifying power, Su Yan's heart finally began to feel uneasy. In the face of absolute strength, the strength of one's will could not change anything. Even though he wanted to change this, at this moment, the strong sense of danger still stimulated him, causing his heart to begin to waver. In less than a few breaths, two powerful auras came from the horizon. Oriole, winged tiger. These two beasts had previously received Su Yan's message. However, later on, Su Yan's message changed and asked them to leave this place. These two beasts were not stupid, so they immediately guessed that Su Yan might have encountered great danger. Just as the hell dog had said, after sensing that their director was in danger, they immediately rushed over. Su Yan wanted to stall for time, but they just had to appear here. Woof, woof, woof. At this moment, the hell dog began to bark. Su Yan could hear the joy contained in this bark. At first, it was just the sound of a cute puppy barking, but after a few times, its bark had turned into the roar of an extremely terrifying beast. This sound was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the roar of the winged tiger was much weaker compared to it. At this moment, black flames began to rise around its body. This black flame, who knew what kind of power it had, was simply terrifying to the extreme. Around the place where the puppy was, the soil began to melt. It was not that Su Yan had never seen such powerful flames before. The Flame Devil Sovereign King's flame power had already reached the level of Transcendent Saint. Even though it was just a soul at that time, the essence of the flame still shocked Su Yan. However, this hellfire had another terrifying aura. This was an extremely powerful force. Following that, the body of the puppy began to change. Originally, it was just a cute and silly puppy. However, at this time, his body changed and became even bigger than the double-winged celestial tiger. Its entire body was surrounded by the terrifying hellfire. At this moment, it looked at Su Yan triumphantly. Following that, its gaze landed on the oriole and the winged tiger. Kiki, my delicacies, come on, let me have a taste of you. Its thoughts locked onto the two beasts. Being stared at by the hell dog, the oriole and the winged tiger felt uneasy at the same time. Whether it was the oriole or the winged tiger, they were both beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines. However, this caused them to feel restless under the gaze of the hell dog. It could be seen how much pressure the hell dog brought to them. Go, don't worry about me, as long as you don't die, I'll be fine. At this moment, the aura that the hell dog released was unknown. It was able to isolate Su Yan's thoughts. At this moment, Su Yan simply let out a loud roar. Go. Do you still think you can escape? At this moment, the hell dog leaped high. Even though it did not have wings, its speed was simply too fast. The oriole's speed was already extremely shocking. When the hell dog pounced, it flapped its wings, and a terrifying whirlwind immediately erupted. However, the hell dog only growled. Facing this terrifying attack, it did not have any intention of escaping. When that powerful force arrived, its body didn't even sway. Chapter 869. Female Literature. The oriole's attack was actually knocked away by him. His speed was too fast, and his movements were terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, his power flickered, and he was almost invincible. The terrifying whirlwind was directly shattered by him. Hee, little oriole, you're still not strong enough. In that case, you'll become my food. Almost in the next moment, he was already in front of the oriole. The oriole wanted to escape, but it was too late. The hellhound's speed was simply terrifying. The oriole couldn't react in time and was directly pounced on. The oriole's wings immediately began to vibrate, trying to break free. However, the hellhound's power was also extremely terrifying. The oriole was vibrating, but it couldn't break free at all. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger charged towards him. The battle between the two monsters and the hellhound erupted. At this moment, Su Yan couldn't move at all. The hellhound's power had firmly imprisoned him. Now, he was powerless to do anything. The battle between the three demonic beasts was too terrifying. He couldn't help at all. Therefore, Su Yan calmed his mind at this moment. He knew that the double-winged sky tiger and the oriole were definitely no match for this terrifying hellhound. Therefore, he needed to do something else at this moment. That was summoning. He summoned the blood-winged flying dragon and the sea-splitting demonic snake. When he first felt that he was being spied on, he had already summoned these two monsters. However, the sea-splitting demonic snake seemed to be in an extremely strange state of slumber. He had devoured the void beast, so he had already undergone a transformation and advanced. At this moment, the information that the blood-winged flying dragon had received was also somewhat strange. The hellhound was indeed incomparably ferocious. He could tell that the Oriole was relatively weaker between the two monsters, so he was desperately biting and killing the Oriole. If he could get rid of one of the monsters first, then the remaining one wouldn't be much of a threat. As long as he devoured these two monsters, his strength would increase again, and he would directly become a holy beast. The Oriole was constantly struggling. A golden power was protecting him, preventing him from being torn apart for the time being. However, this kind of power could not be maintained for long. As time passed, he would probably still die. The key now was to see if the double-winged sky tiger could avoid the Cerberus during this period of time. At this moment, the winged tiger flapped its wings and pounced onto the Cerberus. His sharp claws continued to tear. However, the hellhound's fur was really tough. The winged tiger's claws could only leave a small mark on its surface. Even the hellfire on the surface of his body could cause additional damage to the winged sky tiger. He was finally enraged. He opened his mouth and a crimson ray of destruction appeared. The light flickered for a moment, and in an instant, it charged towards the hell dog's head. The scarlet ray of destruction directly exploded at this moment, and that incomparably powerful majesty turned into a terrifying wave of light at this moment. With such a tremendous power, even the heavenly Lion King would die if he were to be struck here. However, the Cerberus did not waver in the slightest. In fact, his aura had become even stronger. So weak. This was the will of the hellhound. Even at this moment, the hellhound turned around and unleashed an extremely powerful beam of destruction. That was the endless power of the hellfire. Initially, the hellhound had already assumed that he would definitely be able to kill the Oriole. Even when he was struck by the winged sky tiger's beam of destruction, he did not waver in the slightest. However, at this moment, he actually turned around and launched an attack at the winged sky tiger. Right now, the Oriole was already in a defensive state right from the start, using all of his power on defense. However, the winged sky tiger did not think of defense at all. All he thought of was attacking with all his might. At this moment, after receiving such a terrifying attack, he immediately let out a painful howl. This attack had already caused him great damage. Even a powerful existence like him could no longer withstand it. His entire body even started to tremble. Right now, the hellhound let go of the Oriole and pounced towards him. The winged sky tiger flapped its wings, wanting to stabilize himself. However, it was already too late. The hellhound crashed into his body with blazing hellfire. Under such a violent power, a bloody hole immediately appeared on his huge body. It was said that the hellhound's power was unparalleled, and right now, this was completely reflected. Even though the winged sky tiger still had the ability to fight, it was already greatly reduced. Previously, the two demonic beasts were not a match for the hellhound. At this moment, the winged sky tiger was heavily injured, which meant that it was more likely to die. At this moment, Su Yan immediately stood up. He could no longer stand here with peace of mind. After all, whether it was the Oriole or the winged sky tiger, they were both his demonic pets. When he first subdued them, Su Yan could be heartless. However, right now, he could no longer do so. These two demonic pets had helped him many times in battle. They had even saved his life in the battle with the Heavenly Lion King. No matter what, he could not let any accidents happen to these two demonic beasts. At this moment, he had already made up his mind. The hellhound's power was too great. Even in the state of Ghost Face, it was difficult for him to break through. However, Ghost Face was definitely not Su Yan's strongest power. It was just that he had never dared to use that strongest power. However, at this moment, he could no longer care about that. If he was still afraid of the slightest thing at this point, then everything would be too late. In the end, he could not bear to let these two demonic beasts of his fall here. At this moment, he took out the Scorching Sun sword. The Scorching Sun sword's crimson sword light dyed the surroundings red. This time, Su Yan did not slash the Scorching Sun sword at the enemy. Instead, it pierced toward himself. The sacred sword had a spirit. At the moment the Scorching Sun sword pierced toward his body, the Scorching Sun sword let out a mournful cry. The Scorching Sun sword was now connected to Su Yan by blood. It was almost as if they were one. It sensed that Su Yan was preparing to harm himself. It immediately let out a mournful cry, wanting to stop Su Yan. Su Yan felt the Scorching Sun sword's will. At this moment, he said, "I have no choice. Moreover, don't worry. I won't die." His voice was very calm. It was because he wanted to convince himself as well as the Scorching Sun sword. Perhaps sensing Su Yan's determination, the Scorching Sun sword finally stopped letting out mournful cries. At this moment, Su Yan sighed and said, "God Punisher, at this moment, I'll need to borrow your power." The God Slayer sword's will was far too domineering. Right now, the God Slayer's sword seemed to be in a state of deep slumber. This was why Su Yan was able to make decisions for his own life. However, he knew very well that he was merely a sword scabbard. A sword scabbard was not much different from a sword slave. When the divine sword's will appeared, he could only obey and not resist. If possible, Su Yan definitely did not wish to awaken the Godslayer sword. In the previous battle with the Heavenly Lion King, he had merely borrowed some of the Godslayer sword's instincts, allowing his sword chi to flow out unintentionally. However, such a small amount of sword chi was able to break through the Heavenly Lion Seal's defense and destroy everything. However, this time around, a small amount of sword chi was unable to solve the problem. That Cerberus was far too powerful. It was extremely close to becoming a sacred beast. Generally speaking, sacred beasts were stronger than Tao's sovereigns. Although this was not a law, it was most likely so. Faced with such a terrifying existence, Su Yan could only go all out. The Scorching Sun sword pierced into his own body. Fresh blood immediately flowed out. This sticky fresh blood flowed down the Scorching Sun sword into his hand. That extremely scalding feeling was indescribable. Right now, Su Yan pierced through his own heart. Among the three great hearts, the great demonic dragon's heart and the demonic god's heart were both acquired hearts. However, the pagoda's heart was not. It was a combination of the power of the pagoda's sex legacy and his own heart. In other words, the true vital point in Su Yan's body was actually this pagoda's heart. Right now, he had really reached the point where he could cut off all means of retreat. Stabbing his own heart with a sharp sword was a path to death. However, it was also a path to survival in the midst of death. Only death could awaken the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the Cerberus, who was fighting in the sky, also noticed the situation of being stabbed to death. There was a questioning look in his eyes. Even he himself could not figure out why Su Yan would do this. Could it be that this guy had directly committed suicide to let these two demonic beasts leave? But at this point, how could he allow these two demonic beasts to leave? Their fates were already in his hands. It was already too late for them to leave. Or perhaps Su Yan wanted to commit suicide so that these two demonic beasts would die as well. This way, they would be able to escape the pain of being devoured by him. However, this did not make sense. At this moment, he was completely puzzled. However, it was at this moment that he was distracted. The moment he was distracted, the double-winged sky tiger immediately shot out a beam of light of destruction. At this moment, the Oriole also shot out a terrifying whirlwind. At this moment, the two attacks directly hit the Cerberus's body. Even if it was the Cerberus, being hit by these two attacks at the same time, it was still somewhat painful. Arg, damn it. He felt that his dignity as a superior was being challenged. He immediately dismissed the thought from his mind. He did not care about Su Yan. Since he was the child of destiny, he would definitely not die so easily. At this moment, what he needed to pay more attention to were these two demonic beasts. If these two demonic beasts really chose to escape, he would not even have a place to cry. Chapter 870. Female literature. Blood was flowing, but there was no reaction from the divine melody. At this moment, Su Yan was almost in despair. He did this because he wanted to use the Godslayer's sword and then use the Godslayer's sword's power to reverse the situation. But at this moment, the Godslayer's sword did not move at all. This made him very worried. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what Feng Yuishan said to him. He advocated taking risks, taking unconventional swords, and liked to find a way out in despair. Although most of the time, it was because he had no choice, but this personality had been cultivated. Unfortunately, just as Feng Yuishan had said, there was no such thing as an eternal victor in this world. People who gambled would die sooner or later. This was a principle that countless people in the previous world had acknowledged. Could it be that this was the time for him to die? At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness was becoming fainter and fainter. At this moment, the already gloomy sky had become even more cloudy. At this moment, Su Yan's consciousness was beginning to dissipate. Although he had the heart to persevere and wanted to kill the enemy. Unfortunately, at this moment, he was powerless to do so. Gradually, he began to die. At this moment, the two monsters felt that Su Yan's aura was disappearing. At this moment, they were panicking. The Hellhound was also surprised. This brat actually died just like that. This is really hard to guess. While he was suppressing the two monstrous beasts, he was secretly puzzled in his heart. According to his estimation, as the child of destiny, Su Yan should not have died so easily. But now, he could no longer feel Su Yan's aura of life. His aura of life had completely withered. Logically speaking, that was a sign of death. But at this moment, Su Yan's aura of destiny seemed to still be a little bit left. The Hellhound was very sensitive to this kind of indescribable aura of destiny. However, after a few breaths, he threw away this thought. The disappearance of his aura of life meant that he was completely dead. Everything had ceased to exist. How could such a person still be alive? Humph, you two idiots. Your master is already dead, so there's no need for you to struggle. He directly transmitted his will to them. But at this moment, he was stunned. That's right, if Su Yan is dead, then why are these two guys still alive? Could it be because the essence blood in his body hasn't completely disappeared? Forget it. Let's kill them first. His purpose for coming here this time was mainly for these two powerful demonic beasts. As for Su Yan, he did not intend to pay attention to him. He just wanted to see what was going on. After all, the child of destiny was actually extremely dangerous, because there were many traps on his body. He was a Cerberus, blessed by the heavens, but at this time, he had not yet matured. Moreover, even his ancestor, a super powerful existence who had almost become a divine beast, was killed by the great demonic dragon. Right now, he needed to borrow the strength of the limitless demon sect to buy enough time for himself to grow. As a powerful hellhound, he had his own ambitions. In other words, he had never forgotten his mission. In this world, everything was like floating clouds in his eyes. Even the limitless demon sect that he was relying on was the same. The Cerberus clan came from hell, and from generation to generation, their mission was always in their hearts. What his ancestor could not do, he would do. If he could not, then he would pass on this mission. At this time, Su Yan was already dead, and the two demonic beasts were also heavily injured by him. The Oriole and the winged tiger were both high-level demonic beasts with the bloodline of the desolate age. His eyes flashed with a fierce light. It was obvious that these two idiots wanted to fight him to the death. But now, did they still have the chance? No, they did not. At this time, they were just lambs waiting to be slaughtered. What's laughable is that even though they were lambs, they still did not know it and still tried to resist, thinking that they could fight to the death. His huge claws slammed down. As his claws fell, the world seemed to feel it. That extremely terrifying power kept shaking in the sky, and finally turned into a monstrous giant claw. To be able to manifest his power and finally condense it into such a majestic giant claw, his power had already reached the pinnacle. Tao marks had already gathered in his body. This majesty was already comparable to a Tao sovereign. The Cerberus was unique and had a powerful bloodline. At this moment, it could be seen clearly. As long as this palm fell, whether it was the Oriole or the winged tiger, they would die. There was no chance of survival. At this time, the two demonic beasts were both injured. At this time, they had no way to resist at all. It was as if their deaths today were already destined, and this was fate. At this moment, the Cerberus did not have the slightest bit of his previous cuteness. That boundless majesty made him look like a god. This was the divine power of hell. At this moment, Qingyu quietly arrived. Her gaze did not land on the godlike Cerberus. Instead, it landed on the body of Su Yan, who was pierced by her sword. During the previous exchange, she noticed the heavenly demon aura on Su Yan. This aura was very pure, even when compared to her own. No wonder when the two of them met earlier, there was a special feeling. It turned out that there was such karma. Now, she was a little regretful. If she had known that the Cerberus would come, she would not have blocked his path just now. She would have let him directly enter the spatial teleportation array and leave this place. Although the other side of the spatial teleportation array was also a dangerous place, it was better than encountering the Cerberus. She was a core disciple of the Limitless Demon sect. Although she was not the son of demon, she had a high status and a noble identity. Therefore, she naturally knew about the Cerberus. This Cerberus had lived in the Limitless Demon sect for many years. Back then, when the sect master of the Limitless Demon sect personally came, the entire Limitless Demon sect respected this Cerberus, and even treated it as an elder. Although this Cerberus rarely made a move, the real core figures knew how powerful it was. In the past, the Limitless Demon sect guarded a starfield, and a void beast once descended. Back then, the void behemoth was extremely terrifying. The Boundless Demon sect thought that a Tao Venerable had gone there directly, but he still couldn't defeat it. He was even injured by the void behemoth. Until now, the fifth vice sect leader was still in seclusion. Later, when this Cerberus appeared, he revealed his true form and directly fought with the void beast. In the end, he killed the void beast and even devoured it. This Cerberus usually maintained the appearance of a cute puppy, but if one really thought that it was just a cute puppy, then one would be courting death. He was very resourceful and could find information related to fate. Although it was only scattered information, when it came to fate, it was supreme. Even the sect master of the Limitless Demon sect did not have this ability. This time, when the Cerberus appeared here, she no longer had any hope for Su Yan. Su Yan was indeed powerful, but that was within a certain realm. It was just that the realm decided everything. Just like now, even if he had two powerful high-level demonic beasts, he could only use his sword to kill himself. She sighed and was about to leave. But right at this moment, the weather changed. A terrifying lightning pillar fell from the sky. The previous Cerberus was already full of divine might, but under this lightning pillar, his might was instantly swept away. The condensed giant palm also disappeared at this moment. The Cerberus's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Why is the heavenly might changing at this time? As the saying goes, the heavenly might is unpredictable, but why would it change for no reason? He raised his head, wanting to look at the sky. After this, between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds rolled, and high in the sky, a huge eye seemed to appear. This eye was so terrifying that even the Cerberus was already trembling at this moment. In the face of such majesty, even he could only tremble and be subdued. He did not know why the heavenly might appeared, but his intuition told him that the appearance of the heavenly might was most likely related to these two demonic beasts, or to be more precise, Su Yan. This ghost-masked brat, he directly used his sword to kill himself. This action was already very strange. According to his intuition, at this time, his best choice was to directly leave this place. But the opportunity to become a sacred beast was right in front of him. Whether it was the Oriole or the double-winged sky tiger, they were both powerful demonic beasts with extremely high bloodlines, and had the appearance of a sacred beast. If he missed today, he did not know where to find such powerful demonic beasts. Although the Limitless Demon sect could provide him with information about other powerful demonic beasts, those that could be found were extremely terrifying super-existences, and even he could not provoke them. The tip of the Cerberus's nose twitched, and then a determined look flashed in his eyes. Forget it, if I miss today's opportunity, then I will completely miss this opportunity. When that time comes, everything will be too late. Under the temptation of becoming a sacred beast, he finally gave up the idea of leaving directly and wanted to pounce on the two demonic beasts. He already had a plan in his heart. As long as he increased his speed to the extreme, then he could directly bite a demonic beast to death in an instant, and then devour it. His first choice was naturally the Oriole. The Oriole's strength was slightly weaker, and it would be easier for him to devour it. However, right at this moment, another lightning pillar descended. Even the powerful Cerberus was unable to stop its mind from being captured by this lightning pillar. At this moment, he looked in the direction of the lightning pillar, and only then did he realize that the lightning pillar's target was actually the brat in the closet. Seeing that the lightning pillar was about to reach Su Yan's body, the surface of Su Yan's body suddenly glowed with a faint light. Compared to the powerful lightning pillar, this light was so weak and dim, like the difference between the bright moon and the light of a firefly. Chapter 871. Female literature. However, the mighty and majestic divine lightning was unable to do anything to the light at all. Su Yan's body was not damaged at all when the lightning struck him. Instead, the light on his body began to become more and more resplendent. Damn it, there's indeed something strange about this ghost-faced brat. At this moment, his heart was palpitating with fear. This extremely terrifying and powerful aura that was comparable to heaven's might made him very uneasy. Damn it, I have to be quick, otherwise it'll be terrible. This ghost-faced brat is indeed the child of destiny. Thinking of this, he directly pounced towards the Oriole. His speed had already reached the pinnacle. However, there was a ray of light that was even faster than him. The moment his body approached the Oriole, the sword light suddenly exploded. The terrifying power turned into a whirlwind that rushed towards him. The hellhound released a terrifying hellfire, wanting to burn the sword chi. However, the tragic thing was that not only was the hellfire unable to destroy the sword chi, but it was also directly sucked into the sword chi. The sword chi did not lose its momentum and directly charged towards the hellhound. Ah! At this moment, he let out a painful roar. He never thought that he would actually be burned by his own hellfire one day. After a long time, the terrifying aura finally passed. He managed to break free from this violent power. At this moment, the enormous hellhound was actually injured. Just how frightening and unimaginable was this? However, the truth was right in front of his eyes and he had no choice but to believe it. At this moment, Blue Moon was already dumbfounded. She originally wanted to leave, but she happened to be alarmed by the heaven's might, so she stayed here. Therefore, she had seen everything that had happened earlier. After the lightning struck, Su Yan, who was originally lying on the ground, suddenly floated up. The scarlet longsword gradually withdrew from his body. The hellhound suddenly attacked the Oriole. At that time, the ghost-faced brat only lightly waved the scarlet longsword in his hand. It was a casual attack that was like swatting a fly. However, it was this casual attack that shocked Blue Moon to the extreme. At this moment, the sword light materialized and slashed towards the Cerberus. Under this sword light, the powerful hellhound was actually wounded. Blue Moon had witnessed the terrifying strength of the hellhound with her own eyes earlier. In front of the hell dog, the two demonic beasts could be said to be unable to withstand a single blow. However, such a powerful Cerberus had actually been injured by a single sword strike. She had fought with Su Yan before, so she was very familiar with Su Yan's situation. Although Su Yan was powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to fight against the hell dog. It wasn't that he wasn't a match for the hell dog, but that he didn't even have the qualifications to fight. However, in reality, Su Yan had directly injured the Cerberus. How did he do it? She knew that this must have something to do with Su Yan's self-destruction, but she couldn't figure out the mystery behind it. At this moment, the Cerberus was no longer paying attention to the Oriole and the winged sky tiger. It wasn't that it didn't want to, but it couldn't. At this moment, it felt an extremely terrifying gaze land on its body. The moment the gaze landed on it, its hair stood on end. Fear. It knew that it was feeling afraid right now. However, how many years had it been? How many years had it been since it had felt such emotions? However, it actually felt afraid today. Of course, it didn't feel the slightest shame at this moment. In the Cerberus worldview, fear was never a shameful thing because it was only when one was afraid that they could live longer. Back then, that powerful ancestor was ultimately killed because he was fearless. However, it couldn't figure out what had happened. At this moment, it suddenly felt that its actions this time were a little too rash. After so many years of smooth sailing in the limitless demon sect and being worshipped by that group of people, it gave it a kind of blind confidence. It felt that there was nowhere in this world that it couldn't reach. Therefore, he clearly sensed that Grimace had many destinies guiding him. It was very likely that he was the legendary child of destiny, but he still made a move on him. In his subconscious mind, he didn't take this seriously at all. However, at this moment, it was already regretting it. The strength of the child of fate was undoubtedly reflected at this moment. It was certain that this was definitely not Su Yan's own strength. That sword chi made him feel a lingering fear, even though he managed to avoid being strangled by that sword chi. Although it had avoided the sword chi, it still couldn't forget how terrifying the attack just now was. In the face of this sword chi, its hellfire was directly sucked in by the sword chi and turned into a powerful force that killed it. If it wasn't for the fact that the sword chi was released in a hurry and didn't have enough momentum, it even felt that its head would have been separated from its body and it would have died on the spot. Therefore, at this moment, it was truly apprehensive. At this time, drizzle after drizzle fell from the sky. After the heavenly thunder, it was a downpour. For some reason, the rain seemed exceptionally heavy when it fell on its body. As for the Cerberus, it became even more frightened at this moment. At this moment, it noticed that a gaze had fallen on it. It looked at Su Yan, only to find that the ghost-faced kid's body began to become blurry. This made it feel even more uneasy. It was a powerful existence, but at this moment, it couldn't see a person's figure clearly. This could only mean that the other party was more terrifying than it had imagined. At this moment, Su Yan gently raised his hand and landed on the mask. What an ugly mask, but it's interesting. An almost mechanical voice came from Su Yan's throat. It was stiff, but it was also extremely majestic. At this moment, its heart was beating non-stop. You actually woke me up. Looks like it's because of you. The Cerberus clearly heard this voice. The Cerberus had experienced countless battles. It grew from a young monster to its current state, so it was natural that it had fought countless battles. It had even devoured void beasts before. Therefore, its heart had long been incomparably firm. However, at this moment, it began to tremble just by hearing this voice. This was truly a terrifying voice. No, it could even be said to be a demonic voice. At this moment, its pupils suddenly shrank because it found that the ghost-faced kid had already appeared beside it. What kind of terrifying speed was this? He didn't even feel the slightest ripple in space. Since I've awakened, I should at least see some blood. What a pity. But, it's not bad. I haven't killed a hell creature for a long time. Although it's just a Cerberus, it's enough. This murmur was like a sleep talk, but when it stopped in the Cerberus's ears, it made it feel extremely painful. Even just by hearing its voice, the Cerberus felt that it was being baptized by an extremely powerful and terrifying sword chi. Previously, the Cerberus was still a hunter. But now, it had become a prey. Such a change naturally caused him to be unable to restrain his anger. Without any hesitation, it spoke directly, and then an extremely terrifying aura directly dissipated at this moment. It was the Cerberus's hell ray of extinction. It was a destructive power that was even more powerful than the double-winged celestial tiger's ray of destruction. At this moment, it directly burst out this attack, which was what it did instinctively. That violent power directly impacted Su Yan's body. This kind of power could even kill a powerful monster, and even a Dao master would be seriously injured if he appeared here. However, at this moment, Su Yan was unscathed. The moment before this ray of light arrived, a faint light directly appeared around his body. It was the appearance of this light that directly blocked that terrifying power. That was sword chi. Although this sword chi didn't directly impact it, the Cerberus could feel the power to destroy heaven and earth from it. At this time, it didn't dare to be careless. It directly howled and then directly flew towards the sky. But at this time, how could Su Yan let it leave so easily? You want to leave now? If that's the case, then it's really too unfair to me. He raised his hand as he spoke. A ray of sword chi flew out in an instant. The powerful and scorching sword chi directly bombarded its body. The Cerberus directly let out a miserable howl. Although this ray of sword chi was not able to penetrate its body, it had already caused it great pain. This was the result of its body being protected by a layer of hell's flame. However, after this attack, its hell's flame had been greatly extinguished. Obviously, if there was another attack, it was uncertain whether it could withstand it. What was worse was that although the sword chi did not pierce its body, the extremely strong power of pain was constantly exploding in its body. The sword chi directly penetrated its body through its skin and flesh. Roar, light of hell's flame. At this time, the Cerberus directly roared at the sky and then spat out the most dazzling ray of light. The surging flames actually transformed into a huge wheel of wind and fire at this moment. The power of this wind fire wheel was extremely terrifying. He was sure that even a human Dao master would be severely injured by this wind fire wheel. However, now he didn't have the luxury of being able to hurt Su Yan at all. His only hope was to escape this place. The Cerberus's intelligence was extraordinary. In a short time, he had already planned an escape route. That was the space transmission formation. Chapter 872. Female literature. Even the Hellhound could only think of escaping at this moment, not fighting to the death. He cherished his life after all, even though he would lose the best opportunity if he escaped now. However, as long as he was alive, there would always be opportunities. He had already waited for so long, a little more time wouldn't make a difference. However, he wanted to leave, but Su Yan wouldn't let him. No, it should be said that God Slayer wouldn't let him. God Slayer was a reality, and it had to destroy something. Therefore, the sword chi was even more violent. The huge aura suddenly fell. Everything was constantly being compressed by this sword. The hellhound was struggling to hold on. At this moment, more and more wounds appeared. The God-Slayer sword's power was too strong, and its destructive power was too terrifying. That kind of boundless power wanted to destroy and drown everything in its path. Ow, you can't go all out. Do you really want to kill everyone? The hellhound's thoughts were directly transmitted. He would say this because he was afraid. Because of fear, he threatened. Ha ha ha, kill everyone. I like this word. I want to kill everyone now. What can you do to me? You little dog, still struggling at this time. The God-Slayer bloomed with light, attracting endless heavenly lightning. The heavenly lightning originally came to kill the God-Slayer sword, but when it reached the sky above Su Yan, the heavenly lightning directly changed direction and went toward the hellhound. At this moment, the hellhound was wailing in his heart. Such a terrifying scene was enough to make him despair. The terrifying heavenly lightning struck his body, and even his body trembled. How could the hellhound, who hadn't even reached the level of a holy beast, resist the terrifying heavenly might? Ow, ow, ow. The hellhound roared, and Su Yan laughed wantonly. You can't kill me, you can't kill me, I have the protection of the ancestral spirit. Heaven can't kill me, and the earth can't bury me. At this moment, a light flashed out from his body. It was just as he said, and also as he said. Heaven can't kill me, and the earth can't bury me. At this moment, a terrifying soul floated out. That was the ancestral spirit, the super hellhound who had once dominated the world, almost becoming a divine beast. The ancestral spirit appeared leisurely, like a withered leaf in the wind. Although they were like withered leaves, the moment the ancestral spirits appeared, the world became desolate. Even this terrifying heavenly thunder was directly bounced away at this moment. It was clearly the divine might of heaven and earth, but at this moment, the violent lightning seemed to be so weak. Blue Moon raised her head, engraving this scene in her mind. This was the strength of a great divine ability expert. They could control the wind and thunder of the heavens and earth, and control the might of the heavens and earth. His every move was like the law of the land. From Su Yan's mouth, that dry and mechanical voice sounded once again. Hellhound ancestral spirit. That's good, that's good. I've already killed a god, so I don't mind having one more dog. At that moment, Su Yan's body was incomparably dazzling. Vaguely, he seemed to have transformed into a sword. It was the sharpest and most powerful sword in the world. It was the god-slaying sword. The sword was named God-Slayer because it had already slain a god. Therefore, this sword was incomparably powerful, possessing heaven-defying divine might. His terrifying power was on full display at this moment. Is it impossible for the heavens to destroy me? Then let me. Sword light flickered, countless times more powerful than that terrifying heavenly might. The terrifying power fell on the ancestral spirit in an instant. At this moment, the hellhound's heart was desolate. He never thought that this sword would be so powerful. Even the ancestral spirit began to tremble at this moment. He was fearless and even dared to kill void beasts because of the ancestral spirit's protection. As long as the ancestral spirit existed, the soul would be immortal. Although the powerful hellhound had been killed by the great demonic dragon in the distant past, his ferocious power was still there. As long as the ancestral spirit was not destroyed, there would be a chance for it to be resurrected in the future. When hell descended in the future, the ancestral spirit would be resurrected and sweep everything away. At this moment, heaven and earth were endless. Everything began to be buried and destroyed. However, at this moment, the ancestral spirit began to tremble under this sword. At this point, the hellhound did not dare to delay at all. Originally, he wanted to rely on the spatial teleportation formation in Golden Horse City to leave directly, but it was too late now. Spatial tear. At this moment, he directly channeled the power of the ancestral spirit and forcibly tore the space. The space shattered, and turbulence descended. Endless trees began to sway at the same time. In the end, the trees, which were so thick that it would take 10 people to wrap their arms around them, were uprooted in an instant and flew directly into the air. In just a short while, they were swallowed into the spatial turbulence. Even though he was the hellhound, he was not a sacred beast, so he could not accurately locate the space. This time, although the space was torn, he did not know where the other side would be. Perhaps the other side of the space would be green mountains and rivers, which would be the best. However, it might not be a lava volcano, which was extremely terrifying. However, the hellhound now knew that if he did not enter the space, he would be directly killed by this ghost face. Therefore, there was no need to choose at all. He directly crashed into the spatial turbulence. At this moment, Su Yan was still laughing wildly. "Little dog, are you trying to escape? Dream on." He slashed out with his sword, and the terrifying crimson crescent directly shattered everything. Even the spatial turbulence was directly shattered by this sword. This kind of power was truly lawless. The moment the hellhound had just entered the spatial turbulence, the terrifying sword intent had already passed through it. The spatial turbulence gradually closed, but one could vaguely hear the hellhound's painful howls. Obviously, this sword was enough to leave an extremely deep impression on him. When the spatial turbulence finally disappeared, Su Yan stood in the sky. Of course, the one controlling this body was not Su Yan, but Godslayer. Oriole and double-winged sky tiger were also trembling at this moment. At this moment, they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. Godslayer had reappeared. Back then, they were subdued by Su Yan like this. Thinking back, the Godslayer's sword had directly killed the evil eye Tyrant, which was comparable to a sacred beast, and suppressed the blood-winged flying dragon, double-winged sky tiger, Oriole, and sea-splitting demonic snake. After a while, Su Yan spoke, "The two of you are not bad." He pointed 2 fingers, and 2 rays of sword chi flew directly toward Oriole and double-winged sky tiger at an unimaginable speed. The speed of the sword chi was simply unbelievable. Oriole and double-winged sky tiger did not even have time to react before the powerful sword chi had already entered their bodies. At this moment, the 2 giant beasts were somewhat uneasy. However, in the next moment, this uneasiness turned into surprise. This was because after the 2 rays of sword chi entered their bodies, it did not cause any harm to them. Instead, it began to repair their bodies. When fighting with the hellhound, the extremely powerful and terrifying hell chi had entered their bodies. Why was the hellhound's combat power so terrifying? Most of the reason was because of the terrifying hell chi. The hell chi was not tolerated by this world and was repelled by the laws. However, it was precisely because of this that its lethality was incomparably terrifying. Even these 2 demonic beasts would suffer unspeakably under the impact of the chi of hell. Even if they could get rid of it in the end, they would definitely suffer greatly. Fortunately, under the sword chi, the hell chi was completely neutralized. Although the chi of hell was powerful, the god-slaying sword had killed even the gods, let alone a mere chi of hell. After the sword chi neutralized the hell chi, the powerful sword chi began to strengthen their bodies. How terrifying was the Godslayer sword, and the 2 rays of sword chi were the result of his meticulous planning. At this moment, it was naturally even more terrifying. When the power began to spread out from the 2 monsters' bodies, the 2 monsters were pleasantly surprised. This was not just a short-term benefit, but an incomparably long-term effect. The 2 rays of sword chi each turned into a seed that was deeply buried in the 2 monsters' bodies. At every moment, the powerful sword chi would temper them, causing them to become even more terrifying. In just a few moments, everything was over. At this moment, Su Yan directly jumped onto double-winged sky tiger's back. "Since you've already awakened, take a good look at this world," Su Yan said softly. Of course, this was not Su Yan's will, but God Punisher's. To God Punisher, Su Yan was just a scabbard. If he was in a deep sleep, then the scabbard would naturally move around as it pleased, and God Punisher would not care. However, at this moment, since he had already awakened, then everything had to be done according to his will. As the scabbard, Su Yan had no right to speak. It seems that a guy actually betrayed me. Hee, how interesting. Let's go, big tiger. Let's go take a look. The God-Slayer sword chuckled. Previously, in the Sea of Consciousness, Su Yan was trapped in the formation, then he began to call for the blood-winged flying dragon and the sea-rending demonic snake. Because the sea-rending demonic snake had devoured the void beast, it had begun to transform. He sank into the deep sea and had completely fallen into a deep sleep. It was like a human cultivator's closed-door cultivation. If he succeeded, then his strength and bloodline would increase, and he would reach the heavens in a single step. If he failed, then he would be stuffed to death by the terrifying void beast's power and completely disappear. Therefore, he could not feel Su Yan's call. However, on the other side, it was interesting. He had clearly received Su Yan's call, but he had chosen to reject it. As a demonic beast, the blood-winged flying dragon had actually rejected Su Yan's call. No matter what, this was betrayal. Logically speaking, he had already given his heart's essence blood to Su Yan, so he could not betray him. This was because Su Yan only needed a thought to kill him directly. However, there were no absolutes in this world. There were always exceptions. The blood-winged flying dragon dared to do this because it had obtained an opportunity to sever the connection with the heart's essence blood. When the God-Slayer sword's power erupted, the blood-winged flying dragon was the first to choose to submit. He even helped Su Yan suppress the double-winged sky tiger, forcing the double-winged sky tiger to submit to Su Yan. However, at this time, the blood-winged flying dragon was also the first to choose to betray him. If the owner of this body was still Su Yan, then he might have just let it go. Firstly, the blood-winged flying dragon was too powerful. It would not be easy to defeat him. After all, he dared to betray him, which meant that he was not afraid of the suppression of the heart's essence blood. Chapter 873. Female Literature. Secondly, Su Yan was completely focused on the limitless demon sex demon sacrifice. He had no time to care about it. However, things were different now. The one controlling this body was not Su Yan, but the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword was such a proud existence. How could it allow betrayal? How could it accept betrayal? To it, Su Yan's matter was nothing. If it was in a good mood, it would naturally help Su Yan. However, it was a pity that at this moment, it was not in a good mood. The winged tiger could feel its master's anger. Therefore, it did not dare to be negligent at this moment. At this moment, he let out a low roar and flew off into the distance. God-Slayer had already sent a sliver of his will into his mind, so he knew exactly where he should go. Of course, he could feel God Punisher's wrath, so he didn't dare to resist. Moreover, God Punisher had sent the sword chi into its body, which benefited it greatly. Therefore, it was completely convinced by God Punisher. It was extremely fast. Countless scenes were constantly changing as it flapped its wings. At this moment, the Oriole followed closely behind. These two monsters were actually very powerful. If it was not for the fact that the hellhound they encountered today was even more powerful, they would not have been in such a sorry state. Half a day later, they had already flown beyond the sea. Above the sea, isolated islands were scattered all over. It was a free scenery. However, God Punisher was not here to enjoy the scenery. To him, all the scenery in this world was nothing. He was too powerful. Because he was powerful, he was high and mighty. It was impossible for a high and mighty person to put such a scene in his eyes. This was not an ordinary group of islands because there was an extremely tyrannical aura on each island. It was because of the existence of this aura that everything in the surroundings was so different. Obviously, the blood-winged dragon lived in this group of islands. "Come out, traitor." At this moment, Su Yan's cold voice spread out. There was no hysteria. Instead, it was a kind of mocking joy. His voice was not loud, but it spread across the entire group of islands like thunder. Roar, roar, roar. Terrifying roars continued. At this moment, even the oriole and the winged tiger felt a little uneasy. Those roars were the roars of giant dragons. If it was just one or two giant dragons, then with their combat strength and bloodline, they would not be afraid. However, with so many roars at the same time, it was enough to make people afraid. Obviously, this was the place where the giant dragons gathered. In other words, this was Dragon Island. The Dragon Clan, these two words were synonymous with power. There was even the word dragon transformation in the realm of human cultivation. If they were to be surrounded by so many dragons, even the oriole and the winged tiger would fall. What's more, in this place, there would definitely be a powerhouse of the Dragon Clan. That was definitely a sacred beast or an even stronger existence. Right now, they hadn't grown up yet, so they couldn't possibly be a match for the holy beast. However, their master's existence. After a short while, the dragon's roars were still ringing out incessantly. At this moment, God Punisher was so angry that he laughed. "You don't want to come out? Fine, then I'll destroy the islands one by one. Anyway, I'm already disgusted with these roars." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword chi immediately descended. This sword chi was incomparably majestic, comparable to thunder. Even if it was a small island, if it was hit by this sword chi, it would definitely be destroyed. There was no luck to speak of. It was at this moment that an extremely strong roar suddenly rang out. It was an angry roar. Then, a powerful force burst out. It was an extremely terrifying blood-red light. The blood-red light came across the sky as if it could destroy everything. The powerful blood-red light directly collided with the sword chi. Then, an extremely dazzling and resplendent explosion immediately occurred. The blood-red light offset a part of the sword chi. However, it was still not enough. The sword chi was too powerful. When the sword chi fell on the island began to collapse. Although it was not a big island, it was destroyed just like that. The power of this sword was a little too strong. The blood-red light showed its shape. It was the blood-winged dragon. God Punisher looked at the blood-winged dragon calmly. Then, he suddenly laughed. "Not bad, not bad. You've already reached this level. You're not far from that hellhound. You've also obtained the Dragon Clan's secret technique. No wonder you dare to betray me." God Punisher's voice sounded in the sky above Dragon Island. The blood-winged dragon looked at the human who was laughing. Its heart was still filled with fear. Of course, there was also incomparable anger. Of course, it remembered this aura. At that time, under such a terrifying aura, it had no choice but to submit. However, it was still a dragon after all. Even if it was not a pure-blooded dragon, it still had the blood of the dragon race in its body. The dragon race had always been arrogant. How could it be willing to be the slave of someone else? The blood-winged dragon was very ambitious. In order to escape from Su Yan's control, it came directly to Dragon Island. Fortunately, Su Yan did not dare to summon it because of the conflict between blood essences. This gave the blood-winged dragon more opportunities. After it came to Dragon Island, it went through a lot of hardships and finally met the powerful leader of the dragon race. After many pleas, that lord was finally willing to help it. With that lord's help, its strength increased by leaps and bounds. Moreover, that great one even directly took action, severing his essence blood hand. Of course, severing the blood essences was a difficult process. It could not be done so easily. However, it was enough for the blood-winged dragon. Just like this time, it directly rejected Su Yan's summons. Moreover, if Su Yan died, it would not be too much of an impact. However, it did not expect that this person would come directly to Dragon Island. I am the arrogant blood-winged dragon. I will never submit. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon directly transmitted its thoughts. God Punisher sneered. Arrogant. I don't see the slightest bit of arrogance in you. But forget it. I don't want to waste my breath with you. Since you betrayed me, then die. The God-Slayer's sword was extremely domineering. It could even kill gods. Why would he care about a blood-winged dragon? Since this evil dragon was courting death, he would fulfill its wish. Things were that simple. At this moment, he slashed out with his sword. The sword chi immediately became the only thing in this world. Everything fell silent at this moment. Such power was simply earth-shattering. Even though the blood-winged dragon's strength increased rapidly, there was still a limit. Right now, its strength was still not comparable to the Hell Dog. However, even the Hell Dog was in such a sorry state in front of God Punisher. How could it fight against God Punisher's sword chi? It roared in anger, wanting to use its own energy to block the attack. However, before its attack could gather, the sword chi had already arrived beside it. The terrifying sword chi was simply too terrifying. In just an instant, it had already slashed its way onto its body. Humph, ignorant fool. The deity-slaying sword slayed the heavens and killed the gods. Its murderous intent was so strong that it was simply unimaginable. Su Yan didn't care about touching the sword at all. He knew very well that if he touched the sword, he would be tainted by the murderous intent. But now, the sword was already independent. There was no way he could control it. So what if it was the blood-winged dragon? In front of the God-Slayer's sword, there was no room for him to struggle. When the sword slashed its way onto its wing, it immediately caused excruciating pain. Half of its wing had already been torn off. Such a sword chi was simply godly. Its power was frightening. It still won't do. The scabbard is still too weak. If it was just a little stronger, your entire wing would be gone. God Punisher's face was filled with murderous intent as he stared at the blood-winged dragon. But it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of one more or one less. His long sword moved again. Immediately, an even more powerful sword chi burst forth. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon already knew how powerful it was. At this moment, it no longer had the guts to block Su Yan's sword chi. It screamed out in the dragon language, "Grand Elder, save me." It clearly knew how powerful God Punisher was. On Dragon Island, there were a few powerful dragons. Some of them were even more powerful than itself. But at this moment, the only one who could hope to fight against this God-Slayer was the Grand Elder who was sleeping on Dragon Island. It was also because of that old ancestor that he was able to tear his contract apart. At this moment, under the pressure of death, it had no choice but to ask for help from the Grand Elder. At this moment, there were already hundreds of dragons flying into the sky. With hundreds of dragons flying in the sky, its might was absolutely unimaginable. Dragon Island was indeed one of the most dangerous places in this world. But of course, that was only for the other races. If one were to barge in here and be hunted down by hundreds of dragons, they would definitely die. But at this moment, the blood-winged dragon once again spoke in the dragon language, "Go, disperse." It knew how terrifying God Punisher was. It was even more fearful of God Punisher's strength. At this moment, it didn't dare to let the hundreds of dragons near it. Against God Punisher, numbers were meaningless. Other than increasing the number of casualties on Dragon Island, it wouldn't be of any use at all. At this moment, a few powerful dragons began to roar, causing the other dragons to retreat. These dragons were the most powerful existences. They flew directly to the side of the blood-winged dragon. "Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous on Dragon Island?" The next black dragon roared at Su Yan. God Punisher, who had taken control of Su Yan's body, sneered, "You don't deserve to know my identity. I'm here today to kill the traitor. Of course, if you're willing to let me bathe Dragon Island in blood, I have no objections." Chapter 874. Female Literature. That was how God Punisher was. He pressed forward step by step, leaving no chance for others. At this moment, his power was terrifying. He took a step forward, and a layer of ripples appeared in the sky beneath his feet. The ripples spread out, and the Black Dragon King was immediately shocked when he saw this. He did not have time to think and directly spat out a mouthful of dragon breath. He could feel the terror of the ripples. Those were spatial ripples. If he was not careful, even the powerful body of a dragon would be directly cut in half. At this moment, his expression had become extremely ugly. "Damn it, do you really think the dragon race is easy to bully?" Of course, the dragon race was not easy to bully. In any era, giant dragons were mythical existences. They were mysterious and powerful, and had all kinds of terrifying innate abilities. However, in the eyes of God Punisher, that was the case. Hee, what a joke, what a pity. He had no interest in listening to the wails of the weak. His rule was very simple, and that was one word: kill. If one felt that it was unfair, then one could come and kill him. Of course, if one wanted to kill him, one had to have enough ability. Since you want to interfere, then you can only die. His sword chi spread out again. This sword chi flew in the air, and in a moment, it had changed, and in the end, it became an extremely terrifying aura. It seemed like thunder and lightning were rolling, and it also seemed like endless light was falling. Within the sword chi, there were thousands of phenomena. If it was not for the fact that he was relying on Su Yan's body and could not unleash his own power to the extreme, the power of this sword chi would be even more terrifying. At this moment, the sight before them had already caused those few powerful dragons to be completely flabbergasted. When the blood-winged dragon arrived, they knew that this guy had probably caused trouble. However, they did not expect that this killing intent would be so terrifying. This kind of power was really enough to destroy heaven and earth. It was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, a flame suddenly appeared from the void. The flame surged into the sky and rolled over, directly blocking the terrifying sword chi. At this moment, everything was constantly rolling. Ancestor! At this moment, all the giant dragons exclaimed. They all knew that the ancestor had finally made his move. There was no need to say much about the ancestor's strength. His power was terrifying, comparable to that of a god. All of the dragon clan worshipped this ancestor from the bottom of their hearts. Terrifying flames and sword energy continued to surge, causing everything around them to tremble. It could be seen that there was already an irregular hole where the two of them had clashed. Such power was simply heaven-defying. At that moment, the power of the flames suddenly surged, and even the God Punisher was forced to take half a step back. What incredible power! Old dragon, why don't you come out and show me what you've got? Otherwise, I'll slaughter all of your descendants. God Punisher was used to being overbearing. This old thing actually dared to interfere at this moment. In that case, he would directly kill this old thing. It was at this moment that boundless dark clouds appeared in the sky. It was as if day and night had been reversed in an instant. Such a terrifying change in weather was simply too shocking. It was hard to imagine that such a change would occur at this time. However, when he looked up, he realized that it wasn't dark clouds that covered the scorching sun. Instead, it was a huge shadow. Dragon. Only those who saw the shadow would know how terrifying the scene was at that moment. The boundless shadow vividly displayed the majesty of the giant dragon. The aureole on the winged celestial tiger were already large enough. The blood-winged wyvern and the black dragon's bodies were even larger. Unfortunately, compared to the dragon clan in the sky, they were simply small ants. You're not in your complete state. You shouldn't be so presumptuous at this time. The voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that directly impacted the Godslayer sword. At this moment, the Godslayer sword's heart was also in turmoil. You old dragon, you actually know of my existence. At this moment, he was also shocked. For this old dragon to be able to say such words, it was obvious that he knew of him. However, the Godslayer sword's existence could be traced back tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years ago. Even if the dragon clan had a long lifespan, they definitely wouldn't have lived for so long. At this moment, the boundless shadow dissipated, and day and night turned into day. At this moment, the huge dragon shadow disappeared, and an old man in gray clothes appeared in the sky. God Punisher raised his head. He wasn't surprised by the old man's change. The evil sword Cold Jade had already taken human form, so it could do the same if it wanted to. Not to mention the dragon clan, who had become the spirit of all living things. However, to be able to do this, the old dragon's cultivation base could be imagined. Of course I know the name of the Godslayer sword. However, I can't let you do what you want to do today. If you want to kill the dragon's descendants, then come at me if you have the ability. If this old man isn't strong enough, it's meaningless to be killed by you. This time, the old dragon was determined to protect the blood-winged wyvern. Although he was not a pure-blooded dragon. However, the blood-winged wyvern's bloodline rank was also extremely high. When it matured, it could become a holy beast. Just this point alone was enough to surpass the majority of the dragon clan. Naturally, he would want to protect a member of the dragon race. If he couldn't protect them, then it wasn't his ability. At this moment, Godslayer's expression was solemn. What the old dragon said was right. After all, he was not at his peak. If he was at his peak, killing a dragon like this would not be a big deal at all. Of course, if he really wanted to kill this old dragon, he could just release himself from Su Yan's body and use all the power he had accumulated to complete the kill. However, that was the problem. He couldn't do that. This old dragon had obviously expected this. The Godslayer's sword used Su Yan's body as its scabbard because it wanted to find a way to transcend from Su Yan's body. If it couldn't transcend, then no matter how strong it was, it would still be a sword. Even if it was a divine sword, it would still be a sword. If it chose to give up now, then all of its previous efforts would be for naught. Godslayer sword, if you leave today, then the dragon clan will do you a favor. However, if you insist on doing so, then you and I can fight it out. This dragon king seemed to have already defeated the Godslayer sword. He was certain that the Godslayer sword would not dare to fight him head-on. Humph, you old dragon, who do you think you are? Do you really think you can defeat me? Today, I'll let you know what true power is. The Dragon King was certain that after his words, the Godslayer sword would definitely leave. After all, no matter how one looked at it, if the Godslayer sword chose to fight to the death at this time, there would be no benefit. Moreover, it would be the kind of fight that would only cause harm. However, at this time, the Godslayer sword chose to make a move. Using Su Yan's body, the Godslayer sword slashed out. God-slaying sun and moon. When this sword appeared, the originally bright sky became even brighter and more dazzling at this moment. At this moment, the extremely intense light fell directly at this moment, as if it wanted to devour everything. The endless light was born and extinguished. It was simply indescribably powerful. After seeing this sword, the old man that the Dragon King had transformed into trembled. At this moment, he had a new understanding of the God-Slayer sword's domineering power. However, since he dared to say that before, he naturally had the confidence to back it up. At this moment, he directly clawed and condensed. At this moment, a huge dragon claw immediately appeared in front of him. The power of the dragon claw was boundless, as if it had walked to the end of the mountains and rivers at this moment. The light was so bright that it was incomparably dazzling. The power that had reached its peak turned into a terrifying aura that could shatter mountains and rivers, directly slashing at the god-slaying sun and moon sword. It was also a manifestation of energy. The Hellhound was already very powerful, but the Dragon King was even more terrifying. The dragon claw was covered with dense scales, as if it wanted to devour everything. God-Slayer sword, I've already said that right now, you're just a broken sword, so I'm not afraid of you. This old Dragon King was also a domineering master, and at this moment, he did not care about the God-Slayer sword at all. Clearly, he wanted to rely on his terrifying cultivation to forcibly suppress the God-Slayer sword. The terrifying power of the two sides met directly, and suddenly, an incomparably terrifying aura erupted. Under such power, all light began to be born and extinguished. This boundless power could be said to be the limit of heaven and earth. As the power fluctuations spread out, the scattered dragon islands began to tremble at this moment. This kind of terrifying sign frightened the dragons living on the dragon island. The dragons were indeed the most powerful existence in this world, but unfortunately, not every dragon was a powerhouse that defied the heavens. Ha, old dragon, if that's how you are, then don't blame me for killing your dragon descendants. At this moment, God-Slayer's arrogant figure burst out again. This cold mask did not have the slightest bit of power, because how could the powerful God-Slayer sword use Su Yan's own power? This was a kind of arrogance. Therefore, at this moment, everything about Su Yan had been suppressed by him. At this moment, the power of the God-Slayer sword continued to skyrocket. Since you want to fight, then let's fight to our heart's content. At this moment, Su Yan's right hand began to transform. In the end, his right hand turned into a sword, and this sword was directly connected to the scorching sun sword. The holy sword had a spirit, and was very powerful in itself, but in the end, it was still unable to bear the full power of the God-Slayer sword. The gap between the holy sword and the holy sword was unimaginable. However, at this moment, he forcibly connected Su Yan's body to the holy sword, so that the scorching sun sword could bear more of the God-Slayer sword's power. This is more or less enough. At this moment, his sword aura suddenly exploded, and the violent power twisted, and countless sword rain directly rushed toward the Dragon Islands. Just as he had said, he was going to slaughter the descendants of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 875. Female literature, the power of such a strike was earth-shattering. The scattered rain of swords was even more powerful than the Taihang ninefold sword formation back in the Taihang sword faction. For a powerful existence like the blood-winged wyvern, such a strike was naturally nothing. However, even on Dragon Island, how many dragons could reach his level of strength? And how many dragons could survive the onslaught of the rain of swords? The black dragon and the blood-winged wyvern roared at the same time, wanting to stop the rain of swords. However, they were powerless. They could protect Dragon Island behind them, but the rain of swords was spreading in all directions. On Dragon Island, the dragons all felt fear. The threat of death was like a long needle stabbing at them fiercely. At this moment, they all understood that the situation they were in was extremely dangerous. If they were really pierced by these terrifying things, they would definitely die. Not all dragons were fearless of death. Just like that day, when the blood-winged wyvern faced the powerful God-Slayer sword, it could only bow its head. If the Dragon King had not made a move and forcefully severed its contract, it would still be Su Yan's slave. Therefore, in an instant, the dragons roared together. At this moment, the Dragon King was truly enraged. He did not expect the Godslayer sword to be so daring as to directly attack his dragon descendants. Because of this, he was immediately enraged to the extreme. Of course, he also knew that the most important thing at this moment was to save his dragon descendants. Therefore, at this moment, he directly made a move, and a terrifying flame dragon's breath appeared. The flame split into countless small dragons in the sky, and all of them charged towards the rain of swords. However, at this moment, the God-Slayer sword's chi flashed again. "Old thing, I'd like to see which reptile you can save." At this moment, he once again slashed out with his power. That terrifying power constantly trembled at this moment. A huge sword ray suddenly appeared, and then directly pierced towards the Dragon King. At this time, if the Dragon King chose to save the dragon's descendants, he would have to bear the brunt of the sword. At this moment, he had used almost all of his strength in this attack. The power contained within was even more terrifying. When such power flew out, it was as if it could destroy everything. Even if it was the Dragon King, he would most likely lose half of his life if he were to receive this blow. One must know that the Dragon King's strength was already incomparably powerful at this point. In such a state, he would either not be injured, but once he was injured, it would be extremely troublesome. If he really only had half a life left, then so be it. He was afraid that in the end, he would lose his life. At this moment, Su Yan's radiance was trembling non-stop. Of course, that wasn't Su Yan's own power, but the terrifying destructive power of the Godslayer sword. Just as the Dragon King was caught between a rock and a hard place, a voice suddenly rang out, "Fire Dragon King, how can you be distracted while fighting the gods? Take this blow well and leave the rest to me." Before this voice had even died down, endless waves suddenly surged in the boundless sea. In less than a breath's time, the terrifying waves were already thousands of feet high. At this moment, the waves directly turned into a huge curtain. The appearance of the curtain meant that it would devour everything. In the end, the sword chi of the Godslayer sword was unable to do anything. The huge waves directly blocked the sword chi. At this moment, Godslayer was also surprised. There's actually a second Dragon King. In the Dragon Clan, those who could be called Dragon King were all powerful existences above the sacred beasts. The sacred beasts were the human Tao sovereigns. The Dragon Clan's strength was indeed terrifying. At this moment, a second Dragon King had appeared. The Dragon King that Godslayer was fighting was a powerful fire dragon. His flames were ever-changing and filled with endless mysteries. The flame demon from the Inferno world was blessed with the ability to control fire. However, he might not be able to compare to this Dragon King. From this, it could be seen that the Dragon Clan was truly a clan blessed by the heavens. At this moment, the Water Dragon appeared. The Water Dragon King's strength was able to block the attack of the Godslayer sword at the same time. It could be seen that it was also an extraordinary being. Such a powerful existence was really too terrifying. Even Godslayer frowned at this moment. Facing a Dragon King, he was not afraid. He could even kill it directly. However, two Dragon Kings were already different. At this moment, he was still in Su Yan's body. Unless he wanted to give up Su Yan's scabbard. Otherwise, he could only escape at this moment. "The two of you, leave now." At this moment, he directly transmitted his will to the Oriole and the Winged Tiger. In such a dragon island, these two demonic beasts were no longer of any use. In front of the powerful Dragon Clan, they could not gain any advantage at all. Therefore, at this moment, Su Yan directly asked these two monsters to leave. As for himself, he had to face the most powerful challenge. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King had also seen through Godslayer's intention. "How dare you offend the Dragon Island? All of you must die." Following his angry roar, a bright power directly rushed into the sky. It was a terrifying flame power. The flame split into two and rushed towards the two demonic beasts at the same time. The speed of this power was fast and urgent. If this flame caught up with the two monsters at this moment, they would probably die at this moment. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword's chi moved again. The boundless sea water was directly summoned by it and then turned into an extremely sharp longsword. The longsword moved, killing the heavens and earth. Under such a powerful force, everything was directly suppressed. Humph, damned thing. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? You're courting death. The God-Slayer sword chi finally destroyed the fire dragon directly, and the winged tiger and Oriole had already left. At this moment, a huge water column directly rushed into the sky, and then a person directly appeared. It was also an old man, and seemed to be no different from the Fire Dragon King. However, at this moment, God-Slayer knew that it was also a dragon clan. And it was a powerhouse on the same level as the Fire Dragon King Dragon King. God-Slayer sword, since you've come here today, there's no need for you to leave. Our dragon clan just happens to need a powerful divine weapon to suppress the heavens and earth. This was his will. This Water Dragon King was really bold. At this moment, not only did he want to block the God-Slayer sword, but he also wanted to suppress the God-Slayer sword directly and then refine it into a treasure of the Dragon Clan. With such thoughts in mind, even if the Fire Dragon King had stopped, he would still be terrified. At this moment, God-Slayer suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, this is really interesting. You two old dragons are really in a hurry. You actually want to suppress and refine me. Today, I'll tell you that you're the ones who should be suppressed and refined. Today, I'm going to slay a dragon. The God-Slayer sword chi became even sharper. At this moment, Su Yan's skin began to change a little. At this moment, Su Yan seemed to be more like a sword. When he said that he wanted to slay a dragon, he definitely wasn't just saying it. If he didn't care about anything, he indeed had the ability to kill a Dragon King directly. At this moment, the Water Dragon King chuckled, and then said, "It's not easy for the two of us to refine you, but what if all 7 Dragon Kings come out?" At this moment, he directly sneered. At this moment, God-Slayer's face also darkened. All 7 Dragon Kings came out. What a terrifying lineup it was. It was the strength of 7 Tao Masters. At this moment, the God-Slayer sword was in a terrible state. If he wasn't careful, he could really be refined directly. Su Yan's pupils had completely changed. In the deepest part of his pupils, there was no light at all. Instead, it looked like a long sword. That was the sword spirit of the God-Slayer sword. The God-Slayer sword was able to reach this level today. It was simply legendary. He had already weathered countless storms and waves. Back then, he had accompanied his master on expeditions everywhere. What kind of enemy had he not seen? Not to mention 2 mere Dragon Kings, he had encountered even more terrifying existences. However, it was different now. Because at this moment, he was not his original body. Moreover, he was still residing in the scabbard. He had to make a decision for the scabbard. If he forced a battle at this time, there would only be one outcome. Su Yan would be directly killed by the 2 Dragon Kings. Moreover, if the 7 Dragon Kings really came here directly, he was afraid that he would really be in danger. After all, the so-called Dragon Kings were all above holy beasts. When they first became holy beasts, they were on par with human Tao Masters. However, at the peak of holy beasts, they could fight with venerable sovereigns. Moreover, their chances of winning were much higher. The 2 Dragon Kings in front of him had only just become venerable sovereigns. However, if an even more powerful one appeared, then it would be even more difficult for him. If he continued to fight like this, Su Yan's body would collapse. 7 Dragon Kings. Humph, sooner or later, I'll slaughter your dragon island. At this moment, he slashed out 2 more times in a row. The powerful sword chi caused the wind and clouds to change color. However, this terrifying power was all blocked by the 2 dragon kings. Roar, to be able to suppress the God Slayer sword and become the sword of the dragon clan, I'm so excited. The 2 dragon kings roared. At this moment, in a distant place, another powerful aura appeared. It was the aura of a giant dragon. The Water Dragon King and Fire Dragon King felt this at the same time. The Water Dragon King raised its head, and at this moment, a violent power surged out. Endless light immediately rushed towards Su Yan. At this moment, God Slayer also understood that he could no longer stay. Otherwise, he would be in danger of dying. Today's the end. However, Dragon Island, I will remember this. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly rushed into the sky. However, at this moment, suddenly, a violent dragon breath appeared in the sky. Why are you in such a hurry? Accompanied by a rolling voice, the dragon breath suddenly rushed into Su Yan's body. Chapter 876. Girls' Literature, Dragon's Breath Rolled Over. The terrifying dragon's breath was neither flames nor water droplets. It was an extremely frightening energy. The flames were already extremely frightening, but the dragon's breath was even more powerful. At this moment, the dragon's breath suddenly arrived, as if it directly tore a hole in the edge of the sky. The power of the explosion rolled down, directly attacking Su Yan. God Slayer Sword, what harm is there in staying here today? Our clan's Lord Dragon God is about to awaken. As the Dragon God's sword, you will have supreme glory. At this moment, the Fire Dragon King and Water Dragon King directly spat out dragon's breath. At this moment, the 3 dragons' breaths hit Su Yan's body at the same time. Even if an extremely frightening energy fluctuation directly appeared around the Godslayer's body, forming a protective shield, it made his body constantly tremble. The power of the 3 dragons' breaths bombarded his body at the same time. No matter how powerful he was, he could not withstand it at this time. Rumor has it that the Godslayer sword can destroy everything. Who would have thought that it would waste time for 2 monsters? How interesting. This was the voice of the 3rd Dragon King. They could all see that if the Godslayer sword wanted to leave, there was no way they could stop it. However, if it had left at that time, then the double-winged tiger and Oriole would not have been able to escape. That was why it deliberately stayed at that time and then continued to attack. At this time, the 3 Dragon Kings arrived. Although they could not win, it was enough to delay the Godslayer sword. After all, at this time, the Godslayer sword was not in its original form. It had entered Su Yan's body. In the sky, the thick dark clouds became even gloomier. It was as if the sky had been covered by a thick fishing net. Godslayer sword, today you will be suppressed here. Why don't you reveal your original form and have a good fight? If the Godslayer sword revealed its original form, then its power would definitely become stronger. However, the Dragon Clan had other means. The reason why the Dragon King of the Dragon Clan helped the Blood-Winged Wyvern was not just because of his outstanding talent, but because of karma. There was an expert in the Dragon Clan who understood karma and directly plotted against the Godslayer sword. This clan was really powerful. For so many years, it had always been a legend. The Dragon Clan was so powerful, how could they be willing to remain silent? However, the Dragon Clan had a super powerful dragon god strategizing. It was just that the dragon god's fate was full of misfortune. Back then, a great war broke out in this world, and the Dragon Clan played an extremely important role in that war. Unfortunately, at that time, the Great Devil Dragon had appeared out of nowhere. The powerful Great Devil Dragon had actually seriously injured the dragon god. This time, no one knew if the Undying Divine Dragon was the one who had started the plot. The only thing that was certain was that God Slayer was in big trouble. At this time, Su Yan directly sank into Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Brat, wake up! Su Yan had used the sword to kill himself earlier to awaken God Slayer. Although God Slayer had awakened, it still made Su Yan suffer a lot. Su Yan's self-consciousness fell into a deep sleep. The God Slayer sword naturally had its own intentions. It had been difficult to wake up, and it was a good thing for it. It had suffered a heavy blow in the ancient times. At this time, it had to recover. Therefore, it needed more time to move around. However, it did not expect that it would be the Dragon Clan's scheme to kill the blood-winged wyvern that had betrayed it. The God Slayer sword had a spirit, and its intelligence was also unparalleled. He immediately figured out everything. This was definitely the Dragon Clan's scheme. These Dragon Clan members had put in a lot of effort. In order to prevent the God Slayer sword from sensing their auras from the very beginning, these Dragon Kings had spread out. The Fire Dragon King was overseeing Dragon Island, while the Water Dragon King was hidden deep under the sea. The other Dragon Kings had rushed over when they received the news. With the God Slayer sword's remarkable ability, it definitely had the intuition to avoid danger. But this time, he actually didn't feel anything. It was obvious that someone had blocked the mysterious trajectory. However, it was fine to be schemed against by others. At his level, he was open-minded. Hatred was naturally engraved in his heart. The most important thing now was to find a way to break it. Wake up! He shouted again. This time, the God Slayer sword directly used its self-consciousness. Su Yan's consciousness was immediately awakened. When Su Yan woke up, he discovered that there was a dusky figure in front of him. However, as soon as Su Yan woke up, he knew that it was the God Slayer sword. The God Slayer sword. Su Yan was shocked at first. When the God Slayer sword was in control of this body, he knew nothing about the outside world. At this time, the God Slayer sword directly said to Su Yan, "All right, Su Yan, let's not waste time talking nonsense. You just need to know that you and I are in an extremely dangerous situation." He directly pointed his finger, and everything flashed through Su Yan's mind like flowing water. "What do I need to do?" Su Yan asked directly. He was not an idiot. Since the God Slayer sword had awakened him at this time, then there must be something he could help with. Very smart. Right now, I really do need you and me to work together. These old dragons are working together to scheme against me. If we're not careful, you and I will be doomed eternally. It's fine if it's me. I've been through countless deaths and I still have the power to protect myself. But you're different, so I don't need to say more about the seriousness of the situation. Su Yan immediately nodded. Not to mention other things, just the fact that he had the heart of the great demon dragon in his body meant that these dragons would definitely not let him go. "Let's not waste time talking nonsense," Su Yan said again. He did not know what this guy was thinking. Even at this time, he still had so much nonsense to say. The God Slayer sword did not care about Su Yan's attitude. Sword soul. There's a sword soul in your body. I need its power. The God Slayer sword's words made Su Yan's heart sink. Long ago, he had suspected that the God Slayer sword entering his body was probably related to the regal sword soul. However, at that time, he did not understand at all. The God Slayer sword was so powerful, and although the regal sword soul was unparalleled, compared to the God Slayer sword, it did not seem to be much. Your regal sword soul contains the rules of heaven and earth that I have never seen before, so it's extremely precious to me. Let's work together. For now, let me temporarily control the regal sword soul and merge with this sword soul. This will let my understanding of the rules of heaven and earth rise to another level. The God Slayer sword could release at this time was not very powerful. At least, this kind of power was not enough to let him escape from the attacks of the three Dragon Kings. If he did not escape at this time, when the 7 Dragon Kings arrived, he would really have no chance at all. Hearing this, Su Yan frowned at first. The regal sword soul was his foundation. It had almost merged with his soul. If he let him control the regal sword soul, it was equivalent to letting him control his own soul. This was a very dangerous thing to do. Don't worry, I won't let you suffer. I will teach you the God-Slayer sword technique. I know that you have many powerful techniques, and they are all first-class things. Moreover, you seem to have obtained a powerful sword technique from the sword soul, but this is far from enough. If you can merge my God-Slayer sword technique with the sword technique in the sword soul, then you will definitely be able to walk a new path. At this point, Su Yan was already a little tempted. Just as he said, if he could completely master this sword technique and then integrate it, then he could create a new and different domain. However, he still had concerns in his heart, which was the previous point. At this time, the God-Slayer sword immediately understood his concerns, so it said, I know you are worried, but you don't need to worry. I can't take over your soul. Do you know why the red sword box was able to seal me back then? When the God-Slayer sword said this, Su Yan's heart suddenly moved. He immediately knew that what the God-Slayer sword was going to say next was the secret of the God-Slayer sword. The material that the red sword box was made of was a fragment of me back then. My sword body, even at my level, still has flaws. That is, it is limited by the body. In the battle back then, my whole body was shattered, leaving only the sword will, but I never thought that there would still be fragments. This fragment was collected by the people of the Stupa sect and forged into the red sword box to suppress my will. So, as long as the red sword box exists, then I can't have an independent soul, and I can't attack the red sword box. At this time, the God-Slayer sword told Su Yan its Achilles heel. However, Su Yan was also shocked. The God-Slayer sword was so powerful, but during the ancient war, it was still beaten to pieces. One could only imagine how fierce the war back then was. At this time, the God-Slayer sword said, the war back then is not something you can understand now. Make a decision quickly, I can't hold on for much longer. If you hesitate, then we will all be in trouble. Okay, I promise you. In fact, at this time, Su Yan had no choice but to gamble. Also, when I start to use my power, do your best to stimulate the great demonic dragon's heart. The great demonic dragon's power has the ability to suppress these insects. Also, you don't have to worry. After this, I will use the regal sword soul to suppress the great demonic dragon's will. I won't let the great demonic dragon's will dominate your body. After the God-Slayer sword finished speaking, it directly went to Su Yan's regal sword soul. At this time, Su Yan directly urged the regal power and began to fuse it with the God-Slayer sword. Su Yan and the God-Slayer sword communicated for a few breaths of time. During these few breaths of time, the God-Slayer sword was in even more danger. Its protective light could not last much longer. More importantly, in a distant place, the aura of the 4th Dragon King could be felt.